layout is exactly as it was all those years ago.
Sharp right and left corners.
There have been happenings here as long as the track has been here. It's still kept its heart and soul. The track is the final arbiter of things, and it makes it very special.
All warfare is the same. Two questions are of paramount importance. Who was my opponent yesterday and who is he today?
Howden's going to be off course, dropping tire. He's in the dirt. Looking to the inside, dives into turn one. Oh, tire. Here's Paul Darling on Strickland to the inside of West Bend, though.
You're still watching my eyes.
You ever heard the saying, great things come in small packages? Well, it seems it's true for some of North America's greatest racetracks, too. Since 1957, Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut has hosted some of the best motorsport moments in some of the most influential racing series ever run. That legacy continues as we look back a few decades and maybe forwards a few, too, with GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. This is an event that celebrates modern tuning culture and the cars that shape the past, present, and the future. And we get to show some of the best grassroots racing in North America. Hi, everybody. Kyle Heyer, joined by Greg Kramer for the afternoon sessions here at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, a packed house here at Lime Rock Park here in Lakeville. And Greg, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup has put on a show the last 5 or 6 seasons here in GRIDLIFE, and man, has it put on some great shows so far this weekend as well.
Absolutely stunning racing, exactly what you would think from this championship. It is so well designed, and the drivers get out and deliver. And this weekend, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because all of the vehicles that are legendary. But you think about it, Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber is celebrated all year here, another North American racing legend. And then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in GRIDLIFE in the various categories here. Touring Cup coming up next.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GRIDLIFE and the title partner of NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And this 1.5 mile bull ring, it's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here with some of the cars we've seen this weekend. It's 1.5 miles, Greg, 7 corners, and it is a challenge. Although the layout looks simple, there's a lot of nuance to it.
A tremendous amount of nuance, and the key corner is that diving turn, the last one there, as you head down that front straight, now the Sam Posey straight. Best overtaking area, Big Bend, which combines turns 1 and 2, but it's directly connected into the lone left-hand turn, and then the right-hander that now leads on to what's called the Paul Newman straight. Then the climbing turn, it's very abrupt as you dive up that hill. Then there's a little flat lane, you run through West Bend, and it's wicked quick through there, and then you plummet very abruptly down through the diving turn. Massive compression on the bottom. You've got to get a good run out of there if you want to hope to make any kind of a pass. This track is great to drive, frustrating to race sometimes, and the diving turn is key to a pass. And how about, speaking of legends,
This event is all about celebrating the poster cars from the 1980s to now, and have a look at this beautiful BMW leading our field to the green here today. Of course, this is GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B, and of course the series, a single class of race cars balanced with power, weight, and tire. Of course, we race 4 times over the course of the weekend typically, but with our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. We're on race 3B. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but Dyno.
Yeah, just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules, and so that means a DQ, which put her back. At least she's on pole here in this B race, which gives her the opportunity, if she stays in that top 5, to get back into the A race for race 4. She'll be way in the back of that field, but still, she has been spectacular this weekend. She's really hit her stride. I think this is her coming-of-age career weekend, however you want to put it. We are seeing what Lena Chit is capable of here this weekend.
Yeah, and to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire. And when we mean by power, everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight. So if your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized. And we have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars, are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. And a couple times this weekend, we've seen that happen.
Yep.
And cars are getting moved back down in the order. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was significant, but rules are rules. It's black and white.
Absolutely. And, you have to enforce that type of rule. Sometimes you think, but it wasn't a big, advantage. No, but it's a rule. And you have to enforce those. That's just how it is. And Lena understands that. She was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little, but it's a rule. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000 that she just wheels so incredibly well. But a really stout field going with her here. I mean, Jason Wynn, Kevin Bandy, who had a great race earlier, Eric Jensen, who was involved in some contact in race 2A, is back in there as well. That car is very quick. So there's some players, and let's not forget we got Zach Lavoie and Kevin Zhu, who has been incredibly fast this week, and he was another who followed foul of the dyno at the end of race 1A. He fought his way up in race 2B up into this spot here. Remember, it's now finishing order from race 2 that determines where you start in race 3. Well, he drove up, he had a good finish, so he's going to be a guy looking to transfer up to get into that 4A race later on today.
And David Rudzinski and Thomas Moss make up 8th and 9th. Eddie Nakato in 10th, and Colton Wade. Colton Wade had an issue with the car. He will not be completing the weekend, unfortunately. Azim El-Azira in the 992 numbered car starts 12th. Tony Barber, Jeremy Zeitler, Thomas Lathrop, Jeff Wasilko make up the rest of your front 8 rows, Greg.
It's interesting when you watch the start of the previous B race. Barber was completely in the grass when Colton Wade's pole-sitting Corvette backed up a little bit, and Barber just said, I'm not lifting, I'm going for it. And here we go. Cars are coming down. Chin on the pole.
Here we go. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B from Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Time to go racing one more time this afternoon. Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park.
Look at Jensen. He used the power. That's a V8 that's been jammed into that car, and he used that torque to really make a nice start, move up a few spots, jumps into second. Zach Lavoie, good start as well, up into third.
Yeah, Jason Wynn was out of line there in that red and white FRS. He fell out of line. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
Yeah, that was a heck of a moment, and he just had to bail completely there. And Zhu taking advantage, just sweeping the outside. And is he going to be able to clear him? He does. So Zhu should be pretty well set as they make the run up the hill. But all of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already.
Yeah, and she has to run because Eric Jensen is going to be capable, I think, of running her back down. And not to mention Zach Lavoie and Kevin Zhu and even Brian Leonard with that chase pace 337.86. He's right in that mix.
Well, Zhu has been just flying this entire weekend. And one of the things he's doing, he was really upset that he ended up with that dyno issue. And he came up, he said the reason we think we have it figured out because it caught us by surprise. but he's one of the guys who has taken full advantage of the technology, if you will, of running a prominently right-hand class. He's got wedge in that car. He's made all kinds of suspension adjustments to get it to really turn into the right-handers. And, there's 6 of them here and only 1 left.
Big move there for Kevin Zhu. On the outside is Zach Lavoie at the right-hander, leading onto the Paul Newman straight, so he moves up to 3rd place. But how fast he was yesterday, despite the penalty that he had from the dyno disqualification, he's got pace, and he's already caught Eric Jensen.
Yeah, he's right there, and you can see as they come through this really, really quick turn here, working their way through at this stage. You can see the cars, they push on entry a little bit, and then sometimes you'll get a little oversteer on the exit. It's a real balancing act up there, and then it's that plummet down the diving turn, and Zhu looks to the inside.
Here he comes, and this is a big lunge here for the Honda Civic, and he's going to get right past Eric Jensen. Can he outbrake him? Look at the background, Brian Leonard on Zach Lavoie, so 2nd and 4th changing hands here as Leonard charges through and squeezes past the number 42 is Zach Lavoie.
Yeah, one of the things you can see there, as well as Zhu making the move on Jensen. Big rotation for Zhu at the back there, but Jensen left him, almost 2 car widths, including Zhu's, going into 1, and that's just a little bit too much, and Zhu able to easily take advantage of that. And so that's going to be something that Jensen will be thinking about here in the future. Up the hill we go. The margin right now, almost 3 seconds. While all that dueling's been going on, Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. The question is, what happens now that Zhu's up in a 2nd?
FRS versus FRS for 3rd and 4th at the moment. Jensen's got an LS under the hood of that FRS, and Brian Leonard has a Honda K24, so neither of those cars are running the native engine of that chassis as Lena Chin leads the way, but for how long? These are long races here, and she's got to hold back a quick Kevin Zhu.
Yeah, and she just turned a 59.8, so best lap of the race right now. And the thing is, you've got to, when you're on a track like this with predominantly right-handers, you've got to take care. She's in a rear drive car. You've got to take care of that left rear a little bit, and that's going to be her mission now. She's got the margin, and she might just want to soft pedal it a little bit, just make sure that right rear has some life in it. You can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Through West Bend here. I was watching Brian Leonard in that 37. He was clobbering the West Bend curb to try to get rotation in that car. And Greg, that tells me that he might be struggling with some understeer there. If you're up on top of that curb, you're trying to induce oversteer just to get the thing to rotate, but he is on the heels of Eric Jensen on the front straightaway.
Yeah, he's really pressuring, and that's one of the things you can do, like you said, with a front-wheel drive car if you've got push, is you turn in and you just make sure the front misses the curb and the back catches it, and that'll just kick that back out just a little bit. And that's actually not a front drive car, is it?
Nope.
That's the side, but it still works. If you've got that push, just miss the curb with the front tires, tap it with the back, it'll skip the back end around, and then you just straighten the wheel out and go. Man, he is attacking on Jensen right now.
He is, but watch the torque from the V8 extend that gap just a few feet. It's a great defensive measure to have some torque under the hood there for Jensen, but I don't know that he's quicker than Brian Leonard right now. And into the uphill. This is where Brian's car into West Bend has struggled a little, but he's going to pop out of line here, Greg. Side by side into West Bend.
He just wants that overlap, uses that curb to perfection. Jensen again giving him plenty of room, and Leonard is through.
Maybe he saw the writing on the wall there and made that easier than he would have had to, but also keeping an eye on the battle behind them as Leonard goes defensive on the front stretch. Thomas Moss and Jason Wynn, another FRS, by the way, the red and white car here, as they run side by side towards the first corner, almost side by side.
Good scrap with those, and that BMW right in the mix as well. Boy, that's a late lunge down to the inside.
Thomas Moss left space.
Yeah, lots of space.
And Wynn will take advantage of it, and through he goes, and Eddie Nikado smells blood in the water here.
Yeah, ooh, and right there you can see drop those tires just a little bit, and Nakata will be looking at that going, all right, he's really on a knife's edge here. Just keep heaping the pressure on, see if we can get another little mistake and I can sneak through. You know, that's part of the racing game. It's not just always, being outright fast. Sometimes it's just hustle the driver in front of you into that little error that lets you sneak through. That's all part of the game. And Zhu, as we suspected, got clear of everybody, resets fast lap at a 58.9, so he is up on it a bit here now.
And there's lots of time left in this race and some lap traffic that Lena Chin has begun to dispatch. So Kevin Zhu, let's see how much ground he makes up. Still 3.5 back, but it's not out of it yet. And Brian Leonard and Jensen both running quickest laps of the race.
Yeah, it's interesting. And of course, while they were dueling, that allowed Zoo to build up about a 3-second margin back to those guys. So he doesn't have to worry about anybody behind him. And as the old saying goes, he can tilt those mirrors down and just get after trying to catch that group up front.
Kevin Bandy and Zach Lavoie nose to tail here. This is for 5th place. We did some content on Kevin Bandy at Carolina Motorsports Park, all about his first experience racing in GLTC and just pushing, getting the confidence to move forward and stay flat through the kink there. But he's going to have the confidence to go flat alongside Zach Lavoie, because that fight's about to brew.
Well, he's proven to be a pretty quick study, hasn't he? He really has adapted well here. And that number 120, we've seen that a couple of times. That's Cindy Picot, and she's a newbie to this championship. And, when you haven't done any driving in this category before, there's some awfully fast drivers here. And she's just sort of finding her way right now. And one thing she's done incredibly well is when she's in a spot where you shouldn't try and help somebody passing you, she drives her line. When she can get out of the way a little bit, she's been brilliant at that. And that's part of the game, too.
And this is a small racetrack, so we've had to deal with a lot more lap traffic, more today than we have all season prior to this. And that you would have laughed at me if I said we'd have lap traffic at Road America, because the track's so big and the races are so short. So it's something we don't deal with a lot in GLTC. But the drivers have been doing a very nice job. I noticed Zoo lost some time to Chin last lap, contending with that traffic, but give Zoo a few laps to stitch them together.
That's going to be the key, is, as the old saying goes, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And you can plan for it, but sometimes it's just random luck when you catch it. And that purple ASM car right there, that is not the normal ride that Zach Lavoie gives. But, man, he's been giving it a ride here, even though it's probably not the best car as it's set up right now for GLTC.
Kevin Zoo, fastest lap of the race. Leonard and Jensen both picked up. Lavoie on defense. Here comes Bandy to the outside on the brakes. Very different builds between these cars. Little wiggle for Bandy into the Big Bend corner.
Just trying to run that little wider line. Sometimes you can do that and actually carry a little bit more speed as long as you know that there's some grip out there. Remember, that Big Bend, everybody thinks of it as like a long hairpin. It's more than 180. It's about 200 degrees because it comes back. And so right as you think, okay, it should be opening up, it doesn't. And if you've turned in early to that second part, you're in trouble at the exit.
A lot of these corners, you're sort of cheated into turning early sometimes. You don't need to do it, you don't want to do it, but the corners are in such a way that you feel like you should turn in, but you have to wait and be patient for it, because the compression and how much the weight of the car changes as you come over these crests and down into the downhill corners. There's so much dynamicism in the way the car is settling into the pavement. It changes your trajectory even without changing your steering.
Yeah, it does. And that diving turn, if you turn in too early as you come down that, you're in a heap of trouble at the exit. At the very best, you're going to be really slow because you had to get out of it so much, and at worst you're just going to go straight off. So that's one where, like you said, every instinct is saying, oh my god, that wall turned, and you just got to wait now and use that compression to help you launch around that corner.
Well, Kevin Bandy had his crosshairs trained on the back of Zach Lavoie, but now Jason Wynn has crosshairs trained on him, so it's kind of dog eat dog here, isn't it? And look at this into turn one. This is a mess.
That is great. Wow, I'll tell you what, everybody negotiated that just beautifully, but for a minute there, it looked like it could have really been trouble.
Yeah, one of those cars is Nick Fuller in the 25. Jose Santa Cruz is in this mix as well. And Wasilko is out there as well in that MX-5, the 08. And Patrick Huxley in the 179 right behind. They were in a scrum of their own back there, and that's a battle for roughly 18th, 19th place in the B race. This is deep in the 60-car field.
And it's fierce. It is absolutely fierce, and that's one of the things we love. Look at this here. Has Bandy feeling the pressure. He's basically in an ASM sandwich, and that's never comfortable.
No, it's not. And, man, Jason Wynn committed big time in the brakes, but not enough. And look at Bandy. You're all over Lavoie now again.
And you see, he just overcharged that entry just a little bit, and then he had to get out of it. And we've talked about this ad nauseum here, but it's so true. It's such a momentum track that if you have something like that happen where you've got to breathe out of the throttle mid-corner, you just lose that head of steam, and it can take you a while to get it back up. He did. Ooh, see the wiggle there? He did a nice job of it not being overly costly, but you can see how hard they're pushing that uphill. Man, it's so abrupt when it flattens out. If you don't have that car straightened out, you get those little wiggles, and they get your heart rate pumping.
Sure will. 3.3 seconds between the two leaders. And again, Lavoie takes the middle of the road. That's defense. You're allowed to do that. You just can't move in reaction to the trailing car. And Bandy again, wide berth into turn 1, but that's leaving him vulnerable to Jason Wynn. And if Jason's able to get overlap, he'll have a run past Bandy, I feel, into Big Bend, but he's got to get to the quarter panel of that MX-5.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's got to get a little bit better run on that downhill so that when Bandy goes out, he can just go straight to the apex underneath it. But there is a rule. You can, overlap that has been, attained, I guess, reasonably, you have to honor. But if you're coming from so far back that nobody would ever expect you to be making the move, then that's on you. And so you've got to judge those things just a little bit. And right now, Wynn has been doing a nice job because he looks at it and goes, I'm just a little too far back. I can't legitimately say that was a makeable pass, and he's not trying to force the issue. And lots of credit there. And look at this here. This Jensen trying to go back after Leonard here.
He's only got a lap to do it. White flag is out. This will be the final time around Lime Rock Park for race 3B. And Brian Leonard has his mirrors full of Eric Jensen once more. These two battled earlier. They will continue to on the final lap of this race.
I'll tell you what, right now, the difference between Zoo's fast lap and Chin's fast lap, literally a tenth of a second. They are so close. And Lena has done a brilliant job, like I said, protecting that left rear. And whenever Zoo throws in a time, Lena's able to match it, even improved it by a tenth on this lap.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
And she had a drive last year where she came from deep in the B field after a mechanical issue and came to the front and won it. And so, she's adept at putting on great shows in the B field, but she's proven this weekend that the A field and the sharp end of it is right where she belongs. But look at this scrap. These guys still going after it fiercely, too.
Yeah, Lavoie Bandy wins 5th, 6th, 7th, but you're right. That little scrap, that's Jose Santa Cruz and that old Integra, and he's still battling at the stripe. It was tight between Moss and Mikado. That was 0.03 of a second between those two.
So close.
Gosh. Tony Barber grabs 10th over Zeitler by a 10th of a second. Man.
Everywhere through the field, this has been really snug. You get those gaps between the clumps of cars, but then these battles have just been fierce. Here they come down the hill. And I'll tell you what, that is an opportunity here for Santa Cruz. He got a really good run on the downhill. Is he going to get him? It's that close. No! Just missed it. How close was that? That was phenomenal. Santa Cruz, that was for 17th.
And the difference was less than 0.2 of a second. Unbelievable. And Lena Chin wins GLTC Race 3B and did it with a comfortable margin, although had Zoo been up there with her the whole time, it might have been even closer than that. Brian Leonard, Eric Jensen, Zach Lavoie, your top 5. And Lavoie did a nice job on defense, didn't make mistakes with Bandy and Wynn right behind him.
Yeah, that was a really close race, and everybody just drove really, really well there. And Zach showing he's starting to really get the feel for that BMW.
Yeah, it looks some newcomers to the series. Jeff Wasilko, a top 20 in this one. Nick Fuller, I don't think is only his 3rd or 4th event up inside the top 20. And I saw Chris Schooler in the number 39 come down pit lane, so he might have had an issue that took him out of the race. But that was a fun one. And we're not done just yet, but let's have a look at the highlights from Race 3B. And to start, look at Kevin Zhu in the grass trying to go 4 wide.
Yeah, he knew he had an opportunity here and wanted to get up to the front. He was going to push it right there. You can see he just kept it really tight, didn't he? Picked up that spot on Bandy and then went right by Leonard.
And side by side into one here, Zach Lavoie and Kevin Zhu. This is where Zhu got around Lavoie. And then it got around Jensen in the 184, moved his way into 2nd. And then Brian Leonard started to hunt down Jensen. And this was the pass into West Bend. Nice, clean, fair racing as Leonard jumped the curb at West Bend.
Yeah, he really ate some of that curb, but the car was up for it, worked. He really has that car set up nicely and was able to sneak through. And then a little bit farther back in the pack here, that little off for just a second was really costly to Moss.
Thomas Lathrop slipping and sliding back behind the 205 car. Then Lena Chin picks up a Race 3B win and will advance into the Race 4A group here in a little while. A couple hundreds between Eddie Nakano and Thomas Moss. That was a fun fight. Same for Zeitler and Tony Barber. But race 3B is done. Race 3A is up next in just a minute.
Yeah, they're queuing up here and getting ready to head out. And this is the one now that's going to have some pretty substantial championship points implications. Our leader comfortably at this stage in the points, Luke McGrew, not here. And the next three in line would all have the opportunity here to really close the points up, because there are drops allowed, right? Yep. And the way it's factored, McGrew's been getting rid of 4th and 5th. These guys are now going to be able to dump 20th and 30th where they've had a bad race, and it's going to close that up. Unfortunately for Eric Till, who probably was the guy who had the best shot at really making a big gain, he has had just a weekend filled with mechanical dramas.
Yeah, I think for Houghton and Rosenberg, they're really taking this by the horns here. They each have a victory so far, and they each have a second, so that's really good points so far. And, we thought Eric Till might be the favorite this weekend, but between Rosenberg and Houghton, it's going to be tough to beat those two. What I like about Rosenberg and Houghton is how aggressive they were on the opening lap. They were fair and clean, but they took advantage. In both of the races that they won, they each got the lead in the first three corners.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can get to the front, remember we talked about how difficult this track is to pass on. If you can get to the front, especially if you have a car that's a little wide and it has a little bit of extra grunt, might not be as quick in the corners, but once you come through the diving turn, you can scoot away. Once you get onto the Newman Straight, you just scoot away just that little bit. And, and then when you get in traffic, any race car driver's best friend in traffic is a little extra horsepower. And that's going to come to play in this one as well. And, both of those guys, pretty astute. Houghton's been doing this a long time, but, you think about how quickly Matan Rosenberg has come to the very top of one of the most competitive championships in North America.
I mean, he came into GLTC at 17 years old in an MX-5 last year, moved into the Corvette, and since then has really been putting on a show. This year, completely tore the car apart in the offseason, put a new roll cage in it to be more comfortable, had to switch the motor out after Road America, but he has found his comfort zone with this car. And he's absolutely a championship favorite. We talked about Eric Till coming in second in the championship standings. Yeah, by 1 point over Matan Rosenberg. Houghton had 20 more to make up on that. But James, this has been a good weekend for him. And last year, here at this racetrack, he had an opportunity to go into WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, hunting down Jeremy Swenson for the championship. And it was race 4 that it all unraveled and took him out of the title fight. So he's got to remember that if you let it slip now, there's not a lot of time to recover.
And I'll tell you what, Tony Marchev has been really impressive. He's a guy who could come up and he'll start third here. Ronnie Vidoc he had a great drive in race 2A and came way up here, and that really has resulted. And then to me, the guy who if he can really put it together, Paul Darling, he showed immense speed in qualifying and in race 1A, and then had that mechanical issue. If they get that solved, that's a car that's got potential.
I don't know how the racing gods work, but I think Paul Darling's owed one.
Yeah,
with how well he
agree.
did in race 1 of the weekend. He was running in second and catching James Houghton before he had that problem, as you pointed out. So he'll roll off 5th here alongside Nicholas Barbato, but Darling was fast. So if he can clear some of these other cars early, like Tony Marchev, like Ronnie Vidoc, my favorite is on that 55.
Absolutely. I think he's got all the potential. And when I talked to him after that first race yesterday, one of the things I said, it looked to me like if you wouldn't have had the problem, you had a car to win. And he looked at me and kind of winced to it. I think so too. So I think you're right. He's owed one.
Looking back at row 4, it's Emil Tab and Jake Price. Those two drivers are working together here this weekend. They came together on the same trailer. So Emil Tab 7th, Jake Price 8th, Matt Waldbaum and Eric Meadows roll off 9th and 10th, Greg.
Starting 11th to 72 is Scott Heckert. Starting 12th to 7:15 is Salil Shukla. 13th to 28 of Peter Zhang. 14th to 52 of Matt Corrins. 15th to 159 of Josh Rubenstein. And in the 16th spot, the 86 of Jackie Ding.
That car might not be totally the best car ever for GLTC, but at this racetrack, it's not so bad. We'll keep an eye on that 86 as he moves forward in the Eibach A86 Corolla. Donald Louie starts 17th alongside Sam Scott. Andy Smedegard and Scott Robertson are 19th and 20th with Eric Thompson and Michael Pagano, Greg, in row 11.
Really, really impressive stuff. Then starting in the 23rd spot, the 77 of Hans Hopedal. Starting 24th, the 204 of Leland Wambold. And in the 25th spot, the 82 of Eric Cattell. If he can make it out, I hope he does.
He is.
There he is. That's great to see. He'll be fun to watch through the pack starting 26th. Be the 241 of Tyler Pappas, and then the 27th will be the 330 of Eric Magnuson right there. And it was he and Jensen that had that little bit of a coming together. And so both of them stalled for a minute, and that's why he's way back.
Yeah, I talked to them, and they're all good. They were just racing really close and just kind of got crossed up and tangled together. They're paddocked right next to each other, so I guess they better have sorted it out. But they're all good. It's just a tough situation for them, and Magnuson will start at the tail of the field. I imagine that despite them being all right with it, I would imagine that was probably a disqualification for the contact. We were told at the beginning of the weekend that there's going to be harsher and harsher penalties for contact. This is a non-contact sport here in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Bodywork's no fun, and so it's highly incentivized not to make someone have to do it.
All right, we saw Matan Rosenberg make that move into the lead in race 2A from the outside. Houghton, when he won, he went from the inside on pole. What are we going to see down into Big Bend? This is going to be a dice roll, I think.
Aggression. We've seen it so far.
Exactly.
We'll see it again. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3A at Lime Rock Park, one of the most historic courses in North America, hosts GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Green flag, and we're underway again at Lime Rock Park.
Houghton, a little bit of a nose ahead here, but Matan really good at going right to the apex, and he pins it down there. He's got the inside. Oh, is that a little touch, or was that Matan catching that inside curb again?
Very dicey, but Houghton's going to pull through into turn 3. That was a critical pass there, Greg. And look at Vidoc on Tony Marchev. Tight quarters there for third.
Beautiful move there. That was great. And then the number 49 of Nicholas Barbado. I think he's sort of the dark horse here. He's shown some real speed. He knows this track.
Side by side onto the Paul Newman straight. Everyone's sorting it out. Paul Darling and Barbado door to door. So are Jake Price and Emil Tabb through the uphill for the first time. And cresting the hill, Vidoc closing in here on Rosenberg for second.
Yeah, and I think Scott Heckert made up maybe 4th spot. There he is. He's dueling for 8th, and he started in the 11th spot. Great opening half a lap for Scott Heckert.
Ooh, Heckert's door to door with Tabb through the downhill corner. That's tight and dicey. Here comes Rosenberg, though. A big run on James Houghton. He's not quite on his quarter panel there, but he might into turn 1 here.
It's going to be a braking duel, and again, Rosenberg, he has no qualms. I just love it how he straight lines to the apex and gets that little bit of overlap, and Houghton then has to give him that little bit of room. But it always gives Houghton right here. Although, look at this, Matan, he's got some overlap. He may make this one work into the right-hander. Nope, not enough.
Not quite, but he is pushing, and Vidoc is right there. But Rosenberg and Houghton could be in the championship fight when they leave here at Lime Rock Park. But Ronnie Vidoc and Tony Marchev battling. Eric Cattell, the disaster weekend continues. He's on pit lane with more problems.
It was one of the saddest things we've seen in that previous race where he just made the turn straight into the paddock after a couple of laps. And I'll tell you what, that moment when Rosenberg tried on Houghton and they were heading into that right-hander and he had to check up just for a minute, Vidoc went from about 2 car lengths back right to his bumper, but you can see we were talking about that little bit of extra power in that Corvette allowed him to clear it. Marchev now coming after Vidoc again.
Yeah, side by side for first and for third. Houghton didn't defend this. I think he wants driver's left for turn 3. He feels that's where he has an advantage on the 484, and Rosenberg's not able to pull alongside him in Big Bend.
Oh, Vidoc had a big flat slide midway through Big Bend. Held on to it, but for a second it looked like Marchev might be able to come up underneath, and Darling has solidified his hold on that 5th spot, and in doing so has set fast lap of the race.
I'll tell you what, if Darling can get by Marchev, he is squarely in this fight. And while Rosenberg and Houghton duel with each other, they could be unaware of the sharp that lingers in P5.
Exactly. And Heckert sitting in 8th now. And we know he's got a skill set to be wary of. And look at that Matan, not even using all the road through West Bend and sticking right with Houghton. He's got that Corvette is really well sorted at this stage.
And they will be side by side on the front. No, they're not. So Rosenberg tucked back in. He had a run and then sat on it. Here comes Vidoc and Marchev to the inside, and he's going to have a lunge here into turn 1, Greg.
Oh, it's really, really tight, and he had to pinch that entry a little bit. And that just cost him that little bit of momentum that we talk about so much here. Top 5 still covered by the proverbial blanket. And then right behind them, you got Barbado, Price, Heckert. They're in a great race of their own with Waldbaum. And there's Waldbaum. You can see him just a little bit behind them is Emil Tabb. And man, are we seeing these cars moving.
Yeah, Waldbaum is just fighting that car. Lots of steering input left and right through the right-hander heading towards the Paul Newman straight. But Houghton gained some ground on Rosenberg this lap. This is a good moment for him just to establish some distance and protection here.
Yeah, he's given it some serious welly at this stage, and Darling has dropped off a little bit of Marchev. But look how close this front 10, 15 cars are. Here's Jackie giving it a little fling around the corners there.
Donald Lewis slammed the curb at West Bend, and that'll leave him vulnerable to Eric Magnuson in right behind him as Vidoc on driver's right defends from Tony Marchev.
Yeah, Marchev is really getting through the diving turn well, and Price is really having a stout race coming after Barbado and got him.
Scott Heckert now on the heels of the 49 of Barbado. He's going to try the outside look here. If he can keep the overlap, we'll have the right side for turn 4, but he was not able to get there, and now looks like Waldbaum's going to try to squeeze up the outside onto the Paul Newman straight.
You know what? I don't think Matt has been really happy with that car all weekend long. You look at how Lena's going in a very similar car. It's got to be frustrating for him, and I just think it's he just doesn't quite have the pace. And wow, deep in the pack, we got a guy that's flying.
Sam Scott has the best lap of the race in 17th. There's Eric Cattell back on course, and man, it's not been the best weekend for Eric, but he can treat this like a testing session. Get the car running well, try to get something in race 4. He's going to have to do a lot of work in that 4th race, but at Road America he did and finished 6th, so who knows?
He can do it. I mean, he's that caliber of driver, and if he just gets that car working, you can see Matan now, that Corvette starting to move a little bit, that back end swinging around a bit, and all of that defending that Vidoc has had to be doing on Marchev, one has allowed Darling to come right back up to them, but it's created a little gap between Rosenberg in 2nd and Vidoc in 3rd. Not much, but it's there.
Front drive car leading and a front drive car 3rd. Honda, Chevrolet, Honda, BMW, your top 5 at the moment. And into West Bend. Rosenberg's keeping Houghton honest, but he has grown a gap. Now Scott Heckert's on defense here from Waldbaum and Emil Tabb. And then look at Shukla, Eric Meadows, and the 52 of Matt Corrins packed in a fight there just outside the top 10.
Ooh, big rotation. I wasn't sure who that was, but got that car all crossed up. Right there, that middle car coming down the hill, just working really hard. And then behind them, you can see Magnuson in that gold BMW, who's just been fighting overheating issues. There's Matt Corrins, really aggressive move down to the inside of Meadows.
And that's Hans Horpenal in the 77 that he's alongside now is Peter Zhang in the 28 Turn-In Concepts cars right behind him. Look at Sam Scott. He was the fastest car on the racetrack, and he's trying to find a place to show it as Ding and Andy Smedegaard battle for position.
Well, I'll tell you, yeah, Scott, he put on a clinic in one of the B races and really showed that he's got some pace, and now fast lap in the A race says a lot about the speed this guy's got. And you just have to get him a little bit closer up to the front here right now. But this is a good scrap here. 8th spot.
Lee Wombolt down pit lane.
That's a shame.
It's a 204 car. And he was running as of last lap, so this is a new issue, but he's going to pull into the paddock and closing back up for the lead here, 0.2 of a second. Rosenberg's right on Houghton, but now they've separated themselves sort of into their own zip code now as Barbado and Heckert run their best laps deep in this race.
Yeah, they really have been impressive, and that's like I said, you've got to just keep a little tire because it is difficult here. But the one thing I'm noticing that Houghton is doing really well, although Rosenberg's sticking right with him, with that front drive car, you watch Houghton's lines, and he arcs in a little bit more and then sort of diamonds the corner to get those front wheels, get steering input out of those wheels before he goes to throttle. One, it gives him better launch, and 2, it really preserves those fronts, and he's doing a really, really good job of that.
Sam Scott, Matt Corrins are nose to tail. We saw Eric Meadows. Whoa, Corrins is wide at the uphill, and through goes Scott, through goes Zhang. One mistake and 2 spots lost.
Yep, just got into that uphill a little bit wide. Now he's going to try and counterpunch here and come right back after him again.
Into the downhill, right behind Zhang. You can get a little slipstream here. These cars don't draft all that well, but it depends a lot on who's ahead of you and what your car has under the hood. And for the lead, look at Rosenberg. Big slide as he tries to chase James Houghton for the top spot at Circuit Legends. Game on.
Well, one thing I like to say with this overlap rule, you have to make it possible. You don't have to make it easy. And what I was talking about there about with Jensen when he left so much room, well, that didn't impinge the guy on the inside at all. There, Rosenberg went for the move. Houghton gave him just enough room, but pinched Rosenberg, which tightens his radius. Pretty soon that left rear gave up. That's what I'm talking about. Give him the space, but make it difficult. That's part of the game. And James driving a brilliant race right now. Matan is just in full attack.
Something we haven't seen James do at all is drive defensively on the front straightaway. He's leaving this door wide open, and I wonder if it's because that Acura TSX likes turn 3 and the left-hander pulling back ahead. But Rosenberg continues to just throw cannonballs at these walls that James Houghton's trying to put up.
Yeah, and you see, Houghton he has no qualms about running that wide arc, because then he squares up. And his car, that K2 car, has got a lot of good power, and it puts it down well as long as he's in a straight line. And he's driving some superb lines here.
I think all Rosenberg has to do is keep overlap at the left-hander.
Well, but Rosenberg now has got to watch for Ronnie Vidoc, because those attacks that he's put on Houghton has brought Ronnie right back into it here.
They don't have any time to fool around at this stage. And Jake Price running almost inside the top 5. He's right there. Matt Waldbaum a little wide, and Emil Tabb goes side by side through West Bend.
Wow, that was close, but he held on to it here. And now down through that diving turn, somebody dropping a left rear there pretty aggressively. Wonder if that was Heckert.
And across the stripe here, Tabb. Will he look to driver's right of Waldbaum? Yes, he will. And here's, again, this is for Rosenberg. How frustrating is this? You're right here, Greg, but you can't find a crack in the defense here to attack on James Houghton, except for a spot where James is just better than him right now.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Waldbaum now going to take a run at Emil again. And Emil has does he? Yep, he's going to have position. You look at him working the wheel. That tells you they are so on the limit. These cars are just dancing out there. And
this is Emil's first time at Lime Rock Park this weekend. He's been a race car driver for a very long time and has never been here before. And he's getting a lot of experience. Whoa! Waldbaum almost in the Armco at the uphill.
Boy, he is pushing for everything because he sees how much movement Emil's car is having out there right now. And he knows if I can just keep the pressure on, I can maybe get him to slide enough. Once again, down into the turn.
White flag.
White flag, and this is it.
Rosenberg's there alongside James Houghton for the top spot through Big Bend, side by side. A big slide through turn 2.
And that's what I'm talking about. Houghton gave him space, but gave him absolutely no more than necessary. And Rosenberg had to keep tightening the wheel, and eventually that left rear just gives up. And that back end swings around.
Here comes Vidoc.
Here comes Vidoc in the dirt.
Passing the grass, why not? Door to door, up Paul Newman straight into the uphill. Who's going to give? Nobody.
Vidoc still maybe has an opportunity here. Well, no, a little bit more power. And Matan gave him a little room in case he was there and almost runs off of the exit of West Bend.
What a great battle. What a great race. James Houghton has only won 2 races in the last year. How about a third? Across the stripe, checkered flag. James Houghton wins GLTC Race 3A over Rosenberg and Vidoc, top 3. What a battle.
Wow, his second win of the event. Houghton doing exactly what he wants to do in terms of the championship. Marchev, another impressive finish. And then look at this battle coming to the line. I mean, we've got great battles everywhere. Oh, what a fun race.
Zhang and Scott, less than 1/10 of a second between those two at the stripe. Jackie Ding and Pagano right under the camera shot here. That was a fun one, Greg, wasn't it?
Oh, it was incredible. I mean, these guys were never separated by anything, really. And, again, you got to give it up to Scott. That was a 58.6 he ran for fast lap of the race. That's just remarkable. And, yes, Jackie Ding was slinging it, no question. There he is. Again, that car in this top group, Jackie is an incredibly talented driver. The car is not up to his skill level, but the fun factor of it is what he's here for, and he loves driving that car. But, yeah, I'll tell you what, that constant attack by Rosenberg and Vidoc just laying back there and going, I've got an opportunity here, and giving him everything he could. But again, massive kudos, I think, to Houghton. Just the way he was driving, the lines he was using, and then how he would just pinch. Never shut the door, but pinch a Matan and get him to have to tighten that wheel up a little bit. That was just brilliant stuff.
Great stuff. And James Houghton is putting himself in conversation
Yes,
for
he
that
is.
season title. The more finishes he knocks off the bad record and the more ones he adds to the good one, it's going to put him in a great spot heading into our next few rounds. But Hans Horpedal 13, Peter Zeng 14, Sam Scott best lap of the race, P15. And of course we saw Eric Catil 27th, still trying to diagnose that issue. I know he'll be frustrated, Greg, but sometimes it's just not your weekend, and it just doesn't seem to be for the 82.
No, and he got back out, and like you said, just was driving around trying to figure out a solution here so we can at least have some fun in this fourth race. But man, this one was just absolutely action-packed from the off.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was these two, James Houghton muscling around Matan Rosenberg early, and this is the case. All three races so far in the A race, he had to get the lead in the opening few corners, but it wasn't over by that point. Rosenberg still had overlap a lap later. Nick Barbato and Jake Price got to race each other quite a ways, but it was just gloves off racing inside the top 10.
Oh, it was fantastic. And Scott Heckert went from I think it was 11th to 8th in that opening lap there in that yellow Corvette just going out of stream. And then this battle behind that group was just as fierce.
Yeah, Matt Corrins dropping a spot behind Peter Zeng, trying to recover after a slip. Rosenberg hanging that thing out like it's going to be in the drift session later, just absolutely eating the rear tires. And then Tab and Waldbaum, they race each other as they did earlier.
Look at the cockpit. Look at how much you can see Emil Tab working the wheel, that car just dancing, and then Waldbaum pushing for everything on the uphill, almost having it off there. Wow.
And then this was Rosenberg's opportunity, a huge slide there, but he needed to have overlap into turn 3 and keep alongside him for turn 4, but it wasn't to be today for the Rosenberg car this race, and James Houghton wins his third of the season and second this weekend, Greg. What a battle that was, and there's still another GLTC race later this afternoon.
I love this double format, man. Double the fun for GLTC. And I'll tell you what, for Rosenberg, a win in 2 seconds, he's not doing himself any harm in that potential points battle as well. And, he was absolutely relentless out there, and that second place, not getting into first, was certainly not for a lack of effort by Matan Rosenberg. He gave it everything.
That was a lot of fun, but more fun upcoming. Grid Life Drift is up next. We'll see you back in a few.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
How'd I do?
Great if you're not looking at the clock.
Sure you got that? I had to be faster than that, right? 100% NOS, zero sugar coat. New NOS, zero sugar. Get after it.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.
And Grid Life Circuit Legends is a celebration of all things four-wheeled and fast from the 1980s to now, celebrating car culture and automotive tuning history. And it's a great weekend with lots going on in the paddock and on the racetrack at one of the most famous racetracks in North America. We're here at Lime Rock Park at Grid Life Circuit Legends, the third iteration after coming back here in 2022 and starting what could be a tradition for many years to come. And with so much going on and so many people trackside in the campgrounds, it has been an electric atmosphere with the arcade, with the Legends Concourse at the top of the hill, drivers joining us from all over the country. What a weekend it's been so far. And Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst. Owen, you've seen it, you built it. I mean, what an unbelievable event.
Yeah, seriously. I love Lime Rock Park, and by extension, I love Circuit Legends. It's such a beautiful event. We always bring such a good atmosphere, such a good time, and right now we got Drift Up. You know, we got Kaufman out there being chased by Larry Chen in a brand new GR Corolla that was basically kind of like, you know, yeah, here you go, man. You can use this for the time being.
Why not? With yesterday, we were talking about that big old American muscle that we saw drifting. It's a Plymouth Satellite, is what we were told. I knew it was something that other than what we said, and thankfully someone corrected us yesterday. Looks like Instagrant's out there shredding again.
Yeah, I asked him, Grant a little bit about his BMW Z36, and I was like, and it's literally the exact ethos of what we were talking about yesterday, how Grant's just out here just to have fun. He's like, yeah, man, it's just a LS with cams. That's about it. And then just the other like angle kit suspension stuff. So truly, Grant and all of our other drivers just want to be out here having fun, sliding about.
Well, I think simple's the key, right? The less you're wrenching on your car, it's kind of our Sunday Cup time attack format. The less you have to do to the car, the more track time you'll get. And for a guy like Grant who's got so much going on in the paddock, all you want to do is just go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you want to be able to make sure that,
22-inch rims in the rear.
Yep. And in the front, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really neat. I was talking to Nate Brown about it this morning. He was excited to have it here. And it was a partnership with a shop that they were so much a fan of FCP Euro and everything that they do in the European car parts industry that they're like, hey, we want to just do this with you. And they built this unbelievable first-gen Cayenne, and it's been a blast to watch it this weekend.
Yeah, it's such a cool car. I was able to get a chance to speak with the builder of the car, and he obviously just was like, yeah, I didn't want something. I wanted something unorthodox. I wanted an SUV because I also wanted to kind of be comfortable. And it has a full speaker system set up. It has 4 speakers in the front doors and a full subwoofer all the way down the middle. Like, it is the strangest drift car I've ever seen in my life.
Matt Kaufman showing up again, and he's been at a bunch of our GRIDLIFE festivals and puts on the biggest show with the biggest sends and keeps it so clean all the time. What a pleasure it is to have him joining us here. I remember back at Road America drifting the carousel at 100+ miles an hour, and Laguna Seca, that viral video that ended up on ESPN of all places. Just huge commitment.
Seriously, he's always going to bring the clouds.
What a great shot. Wow. Onto the Paul Newman straight. And, this weekend, as we watch some more cars get launched there by Nick, our drift lead here, it's, this event is all about motorsports tuning culture, and we spoke yesterday about how drift is sort of the apex of modern tuning culture and the limits that you'll take a car to make it your own, and how many chassis here that are the same as the one next to them in the paddock, but they're completely different ways of getting to the same place.
Yeah, without a doubt. So it's as if it's only like you just need rear-wheel drive, and you need to show up. You don't even need an angle kit. You don't even need nothing. You're ready to rock.
Through Big Bend. Man, this sequence of racetrack is so well set up for drifting. You can just link this whole thing. And if you had big commitment and you didn't care about making your tires last more than a session, you would just link the whole thing, wouldn't you?
Seriously, Kyle, I've always this is a pipe dream, but I think it'd be sick if we did it in counterclockwise. Oh, Pickle Rick.
Pickle Rick on track, T-Pain behind the wheel.
Grammy Award winner and multi-time nominee. Now drifter, T-Pain.
Yeah, the story behind this car runs pretty deep, but it's so cool to see it on track. It debuted with us back at Road America at Summer Apex Fest a couple of months ago. It's great to have T-Pain here, and I think he really enjoys just being in the paddock, being in the community, and being around his people and our people and all the people that make up this event. And what a joy it is to have him here with us.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think that's one of the things that makes it so inviting and great is that, he's certainly not swamped, and all the other people who are very well known in our paddock, they're never really swamped. They're like, oh my God, oh my gosh. People are always giving their time. We're always very respectful with people around here. It's a great time to see it.
Yeah, and he's just, no pressure. Just show up and have fun, and that's what it's all about.
Totally. Yeah, there's never any pressure like, oh, you need to do this. You got to perform now,
Justin Pollock's on track in the Falcon Mustang. Now, I was told yesterday that the Jimmy Oakes car was being driven by Squid from Australia, piloting Jimmy's E36.
Oh, and because then Jimmy was in the S13, I believe. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, so Squid joining us here this weekend. That's fun. Fun time here. Is that Pete Collins getting after it in the ASM M3, I think? That just ripped through turn 3.
Yeah, you certainly heard it.
Yeah, sure did. Instagrant coming back around to the start-finish.
Looks like we got, yep, T-Pain and Hurt are going again. Oh, never mind.
I just can't believe there's enough rubber on these rims to even make smoke.
Right?
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
I didn't know you could drift the downhill. And that's at West Bend, and that BMW wagon's leaving some parts and pieces in different zip codes.
You know, it's all good. You leave it. You want it there. That's where you wanted it, actually. He's going to come back and get it.
Yeah, just was getting a new one.
Yeah.
It's the bumper relocation department over there at West Bend.
Yep, that's what I've heard. That is what I have heard.
Instagrant, back at it again. There it is. We'll add to it.
Yeah.
The stock and inventory is a little low right now.
Facebook Marketplace, $200. I know what I have.
Yeah. Oh.
Wow. This is such a beautiful shot, just taking all of turn 1, 2, and 3, and you can kind of see the start of 4 where the drivers will have to readjust and change the complete direction of the car to really get it going. And that's also a very low-speed corner, so to keep all that momentum and still be able to continue that slide, it's very impressive.
Well, that's what makes this place so fun, is just how flowing it is, right? You know, Greg and I talked earlier about some of the world's greatest racetracks were built in the circuit building boom in the 1950s when racing on public streets was outlawed, and what you got was racetracks that were built as part of the land, not bulldozing it and creating a blank slate. This is what the land looked like, save for some trees that we had to move around, but this track has been the same layout since 1957, and over that time, so much history has taken place.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, they still got like that tiny little Toyota Tacoma Tonka tow truck thing out here that's still doing work. Whose bumper is that?
Well, he didn't get it on the right shelf.
Yeah, he didn't get it in the right spot. Oh, man. Yeah, see, that E46 wagon just didn't need a rear bumper. That's just like that other one.
It's just all superficial, right?
Yeah.
And really, the bodywork is just there to move the air over the car. So
Exactly. And for the...
really just there to put stickers on.
I was about to say, yeah, and for the glittery livery, dude.
Glittery livery. That's a fun term. Here's Forsberg getting at it.
Oh, my gosh. And then is that Nate Hamilton behind him?
It is.
It's so...
And these two have had quite the weekend, Owen.
They have tandemed probably every single event that they've raced in. I think that, or driven in, they're tandeming and drifting, and then when you see them out there in the rush cars, they're literally just nose to tail. I can't imagine how fun they're having this weekend.
Yeah, they're drifting together on track, and they'll be racing each other again in Rush SR. Without the rev limiter, that car would have done 15,000 RPM right there, I think.
Certainly sounded pretty close to it.
Yeah. Man, what a show.
For real.
And we've got another drift session later today. This will not be the last opportunity to watch it, as Forsberg keeps the throttle pinned
Dude,
through
he was
West
one
Bend.
hand. I think he was like pointing and waving at people out of the window. What a savage.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right, let's see the downhill again.
This correction. Oh!
Blew up the bumper with the exhaust.
Going for a ride through the grass.
A little wide there.
And they keep it out of the wall. Nice work.
There we go. We're good.
And Grant's going to take the attention off it. Here we go through Big
Yep.
Bend.
Everyone's losing their rear bumper.
Back to the left. This is a long corner, too.
Yeah. Those are basically the M&Ms out there, right? The red and yellow one.
I would suppose so, yeah.
M&Ms E36s, dude.
They should just commit to that, I think.
For real.
Grant's here with part of Valvoline's run a show this weekend. Of course, we got Rob Dahm here as well, and Gears and Gasoline, and showing up in force. There's Hurt Life out on track. Big send into turn 3. Maybe too much.
Oh, no. Lost the momentum. Dang, that's too bad. At least it looks damn good.
Go again. I mean, he's just trying to stay out of the way there. As here comes the FCP Euro Audi S5. Larry Chen chasing.
Oh, my gosh.
Hurt will give it a go once more. He just a little overcommitted there.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite set up to do a backy into 3.
Yeah, but that's like the fun. That's one of the fun parts of drifting. You know, you mess up this time, you can go again and see if you hit it next time. Right?
Well, let's see if T-Pain can back it up. Pickle Rick into turn 3.
Holding it. There's the angle. Oh,
heck yeah!
Stay on it. Stay in it. Stay in it. There you go. So
beautiful.
Finally see that car back, dude.
Look at the excitement from the passenger. T-Pain getting
loving
after it. Now we got to have a T-Pain versus Hurt drift battle now.
Dude, we just might.
Well, I think T-Pain just won it. If we were
Yeah,
having one.
seriously, if it's based off of turn 3.
I love the color of this car.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like it has a ton of power. He's having to really initiate to get it to step out.
Really throwing it around.
But once he gets it there, it seems like it's got nice balance. But
Yeah.
depending on how much power you have to throw it more and more aggressively to get the angle.
Yeah, totally.
If you don't have the wheel speed, this truck's got some grip. So if you don't have 700-800 horsepower, you have to do it all with clutch kicks, with throwing the chassis weight around.
Yep, increased tire pressures in the rears, tons of little stuff that drifters try to do to make sure to get some angle. I believe that's a camera car, that 350Z.
Yeah, there's a couple of them out there getting some content for us. Make sure you follow GridLife Official on Instagram to get a lot of this content that's being captured post-event. Make sure you also subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're watching it there and haven't subscribed. You should do that. We've got plenty more coming your way.
And like that stream.
There you go. Subscribe. Hit like and subscribe,
Like
guys.
and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
Share to your Facebook profile.
I mean, do that too.
Yeah, seriously. And repost it to your Twitter. All right, there's Larry Chen. I would like to say one thing for people, if you don't know, like when he's in the camera car, he's truly just driving on like pure like driving skill, and he has no monitors in there to show him what the camera's capturing even.
So you might know this because you might have stuck your head in this. When he's shooting, so he can shoot stills, he can shoot video. Does he just have a shutter button in there, or is it just rapid firing?
I actually don't know, because I know he's recording video and from the one. So he must have a shutter button then for the other one. Then I would assume.
I imagine you can just do it. There's remotes and things, but
yeah. Oh, there's another bumper right there.
I think that one's been there for a little while. That was the one we saw up at West Bend. I mean, Grant got it. He was ahead of schedule. He just left the bumper in the paddock.
Yeah, seriously, he knows what to do. Oh my gosh.
Gosh, that's a pretty car.
That
isn't
was
it?
an insane shot too through 1 and 2.
Hang it out.
Oh my goodness.
FT Pro Spec car.
Yeah. Wow.
Full send, full rip. Look, it looks like he set the track on fire.
Like Back to the Future, some fire 11s, dude.
88 miles an hour.
He definitely hit that.
Oh yeah. Forsberg, whoop. A little fishtail there on the.
Having a good time back there. I think he's making sure the passengers that won the sweepstakes got every single thing that's worth it.
Here we go again.
This thing's very clean. I really like the way it looks. It's very reminiscent of like Adam LZ's original like cream S13.
I do think this track might be. This car was not designed for a track of this scale, but I'm going to give him credit for getting out there and getting after it, despite the scale of the course. Again, and we don't have Gray here this weekend to talk about the drift culture outside of GridLife, but there's so much drifting that happens at really small facilities, and you're effectively set up in I don't want to say kart track sizes, but small courses, right? There's not a lot of drifting that happens on these huge. I mean, Lime Rock relatively is a small track in the grip racing world, but for drifting, it's a big place. So, a lot of drift cars, in the grassroots world, are not set up with 900 horsepower, right?
Without a doubt.
So, you have to really be skilled to manage to hang it out and have the car underneath you to do it.
Yeah, I know like one of the really famous tracks in like Wisconsin, US Air, like that's a very, very tight track. Honestly, very reminiscent of the kart track we were at the other weekend at Road America. It's very similar to that one with all the undulation and tons of blind corners and crests.
Hurricane getting after it, huh?
Oh yeah.
Saw the name tag on the door, Hurricane. I've never called him that, but that's a cool enough nickname.
Hurricane.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
If my name sounded anything like that, I would absolutely like that nickname.
Dude, you've got the nickname of Justice. Get out of here.
Well, it's just my real middle name.
Yeah, exactly. It's your government name, dude. That is lawful.
I always said I should have been a cop because Justice is my middle name.
Or a defense attorney or something. Yeah, bring justice.
I just made Greg spit out his coffee, by the way. Great shots here. And Pickle Rick out again. I'll bet you see this shot later. Oh, beautiful. Keep that angle.
Nice. Tucks that front left tire in the dirt a little bit. Keeps it going, though.
Nice transition. Good angle here through 4. don't think he was as committed, and I wonder if that was because he had Larry right at the tailpipe there.
It just could be a little bit of pressure.
Yeah. Got to watch that front end of the curb, too, when you kind of ride across that. If you dig the tire down and hit the blunt end of that curb, that'll mess some stuff up for you.
Yeah. That'll maybe shake your car apart.
Yeah, the curbs here at Lime Rock are... The apex curbs are generally pretty smooth, but they're tall. And at turn 3, they're the rippled curbing, and they're pretty much track level, so you can get up on them. As Hurricane gets back after it. Hurricane sounds like a medication you take when you get your wisdom teeth out or something.
But okay,
I hope he doesn't see this part of the stream later, but...
It's just another proof that E36 is peak. You know, you don't know what you want to do in motorsports, but you know you want to go to motorsports. You get an E36 because you can drift it, you can do GLTC, you can do Club TR, and you can smash it and have a blast in any single one.
Whoa, this is big commit here. All right, he worked up to it.
Oh yeah.
T-Pain.
Come on, get it into 3.
There you go. Oh, get that rear end out.
Yep.
There he goes. Oh, all the lock, all the lock. Beautifully done that time. Yeah, a little tentative on the entry to 3, but like we said, it's such a long corner that we saw with Hurt. If you commit too early, you get angled too early, you just kind of drive at the apex, and you need to. It's like when you're orbiting the planet with the ISS, you're just moving fast enough to miss the Earth. That's all that's happening. It's the same thing with turn 3. You just got to be moving fast enough to miss the apex because you're aimed at it. It's just a control, so much with the pedals. I don't think people realize how much you're driving with your feet. All 3 pedals, clutch, brake, and throttle, are constantly being manipulated to keep that angle. And the steering, I mean, ideally, you're just on, at a comfortable limit, but the direction of the car forward and back is controlled with your brake or clutch, too, as Hergen goes for a little slide.
Yeah. But Kyle, like also with like something with like another racing discipline like rally, where like they not necessarily like wanting to slide, but they still are sliding. Like the thing that they say in rally is fast feet, slow hands. And so like you want to make sure that you are making all the adjustments that you can to limit and move the car around with the power that it has. And then you want to take in control with the steering and stuff.
And the other thing to consider, I didn't really understand this when I first learned about drifting, but you see people grabbing loads of handbrake, and if you grab a handbrake in a rear-wheel drive car, you will stall your car. So when you pull the handbrake, you have to have your clutch in, so that you're not killing your motor every time you pull that handbrake. So it is a busy footwell in these cars.
Seriously, it is definitely when a drifter is truly on, they're definitely one with that machine.
Pickle Rick. Bread and butter or dill?
Dill, dude.
Is that what Pickle Rick is? Is there lore about Pickle Rick being dill or bread and butter?
No, I'm pretty sure he's just dill, dude.
All right.
And I think he did it to escape a family therapy session or something.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. I'm
a bread and butter guy, but that might be a hot take.
Dude, I had some dill pickle, what are they called? Pork rinds the other night.
You were telling me about those.
Dude, insanely good for zero reason. Like, I was like, I need these. Give me a bag. I need a box of them. At least 14.
We need a pickle truck.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a thing? Is there a pickle truck? We need to get that.
We need to make a pickle truck.
Let's hit up Hunter and make sure we get a pickle vendor next year.
Yeah. Pickle vendor coming next year. Heard it here first, folks.
Well, it seems like our cars on course for drift are dwindling. Few more before we take a short break and move on to the next thing in our schedule, which coming up after this drift session is our first of 2 afternoon Model 3 Challenge heats. And then we'll have GRIDLIFE Rush SR, Track Battle, and then GLTC, then Rush SR again, then Drift again, and then Model 3 Challenge to wrap up the day. So it is an action-packed afternoon here at Lime Rock Park as Pickle Rick and T-Pain are back at it again.
Pickle Rick is not done, dude. He's going to shred those tires till they are bald.
Waited years to drive this car, and he spent an entire day getting all he can out of it.
Yeah, he's going to get all his use out of that thing and make sure everybody remembers and knows that is his vehicle and not the loser who stole it from him.
Oh, man. Don't get us in trouble. Oh, boy. Up through the uphill, though. And it looks like Swan might pick us up a few more here before.
Yeah, it looks like it. I think he's waving them out, maybe.
Wait, I'll bet you T-Pain goes another.
I mean, probably.
I haven't seen that car hit pit lane. I don't know how it has tire left on it.
Yeah, seriously. Strangely, my favorite part about that car is the fact that it has green taillights. I don't know why.
I know. I noticed that too. I mean, I figured they have to be some kind of custom job because it's not like you can buy green taillights.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, maybe you can.
Yeah, or maybe it's just like the lens and it has like white lights in the taillight, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, man, the internet's got all sorts of stuff though. I bet you could. Buy lots of things, but you know what's interesting? I just noticed this is as we have cars rolling down pit lane. Pickle Rick is in the pit lane, and we'll head back in, and that should conclude our drift session here for our second of the day. I think that's true, second of the day. And we've got one more to do, but we're going to have Model 3 Challenge up next. We'll take a break, and we'll come right back.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
Blake, we need a commercial for GRIDLIFE. Team Ibach drivers, go.
What about Ferris?
Oh, you mean Mr. I'm the fastest Corvette time attack driver in the world? He's too busy in the spotlight right now.
What about Jackie? He's pretty good on camera.
No, he's finally got an actual BMW now, so we don't have any footage.
Essa?
Nah, he's retired now, and he's super YouTube famous.
Guteel?
That guy lives under his car doing tutorials, not interviews.
I don't know, dude, fine. Just run, like, B-roll of coilover springs or something.
The Falcon Azenis FK510 tire is engineered for today's high-performance vehicles. Built with added tread rigidity for precise handling and an advanced rubber compound that inspires confidence, rain or shine. Get more out of your sports coupe or sedan with the Azenis FK510.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends and the celebration of modern tuning culture is here again at Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. And it's been a great weekend so far with vendors and drivers and spectators and campers all descending on one of the world's most famous little racetracks. And this is a beautiful facility that's been here since 1957, and it's changed very little since its inception back in the 1950s. Kyle Heyer alongside Greg Kramer. And Greg, you know, I talked this event up quite a bit, but what's your impression so far?
You were right. It really is very, very special. And, you know, it just sort of emanates from everything up on top of the hill. You know, because the concourse that's up there today, the vendor area, the camping, all of the energy from up there. And, you know, every time we step out of the booth, we look and there's this stream of people coming down that hill into the paddock to look at these amazing cars. And it's really a great dynamic. And everybody here is just reveling in that car culture that you've talked about, that this is celebrating from the 1980s. And this is an interesting little thing, isn't it?
Yeah, so the original configuration of Lime Rock Park was planned to be 2.9 miles, but it was never built. And the straightaway continued on, but now it's just runoff area, and the layout is now just the 1.5 mile layout that we know today. So there was originally supposed to be another about 1.5 miles that just never got constructed. And the original drawings had corners like Vale's Corner, which is an extremely high-speed right-hander, and all sorts of other challenges that could have changed the path of this racetrack forever. But I'll be honest, what got built and what has been here since 1957 is legendary in its own right.
Oh, it truly is. And, you know, that track would have just continued where those trees are and started climbing again up and through the Berkshires, and it would have been amazing. But this is pretty impressive here to have, you know, we've got the 4 mile tracks. We've got the 2.5 mile tracks. This is the bull ring of road racing, and it is in its own right truly unique, and that makes it very exciting. And then you look at the history that has unfolded here over the years. I wouldn't want it any other way.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GRIDLIFE and the title partner of NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And it's been a fun weekend so far at this Lime Rock Park circuit, and it's 1.5 miles long. But I think the key that we should talk about here is Model 3 Challenge, what's upcoming next here, Greg. This is a relatively new racing format for Model 3 Teslas. Now, the way that this works, because the act of installing a roll cage means that car is a race car now, right? So in order to not do that, the format for this series involves effectively a forced point by when you get within a certain distance of the driver ahead of you. That detection zone is after the uphill between that corner station and the corner station entering West Bend. That is the detection zone, and the passing zone is on the front straightaway. So the entire goal is to get within that distance of the car ahead of you. They are forced to give you a point by, and it's other than that, it's a traditional race. Fastest car, first car in line wins the event.
So sort of like the Model 3 Challenges version of DRS with the detection zone. And it's become pretty much an automatic pass when you're in that detection zone in F1. So it works here. And these are really great cars. You know, obviously, the electric models, they are heavy because of the batteries, but they're all-wheel drive, and they handle really well. And they get around here pretty well. We've seen a few that run in the Time Attack, the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, and do quite well. So not a surprise that they're out here putting on a show.
And this is all part of Mountain Pass Performance's kind of mission to make these cars raceable without having to fully turn these into, full commitment race cars. And in this configuration, you're running about 300 horsepower from these electric motors, and the rear-wheel drive cars are 3,600 to 3,800 pounds. The all-wheel drive cars are about 4,000 pounds. Andrew and Jesse are running rear-wheel drive cars. Everyone else is all-wheel drive, so just keep that in mind when we get to the green flag. And the points coming into the event are... We've got David Schlesman, who's been the top driver. And, of course, we've got Alex Fonghe, Rudolph Zhu, Jesse Tong, and Philip Galinas that are right up in the mix in the top 5 as well. And in between sessions, got to charge these things back up. We go racing twice with these this afternoon.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting things is finding that charging platform. According to what I'm seeing, starting lineup on the pole is going to be the 119 of Jesse Tong, and the 348 of Philippe Galinas will be outside of that front row. And it's interesting on the starts, with that mandated passing zone, how they have to maneuver to get into turn 1 is going to be pretty fascinating here.
It will be, and we're going to hopefully get the green flag this time through. And again, they're going to start single file. They don't start double wide. They start single wide. The McLaren Artura that Lime Rock Park has allowed us to use today is going to peel off, and we're going green this time through. And on the front row here, and we're going to get things rolling. As here goes the green, and we're off and away in Model 3 Challenge here at GridLife Circuit Legends.
And I just laid out there so you can hear what's not happening out there. All electric, these vehicles. So you'll hear tire chirp. You might hear a little bit of some differential whine, but otherwise it is quiet. And make no mistake, that doesn't mean these cars aren't getting after it.
No, these things are wicked fast. And I think the whole concept of Tesla performance cars can get the battery pack as low as possible. So they absolutely perform very well. And Greg, I'll be honest, one of the things that impresses me the most about these cars is everyone that brings a Tesla to a racetrack, they're always on track all the time because they're so overbuilt. They're not lightweight cars, so all the suspension components and all the components around it are really beefy, and there's not a lot to break.
Yeah.
So you just get so many laps there. But Galinas in this 348 running in second. This is a brand new Model 3. You see the slightly different headlights and taillights. Facelifted car, but Model 3 Performance uses software tweaks to get all the cars kind of balanced together, and there's rewards weight as well. So we should see a pretty interesting race here.
I would think so. And now completing our first lap, and we'll see how things check out here, who's going really quick. Maybe not a surprise, Schlesman, who has been very fast here this week and won, as you said, in that first heat, is looking really quick, sitting in that 5th spot right now. He's got a little bit of work to do, but again, you get within that detection zone.
Whoa.
And,
Big wiggle by the leader, Jesse Tong, and we did see Zhu get by Galinas there in the forced passing zone because Zhu was within the detection zone between the uphill and West Bend, so that pass is complete. And now with that slip from Tong, it might put him in distance for Zhu to catch.
And what's the gap again for that detection zone?
Basically from the corner station at the uphill to the corner station entering West Bend, so right about here. So if you're within that distance, then you should expect to see a pass next time around. And we will likely see some passes here.
Sure looks like it, yeah. That group, and you can... The 5th car in his queue right at the back of that group, that is Schlesman, who's been really quick. So he should definitely be getting a point by. But the problem is what happens when the guy in front of you also gets the required point by. And he didn't go for it. He just let Schlesman go.
Yeah, you get by everyone in the line is how that works. So you're going to leapfrog a handful of cars. So Zhu within 7/10 of Jesse Tong, and his goal is going to be to run down the race leader. And look at this, how tight it is, 7/10 of a second, Greg, between the two leaders.
Yeah, he is coming, isn't he?
And there are optional aero packages as well. You don't have to run them. But it looks, did Zhu get past Tong there? Looked like he did.
I thought he did.
Yeah, he did. So it puts Zhu out in front, Tong to second. And Schlesman in that 173 right there as well.
Right there in third. And Rudolph Zhu has fast lap so far to 103.7. And, for an electric car, that's getting around this place pretty quick, no question about it. And it's just fun to see this technology out and on display. And this is sort of the road-going version of Formula E, right, in a way, is to be able to see this technology in cars that you can just hop into and take for a drive on the street. And I'll tell you what, Zhu doing everything he can now to make an escape, knowing that he's got some really quick guys. Here comes Schlesman, and he should be making this pass easily, get that point by in Tong, and he's up to second and sets fast lap. So now the game is afoot.
Yeah, and Vongheng by Galinas there in the 348. So Galinas drops to fifth after starting this in second. So that's going to change things a little bit. The other thing about this is, the barrier to entry for the car is low, but for the drivers as well. Because this isn't true wheel-to-wheel racing through the corners, you don't need a racing license or a prior wheel-to-wheel experience. You just need some HPDE experience to compete in this. So you need a Tesla Model 3, you need to know how to get around a racetrack, and that's basically it.
And that makes it really attractive, doesn't it, to be able to come out and do this. And, you certainly hope with the HPDE, it's high-performance driver education. And if you just pay attention to the instructors, you'll be able to get out there and have this kind of fun in pretty short order here. And that's what makes this really good here.
Hear the rumble from the rumble strips pretty loud, don't you? Down through turn 7, blue flags in the air once more, and Schlesman is going to get the pass on Zhu here for the lead. So Schlesman to the top after winning the first heat this morning.
Now, if he doesn't drive away from Zhu and Zhu stays close enough to be in that detection zone, Zhu will then get the mandatory point by. So that's his mission right now. Stay close, stay in that window.
And what can you learn from Schlesman? He's certainly been the driver to beat so far this weekend. And lap times, what are you looking at for lap times this session here, Greg?
Well, Schlesman's lowered it now to a 102 flat.
Yeah. It was in 101s earlier this morning. Again, the conditions have changed, but we should anticipate seeing times continue to drop for a little while longer. And then as the batteries heat up, as they start to lose a little charge, they will drop a tiny bit of performance, but not a lot. As Schlesman, big commit there.
Really wide through there. Wasn't near the apex, but just kept it binned. And he understands the mission here is to get as far in front of Zhu as he can so that he doesn't have to give that spot back up. And that's part and parcel of the game here. The other thing is, for the first time today, we're starting to see a fair amount of sun on the track. And believe me, this track is going to heat up just a little bit. And these are heavy cars, so it'll have a toll on the tires. And it's going to make the ambient a lot warmer. And that, of course, has an effect on the batteries.
Yeah, Schlesman moving away from Zhu, but look at Vongheng now in the 312 closing in on second place, and then Jesse Tong falling back into the clutches of Galinas in the red Model 3. There's the 348 chasing him through turn 4, so we could have a battle for second and a battle for fourth here pretty shortly.
That's a great looking paint job on that car of Galinas. Just beautiful.
I'll be honest, it's nice to just have one that's not white. It's easy to spot.
Exactly.
But
here we go. I mean, Vongheng should have the pass here to be able to make. And then, can he do anything about Schlesman?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Schlesman was so good this morning as we come onto the front straightaway, and there is a blue flag being displayed. You see it there. So here comes the pass, and Vongheng into the second position past Rudolph Zhu. And then the same is going to be true for Tong and Galinas, I believe. Or sorry, Chris Hatch going by Galinas. So that pass will happen first. Or is that Chris Hatch or Jesse Hatch in that car right now?
The 152, Joshua.
Josh Hatch. So he will move into fifth place, as Vongheng now will have to make some ground on Schlesman, but it's a 3.6 second advantage that Schlesman has built, and he just seems dialed in right now.
Yeah, he just really seems to have found a really nice groove and pattern in that car and doing a really, really stout job of it. And, these things, a little bit different driving style, obviously, that you have to acclimate yourself to. And one of the things here with an electric vehicle, when you give it throttle, it's instant torque, and so you've got to be able to manage that just a little bit. And he's just done a fabulous job of it. But look at the margin he's got in the field now. Vangay is through, but way back.
Well, we'll see if there's any gain there by the 3:12. 3.6 last time, and it's 3.4. That's a little gain. Best lap of the race for Vangay there. And
Zhu sitting right there in third.
No one close enough to get a blue just yet as Josh Hatch runs his best lap in the 152.
Yeah, and that was and he made that mandatory pass on Galinas as well. That puts him up into the top 5.
All these cars are running on 200 treadwear tires that are 285 or less width. So it's not a ton of tire considering the relative weight of these vehicles, but I mean, in this championship, you can run a 2018 to 2020 Model 3, which you can get for under $20,000 nowadays. So you want to compete in something like this, 20 grand, a pretty easy buy-in, and the other side effect of being a really solid car just to have around.
Yeah, and like you said, you just don't see these really have any kind of mechanical issues. They're, as you said, sturdily built. But one of the big components is obviously there's nowhere near as many moving parts that can fail in one of these vehicles. And, that just, the reliability just cranks up as a result.
And the cars aren't quite spec. There's a couple different options as far as running coilovers. You got brake kits, adjustable camber and caster, wing and lip. But Mountain Pass Performance is the main partner of the series and manufactures a lot of the parts for the car. So it's kind of a pick your own path. You can choose to have the wing or not have the wing and simplify your build. But it seems for Schlesman, that rear wing in particular, I'm not sure how much here at this racetrack it will matter, but it can't hurt, I don't think.
No, and this track you don't have any of those really, really long straights where if you're getting some downforce, you're going to be dealing with big amounts of drag. But because you're constantly in turns here, having that rear wing on there, just getting that back end to plant a little bit better. One thing that does is it just can give you a little bit more confidence because that back end suddenly not wanting to just swing around, and that's a good thing. Normally on a track that's fast with lots of corners, you think a Road Atlanta, you think a Canadian Tire Motorsport Park or Mosport, massive downforce on any car that has it there. You just want to crank it in, and this is similar to it. It's just a shorter track.
And Model 3s have a couple different trims they come in, and some are rear-wheel drive, some are all-wheel drive. All but 2 of these cars are the all-wheel drive configuration, so you've also got the Pretty Trick computers doing some of that work for you as far as finding grip on every corner of the car. And that's why we've seen these compete in a variety of different GRIDLIFE classes in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship and do very well in all of them. Unlimited, Track Mod, we've seen them in Street GT and in Street Class, up in the mix, 3rd, 2nd, 1st at events. Tony Barber has run one in Street Class for some time, although he's moved into GLTC. So, these are really a blank canvas to do whatever you want in GRIDLIFE.
Speaking of doing what you want, Schlesman's doing that to the field right now. He's up by 4 seconds, and he just dropped it into the 101s at a 101.9. White flag coming out.
Last time around for Model 3 challenges, Schlesman pulls away 4 seconds, and it's growing. Vangay tried the first time when he got to 2nd. He did make some inroads, but since then has dropped out. Zhu drops out further. Then Tong and Hatch 4th and 5th. Galinas, DeKonig, Speed Academy, Racha, and Turney, the rest of the runners at the moment.
So Schlesman, if he hangs on here, and it certainly looks like he's going to, this will be his 2nd straight win of this event to basically kick off this series season, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, these cars, we'll see them again at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So we'll get to kind of follow this up later in the season as we get a look at some of the cars working their way through West Bend here.
Speaking of which, I've been watching. I haven't seen Schlesman get close to the apex in West Bend. He turns in late, never gets to the apex, but it sure seems to work for him.
It seems to be doing just fine, but white flag for the last couple of cars, but we'll have a checkered out for David Schlesman, and here he comes and wins Model 3 Challenge Heat 2 of the weekend over Vangay, Zhu, Tong, and Hatch, who had a pretty exceptional battle earlier in the race. Although Galinas in the 348 started in 2nd and fell down to 6th, Greg. So maybe something to learn there about, whether it's keeping the tires cool, whether it's whoa, that was tight across
really
the
close,
line, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was Hatch and Galinas that were side by side.
What a battle they put in. What was the margin there? Has to be,
10th.
A 10th. Less even. That's impressive stuff. And it just tells you right now how, Schlesman and Wange just sort of have the measure here. Obviously it's 4 seconds, Schlesman to Wange. That's a big enough gap. But Wange to Zhu, another 8 seconds. And then it's relatively close. So these other drivers have some, work to do to figure out just how to match the speed of those top two right now.
Well, Model 3 Challenge Heat 2 is complete. There's a great look at the Sam Posey Strait and the creek that runs beside it. So much history, if those waters could talk. We'll be right back after this break with Rush SR, race 1 of today, race 3 of the weekend. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
High performance, year-round traction, long tread life. It's one tire with multiple personalities. Introducing the Azenas FK460, Falcon's all-new ultra-high performance all-season tire. With an advanced rubber compound that delivers confidence through every curve, in any condition, all year long, making the seemingly impossible possible. Learn more about the Azenas FK460 at falcontire.com.
Great sights and sounds from Lime Rock Park and GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, a celebration of all things four-wheeled and fast from the 1980s to now. Campers pulling in classic cars, trucks, and all the automobiles that inspired a generation. And it's been a beautiful weekend with tons of on-track and off-track action at one of our favorite events of the season at one of the best racetracks in the United States. Kyle Heyer, joined by Greg Kramer. Greg, it's a Saturday afternoon. The sky is blue. The weather is absolutely gorgeous. We've got over 300 competitors here, sold-out campgrounds. What more could you want in a racing event?
How about some Rush SR cars coming out and adding to the mix here? Yeah, it's just been absolutely a phenomenal weekend. This paddock is jammed, and you were just seeing... I didn't know you could convert a Porsche 944 into a camper.
Yeah.
There was a couple of them up there. It was pretty interesting.
Well, this is our fourth round of the GRIDLIFE Festival Tour. One more left in the season, and that's WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, GRIDLIFE Laguna, September 27th to 29th. This is Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. 7 turns and a mile and a half. Open in 1957. We've already reset that track record earlier this weekend, but it's one of Lime Rock's largest spectator events now. It's the shortest circuit on the GRIDLIFE calendar, and this racetrack was the first venue to sign a multi-year deal with GRIDLIFE for here through 2025, at the very least. Probably more than that, I'd even imagine. But it's been a fun weekend so far, Greg. You mentioned Rush SR. That's coming up. But GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GRIDLIFE and the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. We mentioned a mile and a half around this racetrack, 7 turns, and they've been the same 7 turns for the last handful of decades.
Yeah, they have. The track really remains unchanged. They've added a chicane you can run, but the original configuration, which is what we're running on this weekend, is right here. And you can see into Big Bend, that's actually 2 turns, 1 and 2, and it folds back on itself about 200 degrees, leads immediately into the only real left-hander, then the right-hander there, and then onto Paul Newman Straight. Turn 5 begins in a very abrupt uphill where you can catch air at the top. You got to get the car settled, turned in to a very tight but still really quick west bend, and then it just plummets down the side of the earth. down into the diving turn. You get this huge amount of compression at the bottom that you have to have everything lined up to accept, and then you can get a good run down this front straight, and that's what makes the difference. Here are these Rush SR machines that are coming out. One of the big stories here is the Stig, the guy that they call the Stig that always comes out, and he put the fastest lap in, but Ayrton Grimm has qualified second, the 15-year-old. Ryan Leach only third. This is the first time he's been off the pole yet. Have we seen a first chink in the armor of the dominance of Ryan Leach?
He's won, the last 6 races in the Rush SR series, at least that I can remember from Road America, now here at Lime Rock Park. But Ayrton Grimm, you mentioned it, 15 years old, began his GRIDLIFE career just a couple of months ago at Midwest Festival in an NC Miata and GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. But that car had some issues. They were already signed up to give this a try, and Ayrton has been so excited about not only the race car, but his performance in this series so far. Up against the Rush Stick, the factory driver for Rush Auto Works, which is why you'll sometimes see him pull off to not get in the middle of a championship fight. So that opens the door for Ayrton Grimm. Could he get his first GRIDLIFE win today?
I think it's possible. There's no question. He's got the speed. The other thing about Ryan Leach, I was watching from up here. We didn't cover it, but for practice, he spent a lot of time in the pits. I could see him right out the window here. They were making lots of adjustments. And remember yesterday in both those races, he was monster loose, sideways all the time. So I wonder if they weren't really trying to tweak on that car to dial that out a little bit, because he had to be torturing that left rear tire, and maybe they were trying to work that out. But again, only managing to qualify third.
Well, one pace lap of 2 is complete. The McLaren Artura, courtesy of Lime Rock Park, is leading our way around the course at the moment. But you mentioned the Rush Stick at Ayrton Grimm on that front row, and Ryan Leach and Cole Gamma sharing the second row, Greg. But it's Rob Radman and Jason Oehler in row 3.
And then we move to row number 4, and it's Nate Hamilton and Nick Billingsley. And Nick it's interesting, Hamilton, part of the, shall we call it, the drift team that are giving it a go here. Nick Billingsley, one of the great family programs here.
Yeah, that Nate Hamilton running with Team Rapscallion like he did at Road America, joining that team, as you mentioned, Greg, with Sunoco this weekend is Chris Forsberg in the 64. He'll start right behind in 9th. Team JC Racing starts 10th in the number 13 with Sheldon Rosenbaum and Sam Reed starting at 11th and 12th.
And then 13th, it'll be the 58 of Bill Wright. 14th, it'll be the number 12 of Brett DiGiacomo. Then in the 15th spot, the 19, Kelsey Billingsley, again, part of that Billingsley family program. 16th will be the 62 of Tom Burns. 17th, Bruno Papura in the number 15, and bringing up the 18th spot and final spot, the number 48 of Joseph Tang. And so that's how they are going to line up.
Well, it's going to be a fun one. These races roughly 15 minutes long as we've had so far this weekend. It's been really a 3-horse breakaway in the 2 races so far that we did yesterday, and it was the Rush Stig, Ayrton Grimm, and Ryan Leach that put on the show. But with Grimm shoving himself up into the front row in qualifying this morning, he's in the green and white 49 on the outside of row 1. And this is the first time he's had a start in the front row, so this should be a lot of fun.
And keep an eye on that sort of lime green fluorescent car that's starting 4th. That's Cole Gamma, and he's had 2 consecutive thirds, so he's got pace here as well.
We'll see how it all pans out. 18 Rush SR cars. You can check out Rush Auto Works for more information. These cars start at around $45,000. 145 horsepower from a GSX motorcycle engine, chain-driven cars, but they are absolutely off the hook. Here we go. GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, Rush SR Race 3 at Lime Rock Park. Green flag, and we're underway at LRP. Big launch from the inside lane, and we're off and away.
Yeah, and Ryan Leach tucked right in behind the Stig, and Ayrton Grimm got swallowed up here because a big move around the outside from Gamma, as we talked about, and then that beautiful chrome blue car, the number 5, all crossed up, of Radman also trying to get around him. Now Ayrton able to fight back and hold Radman off.
Yeah, big lunges from some of the Sunoco Team Rapscallion cars there into turn 1. I think that was Nate Hamilton that made some contact, maybe with the 74 of Oehler into the first corner. Little pushing and shoving, hip checking there, one through the dirt on the Paul Newman straight.
Yeah, Nick Billingsley was also a part of some of that push and go here. But here we go, the Stig up front. But exactly what he wanted to do, Ryan Leach taking advantage, jumping up into second in the race. And, if the Stig pulls off, that turns into, I don't know that they count as points anyway. So we'll see how that plays out. But what a start by, again, Gamma having a really good race. Look at the gap they've opened up.
Yeah, and actually, Grimm's under fire from Radman behind as well, so that could swap positions through this opening corner. But Cole Gamma putting pressure, and yes, through goes Radman on Grimm. Grimm's going to try to keep the overlap here at turn 3. And can he launch down the inside? Huge commitment, and yes, he does.
Oh, see that little back end swing out, but he actually used that too. Good effect. He had it just, that was a rotation for him. He then straightened the wheel out and just drove straight into the right-hander. That was a beautiful piece of racecraft, using a little rotation to make a difference in your line.
Nate Hamilton up to 6th place on the opening lap as well. He's moving forward in the Team Rapscallion car. So that's a good start for him. But again, Ayrton Grimm kind of got, as you said, swallowed up on the initial start. Those haven't been his strength as he gets used to this car. The aggression of everyone else kind of catching him off guard, but Leach gave a big push to the 8 on the opening start and left the outside lane in the dust.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly. Oh, is Gamma going to get down inside Leach? He's trying. Leach flows just enough speed to hang on to it. But I think that's what happened because Leach got right up behind the Stig, and it pinned, obviously, Grimm to the outside a little bit, and I think he floated a little wide, and that's where it just opened the seas, and now he's got work to do.
Yeah, Cole Gamma drops to 3rd. And Leach into 2nd place, going to try to run down the rush Stig. In the background, Ayrton Grimm and Radman side by side with Nate Hamilton approaching from behind.
Boy, and this time Radman's got position going into the uphill, and Grimm just had to give it to him. And that's going to give Hamilton a nice little run on Grimm as well, because he was definitely offline.
And Hamilton doesn't have a lot of traditional wheel-to-wheel racing experience. And some of that showed at Road America as he was just learning in real time.
Yep.
And he has taken to this like a fish to water, like I said about Grimm yesterday, just immediately in it. And here he is chasing Grimm now for 5th place into turn 1. And here comes Forsberg as well, the other Team Rapscallion car to the inside of Oler.
Yeah, really pushing some pressure there, got the door shut on him. And I'll tell you what, Gamma took a big look at Leach going down into Big Bend and showed the nose, but just didn't have enough of an overlap and wisely backed out of it. Oh no, the 87 of Sheldon Rosenbaum slow down pit lane. He's got a problem and has decided to duck into the pits to take a look at it. But here's that battle now. There you go, that bright blue car of Radman, and then Grimm behind him. And Grimm's got to kind of wonder what is happening here.
Yeah, and it's not like it's catastrophic. He's 5th, but he was really on top of the leaders yesterday. And I think a lot of it comes down to that initial start. As the race goes on, he gets faster and faster and faster. But, that's the experience is going to pay off for someone like Leach or the Stig or Gamma. They know that they can push from the get-go, and that's why they're able to jump out to such a big lead early.
And again, you can see Gamma really glued to the back of Leach. So they figured something out on that car, and Gamma has maybe figured out the right pattern to drive around this place and putting on a serious show right now and really attacking on the points leader. And Gamma comes, he's 7th in the points. He's got a real opportunity here to maybe crack that top 5.
Onto the Paul Newman straight. Rush Stig leads by 1.4 seconds. And it's Leach, Gamma, Radman, Grimm, the rest of the top 5. Hamilton, Billingsley, Forsberg, Oler, and JC Racing in the top 10. Up over the crest, Grimm has dispatched the assault from Hamilton. And now Nate's got Billingsley in the 9, tucked right underneath his rear wing as they head down the downhill.
Look at this. Again, this is the biggest margin now Leach has had down this front straight in the last 3 laps. And I'll tell you what, that lap that the Stig has turned, though, nobody's been able to get close to it. It's a 55.8. And next up is a 56 flat. So he's 0.2 quicker than anybody out there right now, and it shows.
Some other passes deeper in the field into turn 1, but Cole Gamma trying to keep pace with Leach. Leach just ran his personal best lap last time around. And trying to make inroads on the rush Stig. It's a 2.5 seconds, but we're still pretty early in this race. There's plenty of time for things to flip the other direction as the 8 leads into West Bend.
And this guy gets a ton of time behind the wheel of these cars. He does all the development. And I bet he's having the time of his life helping develop that new SRX that we look forward to seeing in the GRIDLIFE National Series next year. It's sort of double the fun of everything, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit heavier, but it has twice the power. It's got DRS and push to pass, and that car will be, I think, maybe they're already taking orders now, but we should hopefully see one a little bit later this year. But we are planning on having them run in a multi-class format here in GRIDLIFE next season, where the SRX will be the top category, and the SR, which will continue to be produced, will be alongside it. So they've passed, I think, 300 chassis sold on this SR platform, as I think that was Hamilton had a little bobble there leading turn 3. Wow, he's hustling.
Yeah, he's really working hard here, and one of the reasons I'm going to guess is that he knows his teammate Forsberg is coming up behind him, and there's intra-team rivalry going on there. Wow, what a move up the hill.
Billingsley went to his inside, then swung all the way out against the wall and had to drop the spot. But you're right, Forsberg is closing.
He's pushing it hard. Margin up front between the Stig and Leach has expanded to 2 seconds. And so right now, Leach is just thinking of, and here comes Radman in that 4 spot. Easy to pick out in that. It's my favorite, probably my favorite graphic of any car here this weekend. I love that chrome blue. And then right behind him is Grimm. And Grimm is a good 1.5 seconds behind him. And he's just trying to figure out what's going on. And maybe they tweaked on the car. And it could be that this sunlight that's come out. I was looking at the temps, and previously it was 76 degrees, right? And the real field was 78. The sun came out, I looked, it was 76 degrees. The real fuel was 83. So it's radiating up off the track, and that can have a big effect on tires. And let's remember, when you got a car that's aero-based with splitters, the track gets really hot. That thin air radiating off of the track surface affects the downforce on the front of the car.
There's a lot of science that goes into making these cars fast, and the Stig continues to lead by 2.6. That battle between Hamilton, Billingsley, and Forsberg, that's the one that's got my eye. And we saw it yesterday, Hamilton and Forsberg throwing Hail Marys at each other.
They were.
They are new to this Rush SR car, but they're not new to being close together on the racetrack. They've drifted with each other for years. At and over the limit of control. So just give them a different pen with to draw, and they're going to make the same drawings they'd always have. And with Forsberg closing in on Billingsley, the motivation's there to run down Nate Hamilton.
And I wonder, in their minds, how much do they have to sort of mentally adjust as they get to a turn not to pitch it? You know what I mean? That's what they've done their whole lives, and they seem to have adapted beautifully. I mean, they're running really competitive times. You don't see the cars even sliding. They've certainly got the memo that in this type of racing, if you're sideways, you're slow, and you got to get it straightened out and get after it here. And right now, that is an absolutely great battle, and Billingsley is in, I'm guessing, big off, as I mentioned his name by Billingsley. Beautiful save.
Yeah, that was a big moment, too. At the exit of the downhill, you're fully committed at the limited grip. And there's a rumble strip out there to kind of buffer you from the grass, but it's not very wide. It's easy to step over the limit there, and he'll drop that spot. Now, Hamilton and Forsberg, Team Rapscallion, 6th and 7th.
I was just about to say Billingsley in an uncomfortable Team Rapscallion sandwich, and I think he felt the pressure a little bit there, and off he came. And keeping an eye here, Grimm has taken about 3/10 back off of Radman, but we're heading into the final 5 minutes of this. That's a big ask. But the guy who is really impressing me here is the 95 of Cole Gamma. He's had 2/3, and he was the guy who was 4 or 5 seconds off the pace, and now he is glued to the back of Leach in the Stig.
And we'll see if he's can reel anybody back in here, especially with some lap traffic on the horizon now. There's a couple blue flags getting flown. We still have a few minutes left in this race as Leach now approaches some of that traffic. It's the 15 of Papura, and it won't hold him up too much. But Forsberg and Hamilton, Forsberg just ran his best lap. He's only 6/10 back.
That's going to be fun. And there's, as you said, there's not a whole lot of time here. And I thought that Gamma might have picked up a little bit of ground on Leach, but he actually also got hung up by Papura just a little bit. And, we're not in any way criticizing any of these cars getting lapped as he's throwing it around. This track is difficult to pass on, and you can't punch the disappear button. And it all comes down to when do you catch that car, and they just caught him in the wrong spot.
White flag, last lap here for Rush SR Race 3. The Rush Stig leads the way, 3 seconds clear of Ryan Leach and Cole Gamma. Radman, Grimm, Hamilton, Forsberg, Billingsley, JC Racing, and Oler, the rest of the top 10. Radman ran his best lap, but is too far back to do much about a podium spot here. And here's those two Rapscallion teammates, 4/10 apart in the last lap battle between the two Sunoco cars.
Well, Forsberg has been the guy thus far who's had the better of it in this race. Hamilton's had a couple of 9ths that he put together yesterday. Forsberg, a couple of 8ths. So you know that Hamilton wants more than anything to hold him off, and Forsberg would love to pip him for a third straight time.
Well, he is so close. 5 car lengths, 4 car lengths, maybe 3 now as they head to the uphill. The leaders are already there and making their way back around. And the Rush Stig is going to pick up the checkered flag. Then it's Leach behind in second place, Cole Gamma in third. And it's a ways back to find Radman and Grimm, who are 2 seconds apart. And it'll be Radman P4, Grimm P5. The question is, who finishes 6th between the 2 Sunoco cars, nose to tail to the checkered flag? I think Hamilton's going to hang on, and he will.
Yep, he did just enough. And I got to tell you, in those last 2 laps, Radman, and I think it was partly, that was a battle right to the line.
JC Racing and Oler by 300 of a second.
Really close. But in those last 2 laps, I don't know whether Grimm got held up a little bit in traffic, but that margin had gotten down to 1.4 seconds, and it bloomed to 3 over those last 2 laps. So either Radman just was absolutely dropped the hammer, or Grimm had some sort of an issue out there. But still top 5 for the 15-year-old, and obviously this is pretty new to him at this stage.
Yeah, it seems to be, that this race, something wasn't quite right for Ayrton Grimm in that number 49, but we'll see if he can respond in race number 4. Rush SR never fails to put on a show. Here's a look at the highlights. 3 wide at the start, and it was a push from the 56 that shoved the 8 clear of Grimm. And I think on the inside, look at all the mess between Oler and the Team Rapscallion cars. That kind of spooked everybody and split the field up a little bit as they went through the Big Bend the first time.
Yep, and then here you can see, look at how close Hamilton was there to the 74 of Oler as they were duking. He was absolutely determined to get to the front and stay there. And you can see Radman putting that move on, looking, and just behind Radman diving down the inside of Grimm as they go through. Here you can see him in the background, but what a race up front here. I'll tell you, Gamma really dug deep and found something.
Yeah, he did, and he almost found second there on the inside of the 56. Ayrton Grimm and losing a spot to Rob Radman there. Then Nate Hamilton put some pressure on them, but it was Forsberg and Hamilton that would fight later in this race. Team Rapscallion teammates with the Sunoco liveries competing together nose to tail as they did yesterday.
Yeah, Forsberg going by Oler there. And then there's Hamilton, and there's Forsberg, and now Billingsley in between him. And then we saw Billingsley right here. That could have been diabolical. He did a brilliant job to save it, just only lost 1 position.
Yeah, no lifting from Forsberg, kept the foot in it, drove right by, and then those 2 cars sharing matching liveries. These 2 guys that have taken to the top level of Formula Drift battling in Rush SR. But it was the Rush Stig that wins, with Ryan Leach right behind, and then Cole Gamma picking up another podium here this weekend. It's been a great weekend for him so far, Greg. But, man, final thoughts on Rush SR Race 3.
They just put on a show. And, these things, when the SRX comes out, it's going to be great. But bang for your buck. I'm not sure these days there is anything better out there than these Rush SRs. Under 40 grand for this kind of performance, it's pretty stunning.
It is, and we got more upcoming, and it is going to be the final heat of the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. We'll find out who wins in each of the 7 classes in Time Attack right after this.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500.
You spend thousands of hours on the road.
Can he do it again?
Feel hundreds of horses under the hood. But every race, lap, and victory you get starts at 0. New NOS, 0 sugar. 0 sugar, 100% NOS, get after it.
Falcon Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenas RT660.
Hey everyone, you joined me here in the GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends paddock. We went through and tried to do a little cruise, and we're already finding some cool stuff. case in point is this yellow FB. And not only is it an FB, but it's still a carbureted rotary. And it's so beautiful. It has the weight on the back as if it's like for a clash requirement from like a period racing series that it did. Such a rad car. If you need another example of like just the true history at Lime Rock Park, it comes in the form of this cute, adorable little tow truck. It's got a super beautiful faded yellow and green paint job. It's got the Tonka branding on the back. Looks so proper. All these old faded IMSA stickers. It's just a really neat piece of automotive history and motorsports history that it's super cool that it still survives today and it still works for Lime Rock Park. It still does what it needs to do. It tow cars around. Oftentimes here at GRIDLIFE we get tons of questions like, how do I get into driving? How do I get into racing? How do I get into wheel-to-wheel racing, you know, or not necessarily wheel-to-wheel, just time attack, but something like an E36 is the perfect car to have. It's a very light wheelbase, very capable car. You can obviously see this owner has just done seat, cage, and stuff like that, and they're probably going out there ripping in Club TR and having the best time ever. Tell us a little bit about yourself, your name, and what you drive.
Yeah, so I'm Vincent Nardone. I'm also a part of Petrolhead Studios, which I do a lot of filming on for GRIDLIFE and stuff like that myself, but mostly in the motorsports world. But basically doing dual duty today, doing a little bit of filming, a little bit of driving, and just seeing how this Spec 3 E36 does. You know, basically the car's not really optimized for Club TR, but it is kind of on its way to Spec 3, which is wheel-to-wheel. And we're just seeing how it does. I mean, the car's reliable and it's been performing pretty well, and we're just having a blast out here, man. It's a good time.
Dude, yeah, thanks for coming out, bro. I appreciate
no
it.
problem. Good to be here.
All right, Eric. What's the word, boss man? I feel like I'm always getting you down here. We're at eye level, on our knees.
Let's kneel down.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Let's get nice and low like the car.
We have a question about the wheels, man. What are you hoping to achieve with this type of setup?
Instagram likes.
All right, see, that's
just pure style. That's it.
That's what I was after.
But no, it's I ran this setup last year because I had mismatched wheels, and I was like, if I have mismatched wheels, you might as well make them really mismatched. And these are just like retrofitted rotiforms that I like cut out, and they just fit perfectly on this wheel. I made some custom brackets, and I was like, hell yeah, this works. And so I wanted to kind of bring them out again for this event. You know, white wheels, Circuit Legends, touring car vibe. So I think they just look badass.
Awesome, dude. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're out here at the exit of Turn 2 right now during a Rush SR practice, and we're able to see them go around the big bend and then slowly wait and then instantly get back onto the power right as this inside curve ends. So you can see they're coming through and then bam, right under the power to get into Turn 3. You know, it's often thought that for a Porsche to be competitive or a Porsche to be fast, the engine's supposed to be in the back. But that's not the case with this one. Clearly you can see the engine's in the front and it's a pretty competitive car.
Hi, my name is Evan Slater. This is a Porsche 944 Turbo, 1987, and it's got kind of all modern geometry. So basically the only thing 1987 is the body. It's got completely different rear suspension, completely different front suspension, upgraded motor. It's pretty quick for what it is.
So no torsion beam in the back?
No torsion beam. The guy, Dave, he's working on the car right there. I don't know if we can pan over to him. He built a completely custom rear style suspension. It's like a cloaking style. So yeah, it's like a one-off rear suspension all built by him, but it doesn't have the torsion bar. It's completely updated to run better like geometry when the springs compress.
So how much power do you make? Is it still the 2.5 or is it like bored out and stuff? Is it like a little bit bigger displacement?
Yeah, so the motor has a built motor. It's a 3-liter bottom end with a 2.7 head.
Okay.
So not the 2.5. We're making like 400 wheels. So for time attack, it's actually not that much though. So we're right now third fastest in the unlimited class. The two guys in front of us, one has 800 horsepower, one has 1100 horsepower.
Yeah.
So we're a little bit down on power, but the thing only weighs 2,700 pounds. So through the corners, it's mind-blowing how well it sticks. Like you just turn and the thing just goes. It pulls like 2.5 Gs, which for a full body car is pretty impressive.
Yeah,
so
seriously.
It's a fun car to drive. The 944 is such a great platform, right? The 50-50 weight distribution really makes it well balanced on the racetrack. It's also kind of cool. Like you see all these guys building BMWs, building Mustangs, but there's only one 944 here that's built. So it's cool. Everybody loves it. All the fans are coming over to see it. It's a pretty cool car, so I just love driving it.
Yeah, totally. They always look so good. I love like the lack of like a C pillar in the back. Just the V's just come straight down.
I think it looks amazing.
They look amazing. Yeah, well, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for coming out. Oh, what are we doing here?
There we go.
And the GRIDLIFE NOS Energy Track Battle Championship Heat 6 is on track right now. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends and Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer as cars are on course here as part of our 4th round of the GRIDLIFE Festival Tour, Greg. And Lime Rock, man, it's been a fun weekend. This is a fun racetrack, especially for this NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. Short laps, which means rapid fire. You get to put in a whole bunch, dozens over the course of the weekend to try to break a record.
Well, that's the nice thing about it, isn't it? Is here, as opposed to, say, a long track like Road America, you can go out, push really hard for a couple of laps, circulate for a couple. Because it's so short, you're going to have plenty of time to go back and get after it again. And you might even have an opportunity to quickly duck into the pits, make a tire pressure change, get back out, because you're going to have lap opportunity here. And the only thing that really can obstruct you much here is a little bit of traffic.
And you'll have some of that to deal with as well. But GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GRIDLIFE and the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And cars on track right now. It is the thick of the Sunday Cup battle. And so far this weekend, it's been fun to follow, Greg, because we have broken our track record early in the weekend with the Falcon Sunday Cup group. And, of course, this is not our normal format for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. You see at the bottom there, fastest time of the weekend wins. It's not podium sprint. Don't have quite enough track time to kind of do our full format. So each session weighs the same. You just have to be the fastest in your class.
Yep. Pick your time, go out and really push. And, some of it is when is the track at its optimum. And, that's one of the things that you have to be thinking about with this class, because you've got serious door-to-door racing from GLTC. That's putting rubber down on the track. You've got Rush SR. They are racing hard, putting rubber down. You've got drifters that are putting rubber in bizarre places and cleaning it off of other spots. And so then you've got to go out and figure out, all right, what do I need to do here to put in a potential record lap? You've got to be doing constant adjusting, to figure out, okay, what session is probably going to be the best one. You look at the schedule even and go, I think this could be the one, because, we're not going to have this happening in front of us. Could be the opportunity. It still has all the strategy and everything of any other type of motorsport. It's just put that one lap in and nail it.
And while we have a look at the Scalar Performance GR86, this is not the EV prototype. This is the FA24 engined Scalar Performance car. If you are here at the racetrack, check out the Scalar paddock. They've got their EV demonstrator car with us here this weekend. But if you look at this Sunday Cup running order on the left-hand side of the screen, it's Chris Rice who's fastest in the bright orange 411 car. And it's not by much. It's by 39 thousandths of a second over Joseph King. Unfortunately, Joseph King will not have a chance to improve his lap after suffering an accident earlier today. He is okay, got out of the car under his own power, but that car did roll over. It was a big one. So he's out for the weekend, unfortunately. David Best, though, only 2/10 back, and he is also out on track. So it's not over yet.
No, it's not. And, we've got, there's still a fair amount of blue sky here, but right now the sun is behind some clouds, so this track temperature is kind of dropped just a little bit. And if you've got your timing right, you might be able to go out and really put in a lap here. And Berg's not that far off of it either, is he?
No, we're a little bit ahead of schedule as far as the time attack is concerned, because we had a couple cleanups and incidents to take care of earlier, so we didn't get as much track time as we were anticipating in Heat 5. So this heat started a little early to hopefully make up for some of that time. So I wouldn't anticipate a checker for another 5 or 6 minutes here. We've already been running for 10, so drivers have a long time to find some improvement. And the conditions might not be prime like they were earlier, but they're trying harder now, and that counts for something.
Well, and I mean, we also, the 370 there dueling, I mean, he's still very much in the mix, no question about that. And then it's just another half second back to O'Brien and Rice. This is a really, really close field, as you would expect for Falcon Sunday Cup. These cars are extremely similar, and as a result, they put up some really close times. And so a driver that really nails a lap can make a big difference.
David Best is in that orange 134 car, drives it all over the country to be here at these events. and is putting on a show here this weekend, fighting for a podium over Nick Berg in the 2:16 by about 0.2 of a second. So this is a fun, interesting little scrum. And then Dooling picks up 4th place, and he's going to close in a 10th behind David Best. And Dooling's in this fit right here, the 370, hot off his first podium at Road America last time out.
Boy, he is really hustling that car around right now. And you can see right there, I think he realized he got it sideways a couple of times and put his hand out the window and said, I'm going to get out of your way. My lap's off here at this stage. And that's some great sportsmanship as well. But
that's Berg behind him, by the way. That's the car that he knocked down a step. So he's going to give a point by, let Berg go by. But almost a podium. He needs another 10th, and he's got a couple more minutes to do it.
Now, obviously, with the podium sprint, you end up at the day, you've got the 3 cars on the podium, then 4th and 5th, and they get the top 5 points on the weekend. Here now, you still get the points, but the key thing is you also get an extra point for a record, don't you?
Yeah, you still get that extra point for a record, even though the format isn't quite the same. The point standings and the point structure are the same, right. So that all counts and is considered, and this will weigh just as much as Road America last time out.
So looking here at, Best, who is on track, Dooling, who is on track, it's only 0.4 of a second from Rice to be able to jump up to the top. And, these cars, if you get behind somebody at the right time, you might be able to get a little bit of a tow. You're going to try anything because all you need is a 10th or 2 or 3, and you could totally rewrite where you finish here.
Adam Corrence is in this 252 Honda Fit, brother to Matt Corrence, who's here running in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup in that blue Fit. That's a nice color with the stripe on it, too.
Yeah, it looks sharp, doesn't it?
And Sam Dooling, David Best, they're still out there making laps. Even though there is something making a bunch of noise under the tower here underneath us.
It just vibrated this whole tower here.
Oh, man. So we'll see if Sam gets one more flying lap here. Looks like Corrence is going to move over and let Sam go. And again, with the 12, 13 minutes on the clock, you can't anticipate too many more laps, Greg, so you've got to go.
Yeah, now's the go time. If you've timed it right, you cooled your Falcon tires off just for a couple of laps here now to get them ready to go, and really a good push lap. We'll see how that's going to play out here. So we're watching the 915 here.
It's a Falcon Club TR car, but not one of the pointy end cars on the move at the moment. But working his way around with a pretty interesting looking wing. A lot of point buys happening here. Devin Herndon in the Subaru WRX. Nick Berg is in pit lane, so he might be heading back to the paddock and relinquishing an opportunity for a podium as he sits 5th right now in Falcon Sunday Cup.
Yeah, and this is their last group, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is the one that everything's to play for here.
And to note, there are other classes on track right now, but the majority of the Sunday Cup field is in this one, so we're going to focus on them. The pointy end of the other categories will come later. Here's Chris Rice hucking it into turn 1.
Oh, man.
Thank you. Big push. And Rice, again, he's on defense right now.
Yep.
But the closest car to him in time isn't going to have an attempt to catch him.
Yeah, you would think, okay, how tough is it to find 0.3 of a second? Brutally tough in these cars because these drivers are really good. And these cars are very equal, so you've got to find some absolute magic to be able to do it. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Best, Dooling, they all are, they're certainly capable of it. But right now, Rice, he's prepared, it looks like, for just about anything.
Over the crest, Forsheimer picks up a little time, stays 9th at a 106.305. And so the conditions seem good enough to find something, but we'll see if anyone in the top 5 can shift or shuffle in the last few moments on the racetrack. Lucas Schar in that Toyota Yaris in the 808, running 11th right now, is 0.3 back from the closest competitor in class, and that's Stone in the 744. Drives this car to events all across the country. Joined us at Carolina Motorsports Park, and at Road America, and here at Lime Rock Park. I see a checkered in hand. It's not waving just yet, though. So if you can start a lap, you're going to have to very shortly.
Yeah, last guy through is the 412 of O'Brien. So...
And Dooling.
Right.
He'll get another go.
Dooling gets another shot.
And clear track ahead, by the way.
Well, time to drop the hammer as much as they can. Your Best. He also is going to get another one as well.
Yeah, so if you can drop the hammer, it's time to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Point buys here, a few more. And it looks like they're letting everyone get a lap started. I hear tires squealing as drivers are pushing the limit through the downhill. Shar across the stripe. And Chris Rice trying to pick up a win in the 411 in Falcon Sunday Cup. This would be a big round for him if he could do that.
He just flashed through.
And here comes the next group of cars here. As far as the championship standings, Chris Rice is currently 5th and won back at Midwest Festival. Whoa, he had that thing up. Was that thing up on 2 wheels there?
Looked like it. Checker's out.
Checker's flag is out, and here comes Sam Dooling, hand in the air. I don't think it's going to be an improvement. It will not be, so he'll stay 4th. And David Best is coming in behind him. Best is in 11th in the championship. He's only run 3 races. His best is a 3rd, but he might match that if he stays P3 for the next minute or so. There's no one else in Sunday Cup in the next group, so this will be the final results for Sunday Cup this weekend.
You know, the interesting thing in this session, the Sunday Cup fast car was dueling just in this session. You know, that's a nice job, turning a 104.49, but just couldn't find enough speed to eclipse the time that Rice had set earlier. And it was really nice here to know that King, even with that incident and everything, is going to be on the podium. He was so fast.
He was, and with that, Chris Rice across the start-finish line. I think he's one of the last drivers to do so, and no one was able to take the fight to him. And so with the last fit crossing the stripe now, the 412 of O'Brien, that will do it for Falcon Sunday Cup. And your podium is Chris Rice, Joseph King, and David Best. And the margin between them, just over 0.2 of a second. How about that?
Gotta love it.
That is great to see. And in this session, we saw some other cars and classes, but we'll see the thick of it here. But, man, Nick Berg, a top 5 this weekend. O'Brien, and then Chris Rice also had his 91 car here, or at least the transponder associated with it. That car was 7th, and Kruger and Forsheimer and Stone the rest of the top 10, Greg.
Yeah, they, you know, obviously getting after it here, doing everything they possibly can. And I just love this shot because you see the Berkshires there in the background. It's about as scenic as it gets. And one of the things that, you know, we've talked about all the different things about Lime Rock over the years that make it stand out. One of the things that does is it is one of the very few racetracks that have a full pro level program that doesn't have one grandstand. It has that hillside that we could see the people down at the bottom. That hill slopes up significantly, and you can really pack some people in and watch some racing. And that's just another thing that sets this track apart. It is nature at its finest.
One could argue that this place has no need for grandstands when you have a hillside like that.
Absolutely, and that's one of the great spots to watch the. And the thing is, you're either generally watching here, or you're at the top of the uphill when things get gnarly over there. So,
it is a spectacle. One of the best corners in North American road racing, I think. But with that, that's Group 1 of several we have in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. And we'll take a minute, I guess, to cycle through some more of the running order. Let's have a look at Falcon Sunday Cup, or Falcon Club TR, for example. Here's what we come in defending. McLaren at a 57.885. He'll be in a later group, but the midst of this battle and frankly the tail end of it, all still revolving door here, Greg. So we could still see drivers shifting and shuffling in this group.
Well, you take a look, you know, that margin up at the front is, you know, basically 0.2 between the top two. James Houghton is going to be out in this, who's just been absolutely flying in GLTC. He's 3rd quick and not far away from it as you take a look at those at the numbers here. And then we're going to have some street cars out here as well. And maybe not a surprise to see Luca Barberas just kind of got it covered right now.
Yeah,
he's so good here.
He will. I think there's some others that will be a factor a little bit deeper in this group. There's a street mod car as well, the 76. And if we pull a highlight on that for a moment, that is Brown in this really unique build, Greg. And this is one of your favorites, little Volkswagen.
Yeah, and just look at that arrow on the back of it. I mean, he's got the big air dam on the front, but that is some crazy arrow on the back. You know, basically like a huge air scoop. And then there's that little bit of wing, and he's trying to get that air to cycle across the top of. And obviously that's one of the things that you're trying to get it to do, to hit that big sort of it's a massive gurney flap essentially on the back of that. And the thing is, that'll give you some downforce, but it also creates a lot of drag. And but he's determined that, front drive with that VW, and you get in these long duration corners here, it's so easy to have that rear end just start to snap around on you. And he's saying, I'll take a little drag. I want stick.
Cody Umba in the street class Honda Civic as well. Let's look back again at our street class order. Umba sits in 9th at the moment. He needs about a 10th of a second to run down Nate Brown in his GTI. So we'll see if that Civic can find some speed.
And again, that's all we're talking points here. Obviously, the higher up you finish, the higher point count you get. So even though it's 7th, 8th, 9th, or whatever, you're going to be fighting hard to try and find a little bit of time in a position or two and get after it here. And if you can make an improvement in the last session of the weekend, that can be really satisfying. Even if you're, again, you may not even be in the top 5, but if you find some speed, pick a guy or two off, you leave feeling, pretty well accomplished at that point.
Yeah, we see a lot of street mod cars in this pack, and including this one entering turn 1. This is the 317 of Tim Turner, and even Clay Davidson picks up a time there.
Yeah.
Moves into 10th at a 1:09.67 in that crazy-looking Mustang just behind this group. So already seeing some drivers picking up some time. And the previous group wasn't far off. I think the conditions, especially with the clouds coming back over, are ripe. Look at that big slide there.
That's 575, and that's an old school Mustang, isn't it?
It is. It's got the big old hood on it as well.
Yep. Catching some, big rotation there. And that's one of the great things about the NOS Energy Time Attack Championship. If you want diversity in cars, this is your place, isn't it?
I think GRIDLIFE in general, between GLTC and Track Battle.
Oh, for sure.
You want to build a car, take your pick. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good, but it'll certainly fit the rules. Yeah. And I think Clay Davidson, Tom O'Gorman had always talked about, old cars. You can never really get the old out of them. They always drive a little funny, even when you get all the nice fancy trick suspension and aero on them. But there are some advantages. They got big old reliable motors in them, and I think also, when you're developing a chassis year after year, you get so familiar with it. It's just hard to change.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this car, and again, you see that rotation. And the other thing, we've got, and I can't remember what the model of the car is, but that old Bondo looking Gran Torino.
It's a Pontiac.
Pontiac, yes.
Satellite.
Yeah.
Plymouth Satellite.
Yeah, it is the size of a battleship, and the guy's out there just wheeling it drift. There's so many different things you can do here, and I would argue that this Turn-In Motorsports group, I'm not sure anybody fields more cars than they do.
Yeah, they gave ASM a run for their money, I think.
Yes, they did.
Steven Hoffman behind the wheel, 11th in class right now, and right behind her is the 76 of Brown, and he just went quicker than he had previously gone. So it's interesting to note, Ethan Brown in that 76 Volkswagen is right behind the car that he is trying to chase. So that's usually good to have the rabbit to, proverbially speaking, to chase down. It's only 200s he's got to find.
Well, and having that out in front of you, and you can reference what that car is doing, and where they're braking. If you've been braking a little bit earlier than they have, and you see that they go another 10 feet deeper, you can go, well, let me give that a try, because it looks like there's stick there, and then suddenly you can find yourself making a nice gain.
A 198 car here making its way around, a EG Honda Civic, which has been a pretty popular choice of car to have floating around in the GRIDLIFE world. And that 198 car is being driven by Bruce Yoon in Falcon Club TR. And the EG Civic, man, the Honda Civics of any generation, you'll see millions of them here. But P16 in Club TR and only needs about 700s to catch the next car in class. Spin turn 1. It's one of our Integras, the 978.
Gathered it up.
And where is that car on my timing and scoring? I haven't really seen that Integra before, so bear with me while I do the investigation. Oh, maybe that wasn't the number. I didn't 973. That makes more sense. That's Paglione.
Yeah, okay.
Devin Hoffman back out on the racetrack.
Now, one of the things in Time Attack and the NOS Energy Track Battle, if you have a spin and an off, is that a mandatory report to the pits?
It
usually?
is, and if you don't report to the pits, your lap times stop being scored until you do report to the pits, and your times from this session will be wiped. So there is a lot of intensity around keeping the car straight and on the racetrack, because we can't have cars slipping and sliding all the way over. There's just too much going on. And Davidson's got a problem here, Greg. He's parked at pit out.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a tough spot to be.
Well, I saw there was. I assumed it was just like they'd overfilled the fuel a little bit, but in that right corner, right behind that outside tire, we were in that left-hander. Behind that tire, we were seeing fluid dropping down, and I'm sure the corner workers would have reported that, and he may have been asked to just pull over if he had some sort of an issue there, and responding. And you want to keep the track as pristine as you can for your competitors.
Yeah, the problem is that that's right at pit out, so you can't launch any more cars out of the pit lane until you move it. So they might try to have to.
Oh, good point.
And I don't think you can get a wrecker there without being in the way. So we'll see if this shortens this session up. Who's going to another look at that Honda Fit with the wing on it? Typically you'd see these in Sunday Cup, but not this one. Too much aero on it, too much motor under the hood, and it's in Falcon Club TR.
So what would they have done to the motor of that one then?
I'd imagine this is a K-swap.
K-swap, yeah.
Which is something you can do, and Tom O'Gorman raced a K-swap Fit for a while. But right behind him is Jacob Abbott in the 126. He is P11. That's a K-swap BRZ that he did himself at Abbott Auto Performance with the help of his crew. He's a big fan of these cars, but as with a lot of drivers that have swapped the Honda engine in, they did that for the... I mean, they're a Subaru shop primarily, Abbott Auto Performance is, but you put that Honda engine in these cars. I mean, it goes in almost like Legos, but the reliability, the extra revs you get, the power versus weight of that engine, when you swap it out from the Subaru power plant, there is a lot of advantages, and that's why K-swaps in any chassis are such a popular concept.
Yeah, you see a lot of them in everywhere, don't you? I mean, certainly in the Falcon Club TR, but a lot in GLTC. I mean, a number of the... weren't the S2000s running a lot of those as well, just because of the reliability in particular?
Exactly, and just across the board, they come in so many different kinds of cars that they just are easy to get and easy to get a hold of here.
That's a wicked-looking Fit,
isn't it?
It's coming at you, and you just go, that is sharp.
You put an air dam on a Fit and a rear wing, and all of a sudden, it looks the part, doesn't it?
It's fitting.
It is fitting, and it's 12th. Out of a 24-car field, that's really not
bad.
So bad.
Yeah, for a Fit in Falcon Club TR, that's pretty impressive.
Got the nose taped up to seal off all the gaps in the fenders and things. But yeah, P12 right ahead of Garrett Glosseri and Nick Babin in an RX-8 and a MD Miata, so it's right in the mix. Not a chassis that I would, they've got the torsion bar rear ends and things. It wouldn't be a car that you would pick on purpose necessarily for this application, but you run what you brung, right?
Well, you run what you brung, and you may have aspirations to eventually get into a more apt car for the category. But why not? If you've got the Fit, trick it up a little bit, get it into that category, just put some laps in. This may be really just a training program. Find a little bit more speed, get comfortable with it. And then we might find him out there with a different car as checker flag flies.
Yeah, Jason Molderig picked up, I think, a position or two, and Nick Babin comes across the stripe just behind. So Molderig up to 11th, knocks Abbott down in the last moments of asking here, and I wonder if Abbott will be able to respond to that. But it's really been hit or miss as far as the lap times are concerned. Some drivers are right up on what they were running, and some are miles off. So I guess it just depends on how your car is adapting to the changing conditions. You mentioned earlier it was warmer, then it's cooler, but the clouds have come and gone.
Yeah.
So it's been a little hard to chase.
Well, I was going to say, because you could have had a car that was great for these conditions, but you saw that blue sky, and at a certain point you got to make your choice and get, because you got to get on false grid and get out, and you may have just over-tweaked it for the warmer conditions, and now it cools off, and now the car just isn't quite right. So that happens sometimes.
So Cody Umba made up a few spots and moved into 7th in street class as the rest of the field peels down the pit lane. Here's a look at the paddock, the A paddock here. There's two. We've got A and B, and both of them are packed pretty tight.
Yeah, they are. This is a great turnout. Everything's pretty maxed here. You can see all of those, all of the cars in the two paddocks in the lower part, and then it is jammed up on the top. So I love it. And getting back to that over tweaking the car, I remember a great event, Trans Am race. Brian Simo in the it wasn't long enough ago. I don't remember what car. The August. No, what was it? Anyway, he had dominated every session, practice and all that. Right, came to the top, gets ready for qualifying, ends up 4th. And in the post-qualifying press conference, I said, Brian, normally I would start with 5th and work our way up, but I just got to ask you. You have every practice session you have topped comfortably, 4th in qualifying, and he said. It was right after Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade came out, and he just leaned into the mic and went, "We chose poorly." And I said, "Explain." And he said, "We thought we saw a little condition change, and we just over-adjusted for that condition, and it didn't happen." That's part of the game, and sometimes you just over-tweak them.
When you have a field, especially in Club TR, for example, if you have a field of 24 cars and tenths and hundreds and thousands of a second between the next one, it doesn't take a lot to run 2nd versus 12th versus 20th, right? There's just such minute changes. And when you look at a lap, we always say, at a track like Road America, 14 turns. If you lose a tenth in every corner, which at a track that big is easy to do, you're off 1.4 seconds by the end of the lap. Same thing here. If you're off by a tenth in all 7 of the corners, over half a second, 7/10 you're off. And that's a mile, or like it feels like, around Lime Rock Park. So you have to just be so on it, and the margins are so small.
Absolutely. And, that's where just really having that understanding plays absolutely huge dividends. And just to make sure that people don't think I'm a blathering idiot not being able to remember that car, was the Cavalli Mangusta.
Well, you cleared your name. Everyone was worried about it there, Greg, but we got it. Oh, man, look at the hillside and the Legends Concourse, and the arcade is under that tent as well. What a great event here. And if you've joined us here at the racetrack, thanks for being here. Sold out campground this season. And that hillside, no need for a grandstand, Greg.
Now there's going to be some serious DJing going on tonight in that
karaoke, and there's the campground crawl starting at around 7:30. That will begin just after the podiums. Basically, everybody here at GRIDLIFE is going to be taking everyone for a walk up through the vendor area. We're going to go visit FCP Euro and our friends from Lime Rock Park and Toyo Tires, and we're going to take a little trip around the racetrack and explore tonight. And we're going to bring as many people as we can with us in the campground crawl. So you should look out for us. Join the group if you can, but also make sure that if you're here at the racetrack, the podium celebrations, they'll wrap up pretty quickly after our last race of the day, which will be Model 3 Challenge. So head down. I think it's around 7 to 7:30. The podium is right at the bottom of the hill, kind of just to the left of the Jumbotron down there. And actually, we can maybe get a shot of it. Right next to the bathrooms is the
there
podium.
it is. Just right next to that red building to the left.
Yeah, so the podium celebration, we're going to give out all the trophies for all those that earned them here this weekend. And Adam Jabay will be helping us out down there and walking us through all the successes of the weekend. And man, it's just been a real fun time, and we're a couple hours away from giving out points and big trophies for all the efforts this weekend.
Hey, I've emceed a number of podiums at that podium there, and it's so cool when everybody meanders over, and you just got to see people up there, and they get into it. They enjoy it here when they come out, and it's just really fun. This is a place that really it's cool because it's a very much a pro facility, but it's got that warm camaraderie club feel to it, and people just love it.
It's great. Right at the bottom of the hillside there.
Yep.
I think that hill is one of the track's greatest assets. You can see so much from it.
It is.
It kind of channels all the entertainment into one area. It's really neat. But all right, cars on track for the next group here. This should be group. What are we looking at now? This will be group C.
Yes.
And we're going reverse order from E to A. And now we're going to move into some of the faster Club TR cars, and then some of the street class competitors that are sort of in the mix, sort of in the midfield there. Have another look at our street class running order, because I did see Mark Brylow out there in that silver Evo. He is chasing a podium. He needs to find 7/10 to do it. That sounds like a lot. And Eddie Siegel's out there in defense as well.
Yeah, and I mean, on this track, the problem is whenever you have, the shorter a track is, the tighter the margins get. So when you've got a big gap like that on a short track, it becomes really, really tough. On a Road America, if you had a problem in 2-3 corners and you clear that up, you could find half a second, right? Here, it's really difficult to find those big chunks. But if they were just having something, they were a little bit off here, might be able to do it here. He's got work to do for sure, but it's not like he's not going to give it the effort.
Reeves in a street mod classed MX-5, and Cody Hunt is out on track. He was one of the first cars to roll off the pit lane. And Rob Dahm, by the way, up to 6th in time attack in the street mod class. That'll be a nice result for him. I don't know that he's ever been quite up that high in street modified, so that should be fun.
Surprised you at all that Fortner's this far back in street? Or street mod, I mean?
Yes and no. I don't know hold that thought. Kevin Horn just improved in the 71 car, closing in on Prusank once more. But yeah, as far as street mod is concerned, I am a little surprised that Fortner is P4, but I do think that the other cars that are ahead of him are kind of pretty well suited to this racetrack.
Suited, yeah.
I think that AMG likes the bigger racetracks more so than this one. It's a little heavier, and while it is pretty decent at changing direction, tracks like Road America, and Laguna Seca, I think are much better for that car than here.
Well, and that's the one thing, you just look at the exit of Big Bend, and it immediately, you change direction, right, into the left-hander. Then you immediately change direction to the right. And the bigger, heavier car, the more it takes to just redirect that mass. And, that's where you want a car light, agile, with a really, and this track's smooth enough. You really want that stiff platform in a light car, and so you can just pivot it around, and it does become a little bit more challenging when you got one of those heavy cars, and that certainly makes some sense. And, as you said, at a Road America, in one of the longer tracks out there, that thing just flies.
The 80 of Chris Nahill in that Subaru BRZ is right up in the mix as well on track. And here comes another. There's a handful of these cars. I think this is going to be Daniel Persing in this 230. He's 6th in Falcon Club TR. And also we got the MR2 of Azimuth Muhammad that's just behind him as well. So these cars are up there fighting for a top 5. Muhammad has it and Persing wants it.
I'll tell you what, it is so cool to see that MR2 out there. A car with great balance. It was just generally always underpowered. And this is a category where you can take that and do a little bit to it to maybe extract a little more performance out of it. And Muhammad seems to have done that very effectively.
He has, and that car is known, and really all 3 generations of MR2 are not known for having the best balance ever. That's something to note. We did see a meatball flag go up in the air, and the car that I think was getting it has now peeled into the pit lane. And I think it might have been the car that we had drop oil earlier in the race, or earlier in the day, which was the 700 car. It is.
Yeah.
So that's Jakish that will roll on down. You don't see meatball flags all that much, but if you don't know what a meatball flag is, it's a black flag with an orange circle, and that is a notification that your car either has damage or is leaking something that the race control folks do not want you to keep continuing with. So it is a must report to pit lane to address whatever is wrong with the vehicle.
Yeah, mechanical issue, essentially, flag. It's interesting to me that you'd look at that MR2 and you'd think it would have great balance to it, but not really.
Yeah, well, it's a mid-engine car with a super short wheelbase. Now, what happens is with such a short wheelbase, you get an instability, right? And you don't have a balance, the balance between the front and rear. While that might be the case, it has all that rotation, and then it can't control it on the edge and the limit, right? So off-throttle lift-off oversteer, that is a common issue on the prior generation MR2s, and it's still sort of an issue with this MR2 Spider generation car, but there are certain ways to set them up to get them not to do that. But we know Ben Lynn had some trouble getting the one in GLTC to do what he needed it to do, but Muhammad has had less trouble in Club TR, and maybe that rear wing is part of that help.
Yeah, get some stick on the back there. Little rotation there, and that's okay. That little bit of rotation, and the biggest thing about that is if you exceed what's called the slip angle of the rear tires, now you're scrubbing it across the surface too much. It's robbing speed, It's sandpapering that tire surface up. But that little bit that, if you're right to the slip angle and you just get it to rotate that much, it can, if you tend to have a little inherent push in the car, you can induce that and it just nulls that push out. And then you can pick the throttle up a little bit sooner as you exit the turn or head into the next corner. And that's a good-looking vet there, the 176.
It's Cody Hunt
yeah.
in Street Mod. He had once run this in Street GT, and I think it was a couple of years ago. Crushed that event, did really, really well. And here he is now moving up into the Street Mod category. And with that, from Street GT to Street Mod, it opens up your modifications quite a bit, including that massive non-OEM rear wing. That's the biggest restriction in Street GT is bolt-ons only, and as far as aero is concerned, it has to have come on a car from factory. It can be a different trim level of the car that you have, but it has to have been a factory OEM option. When you get to Street Mod, all of a sudden that doesn't become a rule anymore, so you've got bigger wings and things.
So with that Street, if you're, it would have to be a wing that was on a different model of a vet?
Yeah, so exactly.
Yeah,
so
okay.
in the Street GT class, if you have a Corvette, you can put any wing that came on a Corvette of that same generation. So if it was a Z06, that's fair game. If it's a ZR1, fair game, right? So it opens up a little bit, but if it was on a completely different generation car, right, or if it was not made by Chevrolet in this case, or from factory, it's not allowed. And that's true of Sunday Cup as well.
Right.
So let's say Honda Jazz in Japan came with a wing, fair game, same car, so it's fair game. And that's true of a couple of other categories as well. But Street Mod, Track Mod, you get the aero rules opened up. Go knock yourself out. Or don't, but get a different wing.
Yeah, exactly. And, you'll see some really aggressive aero on those cars. And, then you get the problem when you get really aggressive aero. Okay, I've got all the stick, but now I need the power to drive through that aero. And so that's where you start to see these massive horsepower numbers with these cars with these just immense wings and these massive scoop trays on the front that are a wing as well. But then, I love these, this category car here with the 727. We see, this guy's so good around here. And one of the things that really, this is Marco Moroni, and it's light, it's agile, it's super responsive.
It is, and I got an engine swap, and Club TR is interesting because it is considered a light prep class, meaning, you can't modify the internals of your engine, but you can swap the engine. So you can't get into the, do rings and pistons and, cams, but if you want to take an engine out of another car and plop it in this, that's fine. You get some aero rules, and as far as interior, you've got to have, some of the important things like a heater, and you got to have headlights and things like that. But, you see these cars end up looking and driving very similar to GLTC cars, which is kind of a gateway drug to the wheel racing series.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the pit lane comes Siegel.
And defending from Mark Brylow, and Brylow has not been able to find enough. As we have a look at the 825 in street class, this is the JZ Motorsports Civic that runs 5th right behind Brylow, so there's still a little battle happening here just outside of the podium in street class.
Brylow just set his best lap of the session at 1:76.
Still about a half second off his best of the weekend, though.
Yeah, and 1.2 off of Siegel, so...
Yeah, and Brylow did come into the pit lane this time. And you're wondering, hey, we talked about Street GT and Street Mod. What about Street? Well, this is a class that's all about bolt-ons, effectively. But as far as, what you see be popular, it's a lot of all-wheel drive cars. But you see a lot of front-drive cars with a lot of performance. Civic Type Rs in particular end up in this group as well. A lot of turbocharged cars. Barbaras, Milky, Siegel, Brylow, and the JZ Motorsports car, I believe, are all turbocharged.
That's the car, right?
And then Benson Tai, I think, is an NA S2000. So that's when you start to get into the NA stuff. But all-wheel drive, turbocharged, you're in the front in street. There's a Scalar Performance car, and this is the unlimited. This is the unlimited car. This is an EV swap GR86, Greg. So they do have both out.
They do.
And I hadn't seen this one on track just yet until just now.
So great to see it. Checker's coming out.
And hear it over the crest like an RC car.
Yeah, exactly.
The 800. It's a really interesting vehicle that can be raced, as Joel Fillets brings it around. Makes about 300 horsepower, I believe. But because it is very much far from the intention of the GR86 from factory, it does land itself in unlimited, but it is a really neat car that you should check out here in the GRIDLIFE paddock.
That's the thing. I mean, sometimes in the unlimited class, some of these cars aren't going to be out there going for fastest time, but they are out there as a really cool development project, and they're worth studying and looking at. That one, a prime example.
So with the checkered out, we're going to move into Group B here shortly, and we've been following, the graphics all weekend long that are basically compiling all the results from all the heats because it's your best of the weekend. But if you have it just the session results, you lose the context of what's happened before. So all the tickers so far have been waiting for someone to go quicker. We just haven't seen it adjust the podium results yet.
Yep.
Others have kind of pipped here and there, but with these last two groups, these are the pointy ends of all our categories, and we could see some shifts and shuffles in the winners of the weekend here shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at that. That hillside's a little bit busier now, isn't it? Because people are realizing the really fast stuff is going to be coming out here, and they want to get in there. 1 for the speed, 2 for the sounds. It's just really, really special here, and can't wait to see what's going to play out here, but we know it's going to be quick.
Yeah, there's lots still left to go today. We've got the last two groups for the Track Battle Heats coming up here shortly, and then at the bottom of the hour, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 4B and 4A. Speaking of RC cars, Greg. There you go.
There you go.
The motors in the Scalar Performance car are a little bigger. That thing rips, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, man, it boogies.
Wonder what that'll do around Lime Rock. Probably faster than my car, if I had to guess. But anyway.
That's a pickup truck, too.
It sure is. We've seen them drift. We've seen SUVs drift.
We have.
We've seen trucks race. What don't we? Whoop!
Oh!
That was close.
Now,
Anyway.
I'd have been impressed if he would have shot between the wheels.
That would have been cool.
Yeah.
Need one of those FP. They're chasing them. All right. Well, I mentioned GLTC Race 4 is up after these last two groups of the NOS Track Battle Championship, then Rush SR Race 4, then a Drift Session, then Model 3 Challenge, and that will wrap up the on-track action for the weekend. So it is about to get to the apex of action here at Circuit Legends. And speaking of apex, how about the apex of our categories? Alex Moss, Luca Barberis, Evan McLaren. These drivers... A lot of these drivers are right at the pointy end of their respective classes. See Peter Granberg, who's second in Club TR. Bronson McNeemer chasing the track mod win here this weekend. Some of the fastest cars, Greg, out on track now.
They are indeed, and you're going to see, here's where you start to see some of the really radical aero, too, on some of these cars. And, again, this track, it's a track, once you get up to speed, you want that momentum to stay, and you're constantly in corners. So if you've got the horsepower to push it, a lot of aero is going to be your friend here because it just allows you to carry even more speed in these corners. And once you get into the track mods in particular, and then, of course, the Unlimited, man, some of the aero is just superb and huge on the cars. It's fun to just look at and just imagine what kind of air they're moving. And, that aero, the aerodynamics there, you see some of those big wings. It's such a black art, right? It's a science, to be sure, but you're manipulating air to give you additional grip. And, it's just remarkable some of the things you can achieve just by channeling air the right way.
Alex Moss on the attack here, P5 in Street Modified, and trying to chase Cal Fortner. Needs to find 3/10 in this session to get there, and he would need effectively a full second to catch Lou in the 490.
Yeah, for the podium would that be? Yeah, and I mean right now, Patton is just clear. He's 2.5 seconds clear of the field, basically.
Yeah. Well past the track record time already.
Yeah.
So Alex Moss comes out of turn 7. Let's see what Moss has. And across the stripe for the 150, Super K picks up 4th. Wow, nice lap. 8.68. Luca Barberis does not pick up. Evan McLaren is going to try to go quicker. He does not. He stays at a 57.885 as Barberis was in there hot, wasn't he?
Boy, he just saved that. Yeah, really, really wide there.
There's Barberis. Milky's on track right now, and exactly 3/10 between those two, and it's Evo versus STI, which is one of the age-old battles in GRIDLIFE time attack competition.
It is.
Which Japanese all-wheel drive turbo monster are you going to take to battle?
They both have their moments, don't they? So it's going to be fun to watch. And you can see they're a couple of seconds clear of Siegel at this stage, who's got 7/10 on Brilo. We talked about that. So we'll see what's going to happen here. But Barberis, he'd like nothing more than to find just a couple more tenths and make it that much tougher.
And Moss third, 56-261. Alex Moss improves, and he's now on the podium.
And by a chunk.
And
that was, he went from a 56.8 to a fit. That's 4/10. And leapfrog, that's a really impressive run he's putting together here.
Joe Milkey unable to improve in Falcon Club TR. Evan McLaren 57.754. Peter Granberg's 2.5 tenths behind. That's close too.
Yeah, very. Really impressed with what Moss is doing here.
He might be able to go quicker, but he does have some traffic he's running up on quickly. We'll see if it impacts him at all.
You can see not a massive amount of downforce. And here's that beautiful 1970 Datsun 240Z. I know I've just been raving about this thing all weekend long, but that is just a wicked looking hot rod. It's the only way to put it.
Moss did not pick up that time through. Barberis across the stripe in street, and he stays at a 57. McLaren across the stripe stays at a 57.7, and here comes Granberg. All he needs is 2.5 tenths, and he can't quite get there, not this time by. Ooh, big jump over the crest there for Bassett. And there's also Keenan Prusink out on track.
I think Bronson McNeamer just lost a spot to Stephen Mahadid as well.
I think you're right about that. McNeamer at 58.0.
Well, I got on the scoring here a 58.7 by, I think that's this session.
Correct.
Just this session, yep.
That looks like Moss has kind of knocked off this time, but here's Granberg still chasing McLaren. And Granberg won his first GRIDLIFE event at Road America by beating James Houghton in the podium sprint. And
that's
he would
no easy feat, that's for sure.
It's not, but he would need some more to knock McLaren off the top step. And he's pushing right now. You see the car wiggling on the brakes?
Yeah, he is absolutely on the limit here.
See if he can find a little bit more. Oh, big push, but late apex. He is driving that car in a slide.
And the reason he's trying to do that, to a degree, is you late apex the left-hander, and if you do it right, you come out really close to the left edge of the track, which gives you a great angle through that little right-hand flick onto Newman. But you don't want to run such a long arc through the left-hander that what you gain in speed is basically negated by distance. And that's all part of this game, too.
Big commitment through turn 7. Granberg hunting Evan McLaren, trying to find another 2.5 tenths of a second. And across the stripe, I don't think it was enough. Bronson McNeamer chasing in track mod. Still a 58 flat for him. I don't think Peter's done just yet. At this point, you have to wonder if he's got enough tire left.
Yeah.
But he's trying.
And you know what? That is, the graphics he's got on that car is just stunning too. It really, really looks good. And that's part of it. For me, yeah, I love performance, but I like a car that, I think these cars are art. They're high-speed art, but they're art. And somebody really puts on a great graphics package like that, and a car that's a nice platform for it, as we're watching some serious chucking right there.
Did you just notice how much angle the tires had relative to the track? Big understeer there for Ferraro in the 632 BMW. He's absolutely hucking that car around. Peter Granberg still not able to pick up, and he would probably be wise to back it down a lap, try to cool things off and go one more time, but he is running out of chances to get it right.
Moss is in, and he's done his job, hasn't he?
He has. Christian Arana's coming back around in the 550 Camaro.
Moss went from 5th to the podium in the last session. That's not too shabby.
Bronson McNeamer still trying to chase a different time here in this ITB V8 Miata. Had a big crash at Carolina Motorsports Park earlier in the season. Spent a couple months rebuilding it. And right back into the thick of it here in track mod. Big field this weekend. 13 cars in track mod is a lot for
That's
this
a stout
class.
turnout, isn't it? And how can you not love this car? A Miata with velocity stacks on top of a big V8.
There's two ways to go about track mod. It was called track modified. It's now considered track modern. There's two paths. You can either go with a modern supercar and your modifications are limited, or you can go with what a lot of the drivers have chosen, which is take a car all the way to the limits of the chassis effectively without going to slicks. And you get, a McLaren 720S that Jason Kanakari drives right up against cars like Bronson McNeamer, and that's the beauty of it. You have two completely different paths, but they all make the same amount of speed.
And it's kind of a neat dynamic, isn't it? You see that modern supercar, going through with all of its technical advances and all that, and then you see that home-built rocket that is sticking right with it, and you think about the engineering prowess and pride that these guys that work and build in these modified classes do, and to see them go out and be able to take it to an absolute top-build supercar, that's pretty cool stuff.
It really is. It's a fun class. And when you get to Unlimited, where Geyer here is performing, all the gloves come off. The only requirement is that the car has adequate safety modifications, which are described, and it has a VIN number. Everything else is up to you.
And that time that Anis set is just stunning around here, isn't it?
It is. And he went out not thinking he was going to go faster necessarily. He told me, on older tires, they didn't think they could go quicker. They were trending for a 50.4 yesterday morning, but were only able to get a 50.8 out of it because of an overheating battery pack in that hybrid drivetrain. But this afternoon took it out, 50.686, and that's the new benchmark record everyone in GridLife is chasing.
Yeah, really, really amazing lap. Pretty trick car to be sure, but you still have to have a wheelman to extract everything out of it, and Anis did exactly that.
So Group B here coming to a close pretty shortly, but there still is a few drivers that are trying to find some speed in the closing moments of this, including those in the track mod category, as the checkered flag is out. And the 632 comes across the stripe. That's it for them. And I believe with this checkered flag, unless Granberg can find more, we are going to know the winner and the final podium for Falcon Club TR. This will be the next class that we can put the finish on, and I guess Barbaras and Milky also.
Yeah, exactly.
So Granberg's going to come around to the stripe. This is it, his last chance to improve and beat Evan McLaren, and he will not. Evan McLaren wins Falcon Club TR at Lime Rock Park and GridLife Circuit Legends. Peter Granberg comes up just shy, a couple tenths back. He'll take home second place points for that one, which are decent for the championship. James Houghton third, Mario Marone fourth, and Azmeth Muhammad in fifth. And then in street class, this is another one we've wrapped up here. Luca Barberis, Joe Milkey, and Eddie Siegel. That's a familiar trio, but just missing out is Mark Brylow in the 565 for Gears and Gas.
Barely. That was really good. And also that JZ Motor car, right in that mix as well. I'll tell you what, Houghton, man, having a weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, we saw that car come off the racetrack earlier with some damage, and we didn't see it since. So I think whatever lap he ran earlier that got that time might have been at the expense of the car for the rest of the weekend, but it's still good enough for a podium. But, so we've now put the seal on 3 of our 7 classes with one more group to go. Or maybe that was it. That could be it. Let's see. No, we're still missing some because we're missing Waxman and Volkel. So there still is one more group. I always get nervous at the end of these traditional time attack formats because you can see them on false grid there. Because you don't have to run every session.
Right.
And you certainly don't have to run the last one. So if you've run a good time, there's not really a motivation other than defense to go back out.
Exactly. And if you've got a really good time, no sense in stressing the car, taking any risks. You've had a really good run here. But getting back to Houghton, across GLTC and now NOS Energy Championship, right? 2 wins, a second, and a third.
Pretty good.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all. So one more group of the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. Still 4 classes to put the period on here at the 3rd running of the GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends event here in Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. And after that, we've got plenty more racing coming your way. Of course, we've got GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 4B and Race 4A right after this. And then Rush SR Race 4, followed by Drift and Model 3 Challenge to wrap up our weekend of on-track action. And for those here on site tomorrow, cars and coffee here at Lime Rock Park when everyone wakes up from their slumber after karaoke and the campground crawl that will start at 7:30. All sorts of things to do on site. And make sure you stop by the merch tent as well. There's some really good stuff over there. That is right in the vendor area. Big old tent. And grab yourself a hat, a t-shirt, a water bottle, pair of socks, a bag. There's all sorts of things over there to get picked up.
Great stuff. And that t-shirt you're modeling right now is sharp. That is really, really nice. I like it.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup tee, and it's got kind of a classic. It almost has like almost like the old Formula One logo with kind of the speed streaks.
Yep.
And so you should go pick that up and let's sell that thing out. Let's
do it.
Make us order some more for the next one.
Hey, look who's coming out.
Oh, boy.
Give it a go here.
Sasha Anise is coming back out on the racetrack. And we got to see a track record set earlier, and we are going to get to see a chance of it getting broken again. There he is.
Man, that is an amazing piece of engineering.
It is a hybrid powertrain, Nissan 350Z, with a VQ35 engine that has been turned way up. It's got an electric power system that some of its bespoke parts by Mountain Pass Performance, but integrated into the drivetrain for the rear drive configuration of this car. And it's got solid bearings. Everything's mounted straight to the chassis. And lots of work on this car to make it lighter. Carbon floor, carbon doors, carbon bodywork, fender louvers, and it makes north of 700 horsepower in its full power configuration, water-cooled battery system. And it has run the fastest lap we've ever seen in GRIDLIFE at Lime Rock Park, and that was earlier today. We might get to see it do it again.
Yeah, it would be magic, and it just works, and that's what and it sounds incredible, but he just extracts everything out of it.
Here we go, Sasha Anise on slick tires with one of the most insane cars we've ever seen at GRIDLIFE. Across the stripe, beginning a flying lap of a 1.5 miles here at Lime Rock Park.
It's all about the entry here. Look at that. It just sticks right through Big Bend. And you might look at it and go, well, it doesn't have anywhere near the aero of some of the other cars we've seen. Oh, it does. It's just under the car. And so it doesn't need that big, massive wind. You got that little bit of rotation there.
Might need a few laps to get those slicks. I think they're Pirellis on this car. So they might take it 2 or 3 laps to get to full temperature. They're effectively the same tire that you'd run on a GT3 car in the SRO, for example. So they're not designed to be fast right out of the get-go. You need to get temperature in them. And a short lap here, so even on a full warm-up, you don't really get enough temperature in for them to work properly.
When you talk about the temperature in the tire does 2 things. One, you need the temperature in the tire to get the rubber to get sticky, to really grip up. The other thing is, these cars are set up, their suspension is set up for a certain pressure inside those tires. And so you may need a lap or 2, not just for that rubber to get warm, but for the air, that the nitrogen probably inside, to get to the right temperature, which generates the right pressure, and then it's suddenly magic. And you hit that right as you're coming down out of the diving turn. You've got a lap, maybe 2, and it is just glorious.
Over the crest. Slide. And he's going to get it woed up.
What a save.
Wow. That was full commit over the crest. And the reason why that happens, Greg, that car got airborne.
Yep.
And Sasha's going to pull it towards the cutout there. But as it comes over the crest, it's light. There's no weight on the car because the track drops away from you at the crest of that hill. And you can't get away with that going as fast as he did very often.
No, the minute that happened, I thought he was going to come right across the track into that barrier, and he caught that little flick, and the minute it went, he just locked him up. That was a brilliant save. after he had that moment. And what's going on there is you literally have a fight. You've got the natural physics of the mechanical grip in the car, right? And every spring, everything in that car is trying to release and go upward, because that's what it. And you've got the downforce on the car trying to squash it back down, and you just get offline just a little bit right there, and one of those sides is going to win, the other one at that point is going to lose, and that's what happened.
Yeah, there was also I thought I saw a standing yellow flag too there, so there might have been something that was distracting, just getting you off your rhythm as he came around the corner. But all right, so with that unfortunately out of the way, I thought we were going to get to see another track record fall, but doesn't look like it will be the case.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Slater is on track in this Porsche, trying to go quicker in the unlimited category, but Sasha's trying to turn back around, probably to return to pit lane.
Yeah, well, that was a great save. That was skill coupled with some luck, I think. When that thing pivoted back the other way, he recognized that could be my moment and was able to just get onto the brakes.
Some days you'd rather be lucky than good.
You darn betcha. You darn betcha. The problem for him is right now you can see the long skid marks. He's flat spotted all those tires.
Yeah, and we will go full course yellow here to extract this car.
Yeah.
So I think another note to make mention of your
here
Greg.
He goes.
Well, he's off. Maybe just needed the break in traffic to get moving, so he should be able to go green pretty quick. Alan Patton here leading Street Mod. Now there is something to discuss about the graphics here. Kyle McHugh is also running in Street Mod, but ran a fast time in Q1 when we didn't have the graphics capturing the times yet. He should still be P3. So,
okay.
So that could be. I don't have an exact time, but Sasha's going to stay on the. Okay, I thought for. Oh, he will.
He is. He maybe realized. Oh, I missed pit in.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he just needs a minute to cool everything down before he comes back in. But if he tries to go again, and he were to, I can't imagine what the flat spots he would do it. But if he were to go faster, it wouldn't count, because in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, if you spin or go off, your lap times are deleted until you return to pit lane and kind of reset that. So we'll see if he comes back in. He's not going to have a lot of time to do that.
No. I was actually just wondering if he was coming down the hill and was, there's obviously lots of stuff going on inside that car that I'm sure he's got to be aware of, and he was looking at stuff and then went, oh, there's pit in.
Well, he's back on it seems like. He came over that hill in a hurry. All right, well, let's see it.
Might not count, but it'll be fun.
Yeah. Onto the front straightaway.
He's staying out. So he doesn't think he flat spotted those tires too much. That's Patton coming out right in front of him.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for him to go faster.
Yeah. He's basically got 2.5 minutes technically, right?
Yeah.
70-minute combined.
I think he backed it down with Patton coming out. So, again, Patton's defending from Jamie Santos, Alex Moss, and Kyle McHugh, but I don't know that he has to be all that worried, because his lead is so significant.
I was going to say.
And because Patton, I believe, now holds the track record for rear-wheel drive in Street Mod.
Oh, and he just pointed, and he's by.
Yep. Yeah, Street Mod rear-wheel drive, the previous record was a 54-1. So Patton would walk out of here with a class win, with a track record, which is a perfect points total in 2024, which means Alan Patton would... I can't say that he'll absolutely lock it up, but he would have maximum points, and unless someone else matches him, he would win the championship right here, right now.
Right now, that's nice, man. Get it done early. Have that kind of a season.
Maybe they just black flag the 606. Oh, no, sorry. That was the 714. That was Sasha. I think they were bringing him in.
Yep, and he pitted on his own.
Yep. Kyle McHugh on track. And McHugh is leading in track mod, by the way, 54.558. So, and Cal Fortner, Street Mod's about to get really excited. Cal Fortner and Jamie Santos are nose to tail on the racetrack. And Fortner got pipped down a couple with Moss's improvement in the prior session, but there's McHugh. Ran both track mod and street mod at Road America and podiumed in both.
That's impressive. Fortner He's got a 57.1, and Santos is a 56.1. So Fortner, I mean, what, 6/10 would get him up into 4th.
He needs more than that, though.
Yep.
Sandy Sow in the 307 track mod car. Onto the front straightaway here for Kyle McHugh again in the track mod group. And I didn't see any improvement that time. Still at a 54.5.
Yep.
There's the 490 in tow, which is Lou, who's competing in street mod. So he's out here trying to find some speed. And Andy Vogel is on course, leading in the street GT category. Now, I guess you could say comfortably by 0.7 of a second over Ido Waxman, who I don't see on. As I say that, Waxman is on track and chasing.
Well, those two guys are usually really, really close, and this is a pretty sizable margin for Vogel right here. And we were talking about it earlier, and if you're just joining us, you may have missed it. But this may come down to horses for courses here, quite literally. And Waxman, that big Corvette, man, it loves to just have those long straights and just being able to get after it here. And I think that Vogel and that McLaren, that car just really is working around here.
Yeah, I mean, Vogel and Ido, again, going head-to-head in a C8 versus C6 Corvette. And when you look at the Road America battle, the advantage was to Waxman because of the slick aero on that car. It doesn't have a lot of aero, so it's very slippery. And I think that helped Ido on the long straights at Road America. But here at Lime Rock, you want a little aero. That C8 is a far more advanced car in that department. And honestly, forgivable mistake, by the way. It does look like a McLaren from a distance away, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to get there. Vogel is going to win another event, and I think this traps Waxman. I don't know unless Waxman goes to the final 3 rounds at Laguna Seca and at Autobahn and at Pit Race. Waxman would have to go there against Vogel and defeat him all 3 times and get a track record at all those places. And I can say with fair confidence that Andy Vogel has effectively won the Street GT Championship in 2024 by now.
Yeah, and boy, I'll tell you, not for a lack of effort by Ido. He is such a talent behind the wheel. And again, he just didn't maybe have quite the right machine for this event here. But man, he's had a great season. Even if it's only, if Vogel's been able to pip him here, still.
And it should be Patton, Santos, and McHugh on the podium. It's going to be tight between McHugh and Moss, I think. We'll have to get clarification on that one later. As far as the track mod group, though, it is going to be Kyle McHugh up top over Perkins and Smith in the 27 and 212. And in Unlimited, Sasha Anise with a dramatic spin at the top of the hill. He wins Unlimited over Steve Luca, and Slater in the 335 will round out the podium in the top class.
Man, what a show. This NOS Energy Track Battle Championship field as a whole has put on here, and at the top of the classes, we've just had some remarkable performances.
Well, that's going to do it for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship at Circuit Legends. We are done with Time Attack, but it's racing for the rest of the day and a little drift session intermission after GLTC Race 4 and Rush SR, but it's GRIDLIFE Touring Cup up next.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
How'd I do?
Great if you're not looking at the clock.
Sure you got that? I had to be faster than that, right? 100% NOS, zero sugar coat. New NOS, zero sugar. Get after it.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park is a celebration of modern tuning culture and the history of motorsports, and it's held at the tiny little Lime Rock Park up in Lakeville, Connecticut, a track that might be little, but it's got a big history dating back to 1957. It's the fourth round of the GRIDLIFE Festival Tour at this 7-turn, 1.5-mile racetrack that opened decades ago, but over those decades has hosted some of the best racing series of all time. And in the spirit of some of the greatest series, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup returns with a single-class format for the third year in a row. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. Greg, welcome aboard for the final races for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup this weekend.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, it's been such an honor to be able to be here this year after missing the first couple of them due to conflicts. And you kept talking up this event, and I completely understand now. It really is magic here. Everything that's going on with the Conquerors up on the top of the hill and the fans up there watching them stream down into the paddock to take a look at some of these extraordinary machines that are here. And then some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And, you know, the amazing thing here, you know, we've talked about how good the racing is and all that, but, you know, we have Acura Integras going up against Corvettes, going up against Mazdas, going up against Civics, all in the same class by a really well-designed power-to-weight formula, and then depending upon tire choice and wings and aero, different weight balancers. It works. And I got to tell you, after that last race, when I ran downstairs for a moment, Adam Jabay was down there, and he looked at me. And remember, there's been the concerns about a few incidents, and I don't want to knock on wood here at previous events. He said, "What'd you think?" And Adam, that was brilliant. He goes, "That's what I wanted." And he put his hand up for a high five. This is his vision. And man, it has played out to near perfection here.
It has. GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falken, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GRIDLIFE, the title partner of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And this little bull ring of a racetrack, Greg, I mentioned earlier, it's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl. You're just constantly pulling to the right and one to the left. But take me through a lap here at this historic circuit.
It's all momentum. That's what the story is. And it all starts with the run through the diving turn of the downhill turn there, the bottom right of the screen, down the only real straight here into Big Bend, and it's 2 turns, folds back on itself into the lone left-hander you talked about, and then the run what is now what's called Paul Newman Straight, a very abrupt climbing turn. You catch air up and over it, you get to West Bend, which is that tight but fast right-hander, and then you just drop. Same amount of drop in a big hurry, big compression down at the bottom and onto the Sam Posey Straight, and it's all momentum. And in these cars, if you lose that momentum, particularly on the uphill, it really hurts you because it takes a while to get that speed built back up again.
It sure does, and as the pace car rolls around here, this is getting set up for our B race of race 4. We had too many entries to run all in one go, so we had to split the field in 2, and this is the slower of the 2 groups here, Greg, but that doesn't mean it's been any less exciting. Of course, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, a single class formula balanced with power, weight, and tire. You can do things like swap engines and add aero, but they come at an expense. 4 races per weekend, no contact allowed. Non-contact sport here, and this is the final race of the weekend. Well, the first of 2 final races of the weekend.
Yeah, exactly, and it's double the fun here with that split format. So instead of the 4, we get 8, and loving every minute of it. This has been absolutely spectacular. And in this B race, it's the 4th race of the weekend, which means invert.
It does mean invert, and it's a fairly deep one here as well, because I think it's trying to figure out who was the winner of that last race. It was Lena Chin, but remember, when they all move up into the A group, so the pole sitter for this is going to be Thomas Moss, who I think was down in 5th or 6th, I believe.
Yep.
Jason Wynn will start alongside him. Then it's Kevin Bandy and Zach Lavoie in that second row, Greg.
Yeah, then Brian Leonard in the Chase Bays, number 37, 243. Kevin Zhu, who looked really quick again in that previous B race. I'm not sure why he didn't advance. Then the 162 of Eddie Nakato in the BMW, and the 714 in the Porsche of Tony Barber.
Jeremy Zeitler starts 9th place in the number 11. Azim Alariza in the number 992 car starts in 10th, and Matthias Arias and Louis Chatroop start 11th and 12th.
Starting 13th will be the 51 of David Rudzinski. 14th will be the 84 of Thomas Lathrop. 15th, the 161 of Larry Luck, and then 16th will be the 311 of Jose Santa Cruz.
And Nicholas Fuller rolls off 17th. Jeff Wasilko in 18th place. Patrick Huxley, Cindy Picotte in the number 120 starts in 20th, with Chris Schooler, Eric Magnuson, and Carlos Mendez bringing up the rear for this B race as the field doubles up here. Interesting to note, Moss and Wynn side by side. We saw Wynn battling MX-5s in the first race, or the earlier race in race 3. He'll do it again.
Yeah, absolutely, and I am looking forward to this because these guys, oftentimes when we have the combined field on the longer tracks, these guys would be at the front end of this would be the guys running about mid-pack. This gives them a chance to go for an outright win, if you will, and they get some points for it. So this is going to be a really good show. This is their showcase.
Well, let's do it. Let's race for it. Last race for the B group for GridLife Touring Cup at Circuit Legends. Green flag, and we're underway. 4 wide on the front stretch. Who's squeezing up to the outside there? That's tight. That's Kevin Zhu.
Oh, look at that move. Way in deep, I think, by Moss. And there goes down to the inside, Jason Wynn. Taking that spot back once again, and these two guys getting after it. And then Zach Lavoie, he started in the 4th spot, has moved up into 3rd.
Oh, Kevin Bandy, he's off at turn 2.
That's
now
what happened.
He got squeezed in that 4 wide and locked up his tires. He might have a flat spot or even a flat tire, so he went off, found a cutout at turn 2. We should get to stay green, but Zhu is on a mission side by side with Leonard.
Yeah, he is. He's working hard to make that move here, but look at Leonard running that outside line. Actually had some pretty good pace up and around, and Zhu pointing at him, trying to, I don't know whether it's, hey, let's work together here, let's not fight, whatever it is. Great run by Leonard up that hill. He just took that spot cleanly away.
Well, first lap's complete. That's how quick it all happens, and basically under a minute. Wynn is going to be the first one to cross the stripe. Thomas Moss, that is, in second. Zach Lavoie. Kevin Bandy's going to drop off the timing and scoring here, and Tony Barber up to 6th alongside Eddie Nakato in that blue BMW.
Oh, Zhu right there again, showing the nose into Big Bend on Leonard, but Leonard covered it and just absolutely did not give him that opening. And then, as you said, Barber and Nakato. Barber really having a good run here early.
Oh, Brian
Leonard.
Wide. Big slide for the Chase Bays 86. And he's feeling the heat from the 243 of Kevin Zhu. Full course yellow.
Must be for Bandy, huh?
It could be. I thought he had gotten off course. He did not. I thought he was going for the cutout, but he didn't make it there. So full course yellow. And we're under caution for the first time in race 4B.
And for those of you who are looking, well, he's way off to the right there. Why is that an issue? One of the things that happens frequently when you come out of the second part of Big Bend, as you go, sometimes either you drop your left side tire, and what happens is you hook and you go straight across right where Bandy's sitting, or you come out of there, and as you go for the transition, the car snaps and you end up right where Bandy's sitting. So this is a very wise call by the officials, and we will always err here in GridLife on the side of caution.
Well, the good news is the crews this weekend have done an exceptional job of getting us back racing here. So this should be a pretty quick tow, and we should be back underway not too long from now. This gives Thomas Moss an opportunity to get back by Jason Wynn. The starts have been so aggressive, Greg. I wonder if, I didn't get a chance to really take it in with how many cars were 3 and 4 wide, but I wonder if Zhu was throwing his hand out at Brian Leonard. Maybe he felt like he got squeezed there on the start, but it was so crazy. I don't know if anybody can really be held at fault when you're 4 wide into Lime Rock. You just can't do that here. It's not wide enough for 4 wide.
No, I mean, everybody tries it every time, and whoever decides to try and make it on the outside there usually ends up getting they just sit out there and get freight trained, and you may feel aggrieved but it just isn't going to work here. I'll tell you, a guy who's having a massively frustrating weekend, but he's going to like that opening lap, is the guy driving that beautiful Gold 330 BMW, Eric Magnussen. Started 22nd and completed that first lap in 15th. So,
well, and we anticipate him moving forward very quickly because he is capable of running top 5, but this weekend just hasn't quite gone to plan for him after getting tangled with Eric Jensen in the last race, so or actually race 2, and then ended up a little down the order for race 3. So,
and he's also been dealing with those overheating issues as well, which doesn't help.
And I wonder if that's because, at a lot of racetracks he's been to this season, there's a lot of straightaway to cool things down, or you've got a lot of air moving through the car, and here the average speeds are lower. You don't have air rushing through the front of the car as much as you would at a place like Road America where we just were, and it hasn't been super hot, but I can't imagine that it's super helpful to keep those speeds down. You need to force air into the car to keep it cool.
Well, speeds down in here because it's such a short track. You're constantly right behind a car, which then also eliminates air. And one of the problems he had earlier, he was stuck behind one of the Corvettes, and right where their exhaust is right where his radiator inlet is. And so he's just been dealing with these myriad little issues here, and would like to finally be able to put together a good run here. I just want to say, again, for Cindy Picot, first time out in the number 120, and this is a pretty steep hill to climb here. If you haven't raced GLTC in GRIDLIFE, it's a fierce championship, and she has done, as a brand newbie here, really a nice job. She's staying at the back, she's learning, she's doing what she can, and when the cars come up behind her in a spot where you should just drive your line, let them figure out a way around you, she does that. And when she gets in a position where she could just stay out wide a little bit, she does that. She's really doing a nice job.
Yeah, and this is a very challenging series to run in, and you don't really know how much you need to prep until you come here, and sometimes the first event goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And so for Cindy to get just laps under her belt and see really what she needs to do to improve that car for the next time, she's going to learn a lot this weekend.
Oh, you bet.
As will Schooler and Wasilko and some of the other new guys and gals that are here this weekend.
Yep.
It is a quick learning curve here. Once you figure out what you need to do to the car, then you're in the mix.
Well, a classic case is Magnussen, right? I mean, he's got 4 national championships in other categories here. Comes in here, and he's been able to run top 5. But when I talked to him after the first race I did this year, he just said, "Man, I had no idea this stuff was this fierce." It is.
It absolutely is fierce. And, what's been so fun about this format here at this racetrack is, when we look at the typical order of a race, you see Bandy going behind the wall here, unfortunately. This would be normally a 60-car field. So we're watching a battle that would be effectively for 30th place, but it's for the lead. And that's what's so fun about this. We get to put the focus on some different names and faces, and we're about to put them back on focus because the lights are out on the safety car, and next time by, we're going back green.
And the other thing that's cool about this, right, is these cars, as you said, they would be normally far enough back they wouldn't get any points. Top 3 here, 3, 2, 1 for points. So there's a lot to be really racing for and proud of here, and we're getting ready to go.
Green flag, and Zach Lavoie gets a great launch on Thomas Moss. And green means go. You can pass before the start line. You just can't jump the start. And Lavoie up to second place, past Moss, Brian Leonard, Kevin Zhu on the attack to turn 1.
But I'll tell you, that's the second straight start here that Moss has sort of been caught napping and lost a spot. And that's a surprise. I mean, Wynn just drove right around the outside of him, and or I think down the inside of him. And that time, Moss just didn't get on the throttle.
Leonard tried to get up underneath Kevin Zhu and had to take to the curbing there. Zhu had to check up for, I think it was Moss ahead of him, and it just got tight there for a moment.
Yeah, Zhu, that was a great restart by Zhu because he picked that spot off. You remember he and Leonard, he'd been trying to figure a way around Leonard and used the restart to great effect.
Up over the crest there, Moss, Zhu, Brian Leonard, nose to tail here. This is for third place now as Lavoie tries to keep Wynn in touch.
Ooh, Moss dancing on the edge there at the exit of West Bend. Somebody exceeding the edge a little bit there. You see that plume of dust go up.
Magnussen was on a mission. I saw that gold BMW M3 move through, so he's
Yeah.
up near the top 10. I don't know if he's to it yet, but he's near it.
He's 11.
Almost top 10.
Yep, right there. So great. I mean, considering he started 22nd, he's 11th. That's 11 spots he's made up in a very short time here.
Leonard again all over the back of Kevin Zhu. These cars are making speed in very different ways. Leonard chasing the rear of that car.
Yeah, he really has that back end stepping out. You can see that little bit that he had to save it has cost him a number of car lengths, and that now leaves Zhu free to attack on Moss here. I don't think he's going to get him up in the uphill here unless he gets along. Oh, and a big wiggle by Zhu. And that's going to bring Leonard right back onto his 6 here.
Moss missed the apex at West Bend. That was wide, but where do you go?
Yeah, well, he did the right thing. He just had to just breathe gently out of it and got that car back under control. Lost a little bit of momentum, but didn't go off, didn't lose position yet. Here comes Zhu.
Tucks back in line behind and pops out late on the brakes for turn 1. Is it too late, though? No. Just doesn't get the overlap he needed.
No, now he does.
Oh, he just straddled the curb there to try to get the rotation he needed, but it wasn't enough.
Leonard showing the nose. Zhu's back end steps out just for an instant. This is fierce stuff.
And this is all for a podium spot. There's a point on the line, just one, in the racing like this.
Yeah.
Imagine when you get 25. Zhu's in the grass.
He's trying to find any way through he possibly can. He's got the nose ahead. If Moss can stay inside, he's got the overlap, but he can't.
On the outside of the uphill, he just made that pass.
You know what? That takes really big bravado.
Yeah. And Leonard alongside Moss in the downhill diving turn. And door to door, leaving each other plenty of space, but Leonard is through to 4th.
That's another big bravado pass. The downhill, side by side. You don't see that happening very often.
And Carlos Mendez pulling over. As sober as he, that's a sobering place to pull over, unfortunately.
Yeah, it truly is. That's too bad.
Oh,
but all of this dicing has let Wynn sneak away a little bit to the tune of almost 2 seconds.
Magnuson up to 7th from the tail of the field.
Yeah, he's really putting a drive together here.
Look at this, even battles deeper in the field all the way back there for about 20. And trouble for Zhu. That's the right rear wheel that's come off that 243.
Look at this.
And he's just trying to get out of the way at this stage.
He's trying to find a spot he can keep this race going green here.
Yep. And, well, man, that's wild. I've never seen, well, it could be a hub failure, but it looks like it just popped off.
It sure does. He has been so fast this weekend, and white flag coming out. He's been so quick this weekend, and I mean, he actually finished.
It just started walking on him, and away it went.
Away it went, yeah.
And bam, right into the tire wall there. Wow. So last lap, and oh man, Tony Barber. I think he's getting passed by Magnuson, but Magnuson trying to hold the outside line here through turns 1 and 2.
Yep, given the respect. And it's funny, you know, the series that Magnuson won some of those championships in, they didn't have this overlap, no contact rule. And, you know, I know when he first got here, it was a little bit of a struggle for him to just remember about it. But once he started to figure it out, he went, oh my God, this is great racing.
And up the uphill for Magnuson, trying to move forward even further up into 5th. And all the while, the leaders make their way down the hill for the final time. And it was a wild one. Jason Wynn.
Battle here. Look at this for the second spot.
Here comes Leonard, side by side for second. Wynn gets the win, but for second it's tight. And it's Lavoie and Leonard nose to nose by a 10th.
What a finish. And Leonard, fast lap of the race on that last lap in that charge. That was spectacular.
Louis Chatroop, the 205 of Arias, and Zeitler come home in the top 10. And that was tight even further back.
Yes, it was.
And Schooler 11th and 12th by less than a 10th.
Another good one here. Wow, they're fabulous.
Just ripping by the finish line there.
Yeah, but how about Magnuson? Everything working for him this time. 22nd to 5th. That's a drive.
Yeah, I know he would have liked to have done that in the A race instead, but he's just got so much talent, and he's just done such a nice job here. He's new this year to the championship and has not held back at all. What a race. Another wild one for sure with some dramas there. And the right rear wheel of Kevin Zhu's car coming unglued and ending race 4B.
And you can just see that, you know, when it snapped sideways that time, it was very awkward.
Yeah.
And, you know, something was amiss, and it turned out to be a tire.
Well, here's a look at your session results. Jason Wynn, 3 points to his name. Zach Lavoie gets 2. Brian Leonard 1. Moss and Magnuson, the rest of your top 5. And just past Barber there in the closing laps there, Greg, over Nakano, Chatroop, Arias, and Zeitler.
Yeah, good stuff. And then Alariza, Schooler, Rudzinski, Lathrop, and Santa Cruz. That's your top 15. Luck, Wasilko, Fuller, Huxley, and Cindy Picot, 20th. Nice run for her.
Yeah, that's going to be a decent result there. And just outside of the top 20 are the cars that had some issues. Kevin Zhu, wheel off. Carlos Mendez, mechanical problem. Kevin Bandy, we saw some contact and a little bit of a lockup, but it didn't seem like a lot. So whatever happened there to Kevin Zhu took him off the racetrack and put us under full course yellow. But another wild one. Look at this start. So here's what, so Leonard is going to squeeze Zhu, but I don't think Zhu realized that they were 4 wide there.
Yep.
And they get down in, and maybe, it's just tough. It's tight.
Really, really tight.
And then the next time around, look at Tony Barber and the 162 in Nakano. They had a little scrap amongst themselves. Then Kevin Bandy, his car stalled, brings out the full course yellow. And as soon as they dragged that car off the racetrack, we were back under green. And on the restart, Zach Lavoie passed Moss and through to second.
Yeah, again, Moss on each start lost the spot. And you can see Zhu right there trying the outside. See the big wiggle that he had there. And trying to run with Moss and Leonard in full chase mode.
Yeah, great battle amongst these cars here. Then Zhu straddling the curbing, trying to find a way around. That could have been, perhaps, what loosened that right rear wheel. And you see Carlos Mendez had an issue and just went straight for the cutout. Great work there to keep us green and find a place off track.
Boy, that is sportsmanship, no question about it. And I wonder if Zhu, as he's in the grass there, I mean, he was everywhere on the track and more. And you have to wonder if at some point one of those moves, maybe hooking that curb like you were talking about.
Yeah, right there. I mean, just and away it went. And it went for a ride and pow into the tire wall there.
Yeah.
And he did a good job also to get closer to the wall and out of harm's way. But thankfully, we were just a lap away from finishing, and Lavoie and Leonard put on a show for second. But it's Jason Wynn that gets it done in that red and white FRS.
Yeah, he just made a great move at the start when Moss was napping a little bit, shot through to the lead, and then nobody could touch him. Although Leonard got fast lap on the last lap as he closed down on Lavoie.
So Carlos Mendez in the 83 is going to get on the hook and pull back around. And unfortunately, his weekend will end with a bit of a disappointing result in race number 4B. But still another race to go. Race 4A is up next. And then we got some Drift, Rush SR, and Model 3 Challenge to end the day, Greg. But it has been thrilling this weekend. We have got our fair share of action, haven't we?
Oh, in every possible form. The drifting has been absolutely superb. And one of the things that I loved was that, I've talked about my drive in from where I'm staying. I get to this elevation point, and as I start to drive, I'm overlooking the Berkshires and that morning mist that settles in there. When the drift cars have gone out, we have those high shots. It looks like that. It's actually been really kind of pretty, what we've been seeing here. And then all of, the track battle action and, the records that have been obliterated here by some of those amazing drivers. And then the Rush SR and, the door-to-door stuff with the Rush SR and this has been off the hook good. And Lime Rock tends to promote that. It's short, it's fast, it's close.
It's all of the above. And Mendez getting pulled back as the A field awaits their go. I did hear that Eric Catil might be done for the weekend. He's just been struggling with getting that car running, and unfortunate for him. I was talking to him last night. He says, well, I wasn't planning on going to Autobahn, but now I might have to just to get the points that he's hoping for in the title fight. And I don't see that as a bad thing necessarily, that he's going to have to come out to another event, and I think it'll be fun to see him at another race this season.
Well, I mean, he's a former champ. He's an exquisite wheelman and a mighty fine mechanic. So when he has mechanical issues like he has, it's really frustrating for him, and I don't think he wants to end his season on that kind of note. He wants to come out and show what he can really do, and you want to finish a season with something positive. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see him pop out here. And we get ready to go. It looks like the invert here for race 4A looks like it's top 8.
Yeah, that's a pretty big invert for Lime Rock, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Because passing cars here can be a challenge. You only get a couple chances a lap, maybe just one. But that'll put Scott Heckert on the pole for this race. And Greg, the last time that happened, you don't have to look too far back in the stats. That was at Road America back in July.
How'd he do?
And he won that race. So something tells me that Scott Heckert's going to be hard to beat. I think the other car that we had a circle as Nick Barbato in that 49.
Yeah, I mean, he's been really quick from the off. He knows this track incredibly well, and he's put it to pretty good use out there. The other guy that I would keep an eye on is Paul Darling. He's been really fast, and look at that. there's Kevin just having a big smile. He just goes with it, right? I just love his approach.
Look at him laughing. Yeah. He laid it. He left everything on the racetrack, including one of his right rear wheels. So
he gave everything he possibly could. There's no question about that. But I just, we've talked about it. Darling, we think he's owed one. All right, and I think he's got the ability to do it here, and that car has been really, really quick. And let's give a shout out to Lena Chin, who has had.
Oh, you know what? That is a hub failure. You can see the bearing in there.
Oh yeah, sure enough.
So it didn't come off the lugs. It just flat out broke the hub. Now that's a common failure on these cars in racing conditions.
When you're hooking curbs, especially.
Yeah, I mean that didn't help. But you always wonder when you see wheels come loose: is it the lugs or is it the hub? And in this case, you could just see straight into the wheel bearings.
Yeah,
that's not intentional.
No, that was a pretty significant failure. But I was just going to say for Lena Chin, who looked like she had her first ever podium and has been fast in every session here to end up with and you think about it, she was relegated to the B at one point, fought her way back out of that here, but she has been so quick, and I'm sure she's frustrated now starting back in what will be 26th in this one after fighting her way up and out of the B category. But what a weekend she's had, third on the track, and when she blew the dyno, it was just not much. It wasn't really any performance advantage, but it's a rule, and you've got to honor those rules.
I said earlier that it's black and white. That is true.
Yeah.
But the way the rules are instituted, the idea behind GLTC is that as long as the car is legal as run, it's fine. So if you blow the dyno, they'll give you a chance to scale again. And if your car is heavy and that it's enough weight to cover the extra horsepower, you're okay.
Right.
Now, in some cases, most cases, that you go on the dyno and you're over by a couple of horsepower, it takes kind of a lot of weight to get there. But there is a scale. If you're overpowered by just a little bit, it's a position penalty, not an outright DQ, which I think is what happened here to Lena.
Yeah, exactly. So, but she'll be fun. She's the master of the outside pass, that's for sure, and it'll be fun to watch her coming through the field. And if Guttil runs, the two of them could team up and really come auguring through this pack. I don't know whether he's going to be able to make it. And starting 19th, we get to watch Mr. Excitement, Jackie Ding.
Oh, Jackie Ding. Man, he put on a show yesterday, didn't he?
Though?
And I think I had a text earlier. I don't think Eric Guttil is going to be running here. I think he's up on the hillside watching this trackside. So unfortunate, but
it is.
There are
such a nice guy.
There are worse places to be. I'll be honest.
If you have to have a problem and miss a race, sitting on that hillside watching, not too bad.
Not so bad. And hopefully he'll join us in the campground crawl later, starting at 7:30, right after the podium celebrations. And that's another question, Greg. Podium. Let's talk about that for a minute, because coming into this race, it is far from over. As we look at the points coming into this race, James Houghton has 73 to Matan Rosenberg's 67. So for Matan, he's got to outperform James by a couple of positions to earn that back. And the reason why is because Houghton has 2 qualifying points and Matan had none. So this is going to be a fight not only for the race win, but for the weekend win as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the weekend win, that's what generates season points. And so it's really, really crucial here as the field is heading out now on their pace and parade laps. And keep in mind, Luke McGrew, who's got a big margin here in the points, not here. And, so these guys that have been finished, Houghton and Rosenberg, when you have to start doing the drops, Luke has been throwing away, I think you said 4th and 5th. These guys now get to throw away 30th and 20th and are going to really compress that battle going into the last few rounds. So this championship is on.
It is on, and we'll be trying to keep a close eye on the points there. It's a 5-point differential. The tiebreaker, I believe, is qualifying, so that would go to James. So Matan needs to get 6 points. Actually, he needs to get 7 points, so that's going to be some effort.
Yeah.
Now, he will start ahead of James because of the invert, so He just needs to keep that distance. Or, we'll grow it, but keep it too.
Right, but I mean, he's starting in the right spot. We know that car, it accelerates well, so, you know, who knows? He might be able to get one or two guys on the start. He's certainly going to be putting everything into that effort and just trying to give himself some room back to Houghton. It's going to be fun to watch. But because of the invert, Heckert starts on pole, the number 72 Corvette. Nicholas Barbato, the 49 BMW, the white machine. 202 Jake Price starts third, and Paul Darling, my inside pick here, starts fourth.
In fifth place, it's Tony Marchev in the number 17, having a phenomenal weekend. Ronnie Vidoc rolls off sixth in the number 99. Then the front two from the last race, Matan Rosenberg and James Houghton, are the only drivers to win so far, but they have to make it up 7 spots each to make it to the front.
Yep, and it'll be fun to see what they can do there. Starting 9th, the 374 of Emil Tab, who's been really quick this weekend. Starting 10th, the 90 of Matt Waldbaum in the S2000. Starting 11th, 715, Salil Shukla. Starting 12th, the Corvette, the number 3 of Eric Meadows. Starting 13th, the 77 of Hans Horpedal. And starting 14th, the 28, Peter Zhang.
And Sam Scott starts 15th place after winning, I think it was race 2B. So he'll roll off in the inside of row 8. Matt Corrance starts 16th in the 52. Then it's Tyler Pappas in 17th. And 18th, it's Andy Smedegard in the 212 with Jackie Ding in the 19th spot in the 86 and Michael Pagano in 20th.
Starting 21st will be 213, Scott Robertson. Starting 22nd, the 159 of Joshua Rubenstein. 23rd, the 404 of Donna Louis. Starting 24th, the 204 of Leland Wombold. Starting 25th, the 184 of Eric Jensen. And starting in the 26th spot, the 917, the S2000, the beautiful blue one of Lena Chin. So that is your field.
Well, it is a really talented field with the cars built absolutely to the limit of the rules. And this 49 of Nick Barbato, you know, he has been testing for weeks and months, prepping this car to make the move to GLTC racing and put himself in contention here, as we've got someone on the backstretch we need to pick up before we go green here. So this will be a delayed start.
Oh, man, I wonder, we can't see who that is.
Not yet, at least. Can't tell. Oh, it's Matt Corrance, I think, the orange and purple car.
Oh, boy.
That's unfortunate for Mac. So braking on the pace lap before the green even flies, and that will likely end his weekend here, as they're going to get the tow strap hooked up to it. Yep. And we will likely get a delayed start here unless they just pull him to the cutout, but they might as well take the time just to pull him all the way back in.
Yeah. That's a shame. He always puts on a great show. He is a really aggressive, fun driver. And, you know, the guy to keep an eye on here, too, keep in mind, he starts 15th, but, and you may have mentioned this, but Sam Scott, in that number 85, fast lap in that last race of the A group. That's a pretty good accomplishment when you think of who's in this group.
Yeah, we're doubling up here, but I don't know. Lights seem out. Maybe they're just going to pull him to the cutout and we'll turn him loose, but let's see. Eric Jensen and man, Lena Chin, these two are like magnets. They can't seem to get away from each other, can they? Down the hill. And coming around the final corner here. Lights, the hazards are still on, so we will go around another lap.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And, well, we'll take a moment here. Well, look at that. Look at the beer can stack there we got.
Well done.
I'm going to make one about 3 times as high after this, I think. So
well, you will have earned it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'll let my boss decide that, I think. Oh, man. Another mile and a half around Lime Rock Park. And for those wondering about the next stop on the GridLife calendar, of course, the festival tour next stops at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. That is September 27th to 29th in Salinas, California. But as far as the next event on the calendar, it is going to be our trip to Autobahn Country Club in Joliet, Illinois, September 14th to 15th. We will have GLTC and Track Battle and HPDE there, but it will not be a live-streamed event. But WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca will be September 27th to 29th. And then the Pit Race event, October 11th to 13th. That is our kind of our East Coast and Midwest finale event with Thunder Hill, November 16th to 17th, which will wrap up the West Coast Championship that we began this season as part of the Willow Springs and Laguna Seca trifecta.
And if you're, up in this area, it's not that far a drive. If you have never been to Pit Race Complex, go. It is an amazing facility there. The track is just stunning. and challenging, and everything about it is just right. And the cars here of GRIDLIFE across the board are going to be magic at that place.
Fields doubled up. This time the doubled yellows have been put away. The lights have extinguished on the Honda Civic hatch safety car. In a field of about 25 of GRIDLIFE's best are side by side for one final race at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Here we go. The heart rate's climbing. The intensity is here. One last race for GLTC at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. A green flag, we're racing at Lime Rock Park.
Heckert timed that to perfection and jumped it right on order here. You can see Barbato trying to stay around the outside, but what a move by Price down the inside.
Yeah, he got down there and managed to slide that 202 car right into P2. Barbato's got to keep from sliding any further back if he wants a chance. Paul Darling squeezes through past Rosenberg, but Matan is trying to make moves here and drive away from James Houghton. That's the weekend in the balance.
Houghton has dropped back noticeably here, so that's a real issue for him at this stage. He just did not get a great start here, as Matan did.
Oh, Rosenberg's slow.
He's got a problem.
Trouble for Matan Rosenberg.
I think he's got a cut tire, maybe.
He does. He had contact with Ronnie Vidoc leaving turn 4, and that was all it took. Cuts the tire, and that's the weekend potentially over for Rosenberg.
Unbelievable. He did everything right on that start, and then had it all come unglued for him here.
That was just the slightest touch. That's all it takes. And there he is. He's going to join Matt Corns over there. And Sam Scott's also done.
Oh, no.
Salil Shukla and Waldbaum side by side. It's Jake Price chasing Heckert. Barbato in third. Can he find some speed here in the closing moments? Heckert has, he's finished okay, but he has not been the star of the show this weekend.
No.
I think he'll be on his back foot here.
I think you're absolutely right. Waldbaum here, side by side here with Shukla, but Vidoc doing a nice job. Darling lost a spot on that start as well. He went from 4th to 5th. Not what he wants to see happening, but there you have Heckert and Price. What a start by Jacob Price. Really, really savvy move there, but he's got Barbato knocking on that wing right now.
Up over the crest there. I think there's a yellow at the bottom of the hill because of where Sam Scott is, so can't pass into turn 5. But the best passing opportunity is into 1, so that shouldn't hold up too many battles from brewing here.
But Houghton got absolutely freight trained and ended up back in 10th. Now he's going to make up a couple of spots here because of the problems, certainly, what a shame, obviously, for Matan Rosenberg. But still, no, Houghton did not move up. He's still sitting in 10th here. Wow, that's not the direction we thought he'd be going.
And this blows the door wide open for Tony Marchev. He's third in the standings coming into this race with 53 points. I don't think he can beat Houghton unless Houghton has a catastrophic race, but he will get second. So Tony Marchev is going to have a career weekend here if he can finish up in the top 5.
Yeah, he's had at least one podium and really doing a nice job here just this weekend. Then you got that little gap behind Houghton, and then you got Meadows that's right in the mix, having a solid run as well.
So if Houghton has a mechanical problem, then...
See that little puff of smoke from Darling? I think that was just tire compression because he clouded that curve.
It could be, but... Tyler Pappas hammered the curve there as well, but... Tony Marchev, if Houghton has a mechanical issue, he is close enough that he could beat James Houghton. And here comes Waldbaum on Ronnie Vidoc at the back of this shot and tucks back in line. There's Paul Darling. Waldbaum, fastest lap of the race.
Wow, they've been really struggling to find speed in that car, and they clearly, you know that the ASM crew has been working on that for Matt, and they may have hit on a really nice setup here because he's showing some really good pace early.
Nice run here through turn 4, but Vidoc pulls a little bit. Less drivetrain loss in a front drive car versus a rear drive, but that's negated by the power to weight. We measure the power at the wheels, so the drivetrain loss is not a factor.
Yeah, behind them, or in front of these guys, Darling is attacking on Marchev now.
And over the crest here at turn 7, the downhill. And Jake Price is hounding Scott Heckert for the lead.
He's doing a great job.
Jake Price has been around GLTC for a very long time. Hasn't won a race before. This could be his day, but Barbato is right there. Marchev on defense from Darling.
Yeah, look at Darling going way out and around the outside and trying to round him up. He's got the position. And I thought he had enough of a nose in front, and he just couldn't make it stick. Now he's going to try the other end. Watch for the undercut. Trying to slice through here, and nicely done, Marchev, putting that car right where Darling wanted to exit.
Onto the back straightaway, Paul Newman straight. Scott Heckert has Jake Price and Nick Barbato tucked in behind. Paul Darling is not done, giving strife to the 17 of Marchev. Up over the crest here. Did you see the yellow still at the bottom of the hill? I wasn't sure if it's still there.
I did not catch it. And Houghton trying to figure out a way by Emil Tab, and he has not been able to make that work yet.
Down the hill here through turn 7. Jake Price's best finish this season is a 9th. This would be a great way for him to finish off this event.
Ooh, Marchev taking a little bit of a run at Barbato there as Waldbaum. Now it's got a little bit of a nose underneath Vidoc.
Yeah, this has been a fierce fight.
Yep.
And he's going to try to have overlap on the outside at 3. If you can get it there, you can keep it into turn 4, but he just can't quite do it.
Now Vidoc doing a really nice job. You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass. And, Darling got a nice run there. Does he have the inside up into the... No, he's not quite there.
Houghton, though, moves past Emil Tab up into, that would be 9th place.
Who'd have thunk that we'd be talking about Houghton back in 9th?
That's what the invert does.
Yeah.
And it's hard here at a track like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start. But that's all part of this format, to mix things up. And Heckert trying to keep his distance on Price, but Price is lingering about a half-second back.
Yeah, Price lost a 10th there, and part of it is because Barbato, and here comes again Darling working that outside. Oh, look at Marchev just drift wide there.
Well, there's not a lot of grip in those outer lines with all the marbles and things from the drift cars, but Darling's trying to arc it, carry speed, because he's fighting a car that is likely a little lighter than his.
Boy, and Waldbaum has found pace, hasn't he? And once he got clear there, he has been able to get right back to the bumper of Vidoc again, and they've been just doing this the entire race.
I wonder if Barbato is about ready to set up Jake Price for a pass. But Scott Heckert is doing everything he needs to do, just like he did at Road America. I mean, he just set sail there and battled Tony Marchev. Marchev slipped in the carousel, and it just let Heckert drive away with it. And Scott is not making mistakes right now, and he's slowly eking out an advantage, even though Price and Marchev just ran their best laps of the race.
And Waldbaum still has fast lap thus far. And right now, Heckert's best friend is a guy named Barbato. If he can occupy the attention of Price, that's going to really be helpful to Heckert here.
A little 3 wide into 1. It was Jensen, Jackie Ding, and I didn't catch the car on the outside there, but that was a little spicy as Vidoc and Waldbaum continue to run nose to tail. And Shukla watching all this, and James Houghton hasn't made any progress forward from 9th.
No.
That just goes to show you how even this is.
Yeah, it really is.
Track position matters so much.
I mean, his best lap of 59.2, so it's not bad. I mean, it's the second fastest lap of the race, but he just doesn't have the ability to convert that into positions at this stage.
Just need to have so much of an advantage to make a move. So tight here, and Price reeled in Heckert just a few hundredths, and Vidoc trying to keep Waldbaum behind. That's still door to door back there.
Yeah, Waldbaum looked like he had enough of a run. He might try and dive underneath.
He does. On the curbing here. And if he can maintain this overlap into 4, I think Waldbaum can have this. It's going to be tight at the left-hander.
Oh, he has enough. He's there.
Vidoc's going to wrap the outside, but there's no grip out in the marbles. Waldbaum pulls through. He's not quite clear, though.
Boy, this is going to be so close. Here comes Vidoc again, and he's going to have that outside run. It's sketchy at the turn-in point, but if he can pinch Waldbaum a little bit, they go through the uphill side by side.
And they're going to try it at West Bend as well, door to door. slip, wall bump, can't do it. Oh, Vidoc, wow. What a strong defense there on the outside through the uphill and through West Bend.
Man, that was some great racing. And what that has done now is all of that side-by-side has allowed Shukla and Houghton to go right up onto the back of that duo here. That's going to be fun to see. Here comes Houghton trying to think about a move on the outside of Shukla.
It's a tough line to make move.
It is.
He tried that last year, and it got him into the dirt. And it kind of ended his run at a championship in 2023. But being smart about it now. I mean, he's already gotten a couple of victories. It's been a good weekend. He's set to win it if he finishes here. Great battles here, inside and just outside the top 5.
Oh, this battle between... It's just been phenomenal with Vidoc, and Walbaum. They have been just glued together here. And Walbaum still has the fastest lap in this race. That gives you an idea that they found something clearly in the setup of that car.
About 3 minutes left in this one, but again, we don't go exactly to the end of a 15-minute timer. It's just whenever we run out of our time in our block. Heckert just ran his best lap of the race, and Barbado putting pressure on Jake Price down at turn 1. So Heckert is putting himself in a great position to win his second ever GLTC race by virtue of the invert. That is a dice rolled by the race 3 winner, by the way. So, that was James Houghton that rolled that number and put Heckert right back where he was at Road America.
And that lap Heckert turned was a 59.3. It's the 3rd quickest lap in the race. And once again, in those heavier Corvettes.
Trouble,
whoa.
Turn 1, that's Jackie Ding. And he'll get back on the road.
He's not going to let a little off. Eliminate the fun here.
No, he will not. We stay green.
But I was saying Heckert in that heavier vet, I've talked about it all weekend thus far. You got to protect those left rear tires with these right-handers. He's done a great job of that, and he's been able to extend that margin up to over a second now in Price. Heckert has driven a beautifully judged race.
He has, and no white flag. We've still got a few minutes left in this race. And the smoke clears over there at turn 2.
And we have a new fast lap set in the race. Lena Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12.
Wow, so that's P16 in this. Again, you want to know how deep the talent level is in GLTC? 16th place, just ran the best lap in the race.
Yep, and she'd been embroiled. She and Jensen had been working their way up through the pack, and she got caught going by a car, and it allowed Jensen to build a margin. And once she got through in that car, she had clear track, and she has just dropped the hammer. Too far back, obviously, to be able to probably get up there and crack that top 10. But fast lap in this group, that says something.
Through West Bend and down the hill, white flag. One more time around Lime Rock Park. Scott Heckert trying to repeat what he did at the National Park of Speed a couple of weeks ago. Jake Price set for his best finish ever, and here comes... Wow, that's Darling down the inside of Marchev. They touch.
Little bit of a grind there. Oh, that's a tough one to call, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough, but Darling backed out.
Yeah.
And lets Marchev back through to 4th, and for 2nd, here comes Barbado on Jake Price.
Boy, Price has got to drive the lap of his life right here. Barbado in full-on attack mode right now. And can Price hang on to it here? We've got 2 great battles. Price and Barbado, Marchev and Darling.
Up the hill for the final time. Jake Price is set to have his best finish ever. Ditto for Barbado. It's not for the win, but it is for a 2nd place in one of the most competitive road racing championships in North America. Down the hill for the final time. Scott Heckert did it at Road America. He will do it at Lime Rock Park. He hangs on from pole and wins GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 4 at Lime Rock Park. Circuit Legends goes to Heckert. Race 4 at least. Price, his best finish. Barbado 3rd. Marchev, Darling, Vidoc, Walbaum, Shukla, and unofficially James Houghton will grab a weekend victory at Circuit Legends.
Yeah, even with that 9th, with the problem for Rosen, that's really just terrible, obviously for Rosenbaum. But nonetheless, Houghton doing what he needed to do. What a battle we had in that one. And Heckert, man, the invert king.
He has just done a phenomenal job. And again, unofficial results. For we still have to do, you got to pass dyno, you got to pass tech, all those things. But unofficially, that 41 will win here at Lime Rock Park. But Scott Heckert wins the race, his 2nd ever in his career. Jake Price, what a career day. Nick Barbado, the same. in that 49. Gets his first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, and Marchev, a phenomenal weekend for him.
Oh my God, he's at a podium and now adds another top 5. Here you take a look at some of the others. Pappas, Meadows, Zhang, Horpedal, Jensen, and Lena Chin with fast lap, showing that the speed she's shown this weekend, not a fluke at all. Smedegaard 17th, Robertson, Pagano, and Donna Louis.
And Jackie Ding we saw go off course, but still managed 22nd. And then a couple mechanical issues. Sam Scott, Matt Corrance out of the race, and then Rosenberg with that cut tire from contact on the opening lap. Just tight quarters racing through turn 4. It was bound to happen. Here's a look at the initial start. Good, fair launch by everybody. People scatter. And watch this. So this is Rosenberg in that 44. Watch the 99. He's going to get overlap here as Rosenberg tries the outside of Darling. But as they go through turn 4, they got together. It cut the tire for Rosenberg. He peels off in the chicane. And look at Sam Scott. You see him on the left.
Yeah, there was big contact. Scott, another car. I didn't catch who that was, but it was a pretty good clout, and it immediately broke Sam's car.
Yep, so Barbado threw on Tony Marchev, and then this was the highlight of the race, I think, as far as the battles were concerned. The 90 and the 99 going toe-to-toe. Rear drive S2000, front drive Integra, over and over and over again.
Wall bomb going out, wall bomb goes in. And every time Vidoc just had enough of an answer. And here comes Lena Chin, is working through on Robertson and on her way. And then she just set sail and uncorked a wickedly fast lap. And here we go. Last time, a try again for Wallbaum. Looked like maybe he was going to do it here. Had this outside line here.
And then he had the inside for the next 3 corners, but Vidoc was able to defend by just keeping in the throttle. They went door-to-door through the uphill, through West Bend, and Vidoc keeps the hammer down and keeps Wallbaum behind.
That was spectacular. Uphill, and then Jackie Ding having the big cloud off and just kept it booted here and got back on track.
And then this touchdown here at turn 1. I think he got squeezed there a bit, if I'm honest, from the 17. So
I do too.
Little rub there, but Price hangs on over Barbado for second place in this fierce fight. 2 very different cars having a great scrap.
Yeah, and they put it together here, but Heckard, in the end, just drove a perfectly judged race, used the strengths of the Corvette to great effect, and made it pay. But, as you said, with that 9th place finish, looks like Houghton won the weekend.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll make sure everyone passes dyno after the fact. But GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is complete for the weekend, but we're far from over with racing action. Rush SR Race 4 is up next.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
Blake, we need a commercial for GRIDLIFE. Team Eibach drivers, go.
What about Ferris?
Oh, you mean Mr. I'm the fastest Corvette time attack driver in the world? He's too busy in the spotlight right now.
What about Jackie? He's pretty good on camera.
No, he's finally got an actual BMW now, so we don't have any footage.
Essa?
Nah, he's retired now, and he's super YouTube famous.
Guteel?
That guy lives under his car doing tutorials, not interviews.
I don't know, dude, fine. Just run like B-roll of coilover springs or something.
The Falcon Azenas FK510 tire is engineered for today's high-performance vehicles. Built with added tread rigidity for precise handling and an advanced rubber compound that inspires confidence, rain or shine. Get more out of your sports coupe or sedan with the Azenas FK510.
Darrell Waltrip had the concept of the vortex effect, and that was about getting race cars to spin around as fast as they could on the racetrack and create a little bit of a suction effect to keep the weather away. But, man, I think you might have been talking about Lime Rock Park with all the cars we've had ripping around this clockwise circuit, a mile and a half, round 4 of the GRIDLIFE Festival Tour and Circuit Legends. Welcome to Lakeville, Connecticut. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer for our last Rush SR race of the day, and boy, it's been exciting.
It has been. I mean, every group that's come out is doing some amazing stuff. The door-to-door racing has been phenomenal. The drifting has been spectacular. And the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship has been record-shattering. Doesn't get a whole lot better than that.
We broke records in every class here this weekend. But, of course, GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GRIDLIFE and the title partner of NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And, you know, it feels so great, and you feel so fortunate to be able to host an event like this at a track with so much history. The 7 corners here that have been here since 1957, they haven't changed effectively at all since then, Greg. But, man, Lime Rock Park, take me through a lap.
Well, for the cars that are coming out for these Rush SRs, it's absolutely momentum is the key here. You've got that big bend that's 2 turns to attack together, folds back on itself into the only left-hand corner, then the run into Paul Newman, then a huge and abrupt climb up the hill, catching a little bit of air perhaps, then into West Bend, and really floating speed through there. Then you plummet down the diving turn. Critical corner to get very right, because if you can do that, that leads you back into Big Bend, the best overtaking spot on this track. This track is a blast to drive. It's frustrating to try and race sometimes because of the passing, but we have seen these Rush SR cars be able to do exactly that.
Yeah, let's talk about a little bit about what the Rush SR is. It's a sports racer designed by Rush Auto Works, and there's about 300 of them in the country. You can still order them. They're about $40,000 to $45,000 base price. You can have some options that will move it up a little bit, but they're a GSX-powered, 145 horsepower sports racer, chain-driven, but they've got a 6-speed, sequentially operated paddle-shifted transmission. They weigh very, very little, and it's all about having the most fun for the least amount of money, and they have shown us a great show this weekend, Greg.
Well, I think one of the really impressive things about it is the modular design of all the bodywork on the car. So if you tink something, you don't have to take off the entire front end of the car. You just pull that panel off, bolt another one back on, and you're back on the track. And what all of that does is it makes it very easy to do maintenance on the car, and it keeps the run costs way down, and that's nice. And the car, I love this aspect of it. It's narrow, and it's designed so that you can easily stack it in trailers or in garages at racetracks where you can get maybe one extra car in there, so you can you don't have to pay as much for storage and garage space. It's all designed to allow somebody to get into this sport with a potential top speed of 150 miles an hour. We're not going to see that here. All of that, for that price point you're talking about, it's extraordinary.
It is an incredible deal, and it's only one of the exciting things in the Rush Auto Works camp. They've got the new Rush SRX coming at the tail end of this year, and planning on running that in a multi-class format next season. Double the power.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little bit heavier, but it's got some active aerodynamic components as well, so it's going to be a lot of fun to see some drivers kind of move to that platform while they continue to produce the Rush SR. So that's going to bring something we haven't seen in GRIDLIFE ever, is multi-class racing.
Yeah.
We do single-class racing with GLTC and multi-class time attack, but a multi-class racing series isn't something we've done before. I'm very excited for that potential.
I am too, and I mean, obviously you're going to have cars that are going to be, have a fairly significant advantage in terms of potential outright lap speed, and that brings traffic into it even more. We get it here a little bit, but now you're going to have, cars, and that to me is the great chess match. The slower cars that are running at the front of their field, the really good drivers, they don't let those faster cars come through willy-nilly. They let you through, and it works for them. And it's a great dynamic to watch, and I'm looking forward to that happening here in GRIDLIFE for sure.
Well, their last race is up and coming, and they've got about 20 of them here this weekend, and it's been so much fun to watch them race. And there's a couple star drivers here with us this weekend, and 2 of them are the Team Rapscallion drivers, Chris Forsberg and Nate Hamilton, who have extensive experience in the drifting side of motorsport, but have made the move to wheel racing with this Rush SR Championship. And to boot, 15-year-old Ayrton Grimm, he spent a bunch of time with them, was going through some of their data, and they took him for a ride in the last drift session. So, they're patting each other's backs right now over there in the in the B paddock.
And they should be. They have really made that transition well. It's a vastly different approach to motorsports from what they're used to, and they've adjusted really well. And Ayrton Grimm, up until the previous race where it just looked like something happened and the setup of the car wasn't quite right. But previous to that, he has been a 15-year-old guy, absolute missile in these cars, and hopefully they've got whatever that little issue was readjusted here. He's going to start a little bit further back than he'd like to. He'll be in 5th when he had started actually outside front row in one of the races here. So he's got a little bit of work to do, but we've seen he's got that ability.
He does, and the Rush Stig took home the last race victory. There was only, like an hour and a half ago? Wasn't that long ago, was it? Ryan Leach was 2nd, Cole Gamma 3rd, and that's how they'll start this race with Rob Radman and Ayrton Grimm 4th and 5th. For Grimm, the big focus this race is going to be maximizing his pace at the start of the race because he gets to speed, but everyone else who's more comfortable with the car has been in it longer. They're able to get to pace a lot faster, and that kind of buries him. And passing is so challenging. Everyone's on the limit, so you got to make moves early to finish up front.
Yeah, and he had talked about after the first race when he came up and chatted. He said the way it was set up, it took a little longer than I wanted for the tires to come in. So I don't know what kind of changes they made for the second race. He was right there. It looked great, and so maybe they just over massaged it or made a little change. We'll see what happens here, but that's part of it, right? It's learning how to prep your tires on these pace laps to get them as close to the temp as you can. Oh, Radman had that thing almost completely sideways, and again, that's just trying to get some heat in these tires, and it'll be interesting. And this is obviously a learning curve for Ayrton, young guy coming out of karting, and now this is a little bit different dynamic, and I think he's going to be he's a quick study. There's no question.
Yeah, he's learning a lot very quickly, and the Team Rapscallion guys have been racing each other as hard as they've been racing anybody else, and I think that's so much fun to watch Forsberg and Hamilton in a totally different context than they're used to. I mean, let's talk about downforce a little. That's something that, in a drift car applies in a very different way than it does in a sports racer this size.
It really does, and obviously these cars, they have a nice amount of inherent mechanical grip, but you can see they've got very effective wings. They got the splitters, little tabs on them, and it's all to keep the car balanced and just give it that little bit of extra stick. That said, how many times this weekend have we seen points leader Ryan Leach, especially through West Bend, just sideways? It isn't a panacea that just solves everything. You've still got to be able to wheel the car, and he's been able to do that even with that little bit of a handling deficit. Been able to put the wins together, and he just continues to win. He came in here with a big points lead. Opportunity for some others to move up. He's not let them. Just simply has kept it pinned.
Kept it pinned, and one more race on the weekend, and there's a great look at the start line here at Lime Rock Park, and that Lime Rock decal. It's obviously been painted over a million times, but we're looking back through some of the footage from the 1950s and 60s and even the 70s. That was how the start line looked back then, and that's how it stays. Mike Cohn is behind the wheel of the McLaren Artura. That will be our safety car for this race. And there's a fun story behind this, but it's cool to have him in a car like this pacing the field. We do a pace car program for every GRIDLIFE Festival event. This was not one of the cars that won the competition. Had it entered, it would have won, but this was just here, and Lime Rock said, hey, here's the keys.
I love that. And how cool is it here? These little sports prototypes, these are really wicked cars. The performance that they have nowadays is great. And, this is the year that Lime Rock is celebrating for the whole year. Skip Barber, the guy who bought the track, a legend in North American road racing and internationally, and then was the first guy to say, you know what, I think you can teach this, and created the Skip Barber School. And now you've got all of these young folks, many of them who may have taken Skip Barber Racing School classes that set the hook for them. This is just cool.
It's super cool. Packed up, paired up, racked up and stacked up as they head down the hill here, turn 7, the diving turn, as the McLaren Artura shuts the lights off. And we get ready to go racing one final time in the Rush SR Series here at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. It's all about celebrating automotive and racing history from the 1980s and 90s to now. This, I think, is the future of motorsport. Here we go. Side by side to the stripe. And green flag racing in Rush SR Race 4.
And that's Leach on the outside in the white car in the Stig. And Gamma getting a really good run. He did this in the first one. Somebody locking up big time Mick Pat. But look at Radman in that blue chrome car just ramping the outside.
And the Team Rapscallion guys side by side right behind Ayrton Grimm. It's tight there as Hamilton and Forsberg fight. And whoa, one of the two got to the inside of Grimm, forced him offline there at the left-hander.
Yep, they have to give it up though, as Grimm was able to just get enough of the nose in front. And off we go. And let's just listen to these cars. They sound awesome. They handle great. They're so fun. Watch them here through West Bend. This is spectacular.
Down the hill towards the diving turn now, the rush Stig. Ryan Leach, Radman, Gamma, Grimm. We'll see how things filter out this time through a little side-by-side even through the last corner. That's the other thing, because they're so narrow, you can fit a lot more side-by-side than you can a full-size race car. The Team Rapscallion guys door-to-door. It's Hamilton leading, and Forsberg down the inside, crosses over, and that's actually Hamilton that did that.
Yep.
And they switched spots just like that.
Oh, and then Forsberg, huge rotation at the back, but hangs on to it. While all that was happening, Ayrton Grimm went around Cole Gamma going into turn one, so he's moved up into fourth.
And he's on it. It took him a little while longer in the previous races to find some pace, but he is on a mission now to make up for those foibles from earlier in the weekend.
And Nick Billingsley, the number 9, in that previous race, for a while he spent time in a Rapscallion sandwich there and eventually just dropped. Oh, and a big bounce there for Forsberg, collecting that curb. That's a really rough curb. You get up on it there at West Bend, and a problem for the number 19.
Kelsey Billingsley.
Yeah, that's a shame.
So she's off course, I think out of the way, as Cole Gamma has a look down the inside of Ayrton Grimm. Grimm doesn't go defensive. He'll leave the door open, and Gamma goes back by.
Oh, it's so fun. They use up so much track, carry nice little slides, and that tells you that they've got aero, but it's not massive on these cars. And, as a result, you got to feel the car. It's mechanical grip as much as aero here, and this makes it a driver's category, no question.
Up over the crest in the Rush Stig, leaving Leach behind, and Leach got the front tires of that Rush SR off the ground.
Sure did. And he too got that curve, and you can just see it unloaded the front, and he just walked him sideways a little bit.
I asked Ayrton Grimm if they were getting air over the uphill. He said absolutely. Sometimes 4 tires off the ground. They might have downforce, but it's not enough to stick him to the road with such a sharp uphill turning flat so quickly.
Well, that's that argument we've been talking about the argument in physics between all the rebound in the springs as you come up over that and the downforce trying to squash you back down on track. And in these cars, the rebound wins.
It sure does. And look at this, Radman and Gamma and Grimm, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in line. And Grimm chucking the car around. You can just tell how much more comfortable he's gotten over the course of the weekend. And these cars seem to like an aggressive input. There's other sports racers, Greg, that I think you kind of need to drive so smoothly. But these will take a bit more of an aggressive input because they're not completely downforce ridden. You're able to kind of hang the car out on the edge and really drive the car, almost like a mini GT car in a way.
Yeah, you really can. You can just give it a little bit here. And, one of the things is, I think that this car also takes a nice little set. And, look at this Gamma going to take a big run down to the inside on Radman, goes straight to the apex. And if he can hold the line here, he's going to make that pass stick, and does. That was pretty.
That was very well executed. You know what I've liked? Is that every time we come down here into turn one, these drivers have the option to run a defensive line, but they don't. They're leaving the door wide open. And just like in GridLife Touring Cup, the worst thing that can happen by leaving a guy a lane is that you're going to have a great race, and we're seeing that play out.
Oh, this battle for third is fabulous here. Radman, Gamma, and Grimm swapping positions left and right. Yes, it has allowed the Stig and Ryan Leach to open up about a 2.5-second margin, but believe me, these guys are grinning inside those helmets here. They are having huge fun.
Onto the front straightaway again, topping out north of 125 miles an hour with the cog configuration and the 6-speed sequential transmission that they've got.
I wondered if Grimm, is he close enough here?
I don't think so.
He didn't think so.
Forsberg and Hamilton are mighty tight into turn one, and they are going to go side by side for a moment. They'll sort it back out. But these two have not held punches, have they?
No, they have not. They have gone at it here, absolutely. And Forsberg has been in the first two races, even though Hamilton out-qualified him, Forsberg was the one that was able to come through and put together the better finishes here, but Nate got him in round 3. Nate would like to even that so they could walk out of here going, okay, it's 2 for 2, got it.
We'll have to do it again at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Exactly.
Rematch. But it's been fun to watch these drivers take on a completely different side of motorsports and excel at it in the way that they have. And also, don't not forget that it's all about fun.
Yeah, exactly.
The reason they did this is because it's fun, and I think that's a key point for those two drivers.
And, obviously what they do, drifting, is massive fun, but this is fun of just a different sort. And I'm really impressed with how quickly those guys have learned, you can't throw it in there, you can't pitch it. And this is going to scrub speed, it's going to be slow. They've just dialed out all of that drift and just focused on this. It's been great.
But what carries over is their car control, the feeling.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
You've got that butt sensor that tells you how far sideways you are. And I think in a downforce car with a lot of grip, that pays off. They're looking for different things, but they're tuned into the car, and that's been advantageous to them as Radman maybe feeling a bit of pressure from 15-year-old Ayrton Grimm. And look at this battle back here for position. It's a little deeper in the field.
Yeah, I think that's the 48 at Tang, and that might be Burns. And they are having a really good scrap. But we're talking for 12th, 13th right here, putting on a really good show. And I'm glad you said what'd you call it? The butt?
The butt sensor.
Yeah.
That's probably a more eloquent way to say that.
No, I love it because I've said for years, with all the sensors on race cars nowadays, the two most important sensors are still the ones labeled LC and RC, and that's left cheek, right cheek. And it doesn't matter what the other ones are saying. If you're not feeling it in the car, you're not going to be fast. And, it's the drivers that just have that innate feel that really have the gift here.
So the Rush Stig leads by 1 second over Leach. Then it's Gamma, Radman, and Grimm, and this is the closest battle inside the top 5 at the moment. Rob Radman and Grimm jumping in. Ooh, little slip there at West Bend. That was a bit of a bobble, and he chased it all the way to the rumble strips.
Yeah, he did. And Gamma has been able, because Grimm now is occupying Radman a bit, Gamma's been able to build about a second lead here in that bright yellow car as they come flying through. Then that beautiful chrome blue Rush SR of Radman. Second in the points coming in, but at a huge deficit to Ryan Leach, who has just been spectacular. By my reckoning, he came in with 9 wins. He now has 12. I mean, that's a season.
Give this another season, the amount of competition you're going to see at this going forward.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they've put this on display at Road America and here at Lime Rock Park in a way that I think has caught the attention of so many people. I mean, Forsberg and Hamilton included, but others watching from home, when they go onto the Rush Auto Works website, they see 40 grand, you could be a part of this.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Oh, without a doubt. If I was going to be looking at going racing right now, this is where I'd go. I just think bang for the buck, the operating cost per hour, a reasonable pocketbook could, you could do it here and not have that huge expense. And Grimm has been closing in on Radman here. He's just never been able to get through the diving turn quite enough to be able to, have that run to be able to get him down into Big Bend.
Yeah, he's just been matching Radman's pace and learning so much following all these drivers. And, at the beginning, whoa, look at this. This is behind, I think this is behind Forsberg. It's Billingsley and Oehler putting some pressure on P7.
Well, I think after what happened in the previous race when Billingsley was between those two, the Forsberg and Hamilton car, and then had that off down at the bottom of the diving turn, I think he'd like nothing better than to be able to sneak through and take that spot away from Forsberg and say, I gave it to you last time.
Oh, trouble for Grimm, and he's just pulled off to the right.
Well, he'd been closing on Radman, and then he just suddenly started to lose a little bit of ground. I thought maybe he just had a little bobble somewhere, but that's big.
White flag, too, and that's unfortunate. Grimm needed 1 lap less. But Ayrton Grimm, a mechanical problem at the top of the hill. He's pulled off to driver's right. That just leaves Stig, Leach, Gamma, Radman, and now Nate Hamilton into 5th place.
Yeah, great run. Well, what a story that'll be for, one of those drift legends to be able to pop up into the top 5 here and really doing a nice job at this point. You got to be impressed with it. And I got my eyes on Billingsley here. He's still glued to the back of Forsberg.
Over through the yellow flag at the top of the hill there, so no passing in the uphill, but the Rush Stig looks like he's going to do it again over Ryan Leach. Down through the diving turn for the final time. Rush SR Race 4 goes to the Rush Stig and Ryan Leach, and well, the Stig pulls over. Ryan Leach will pull through and win the race. This is going to promote Chris Forsberg into the top 5. So Leach, Gamma, Radman, Hamilton, Forsberg are going to be your top 5 here in GRIDLIFE Rush SR.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a story here. And then the rest of the field coming through. And Billingsley just couldn't quite get anything done with Forsberg there, but what a story here. But Radman, nice for him. He's back on the podium here. But Cole Gamma, once again, putting up some good numbers. He started off with 2/3, then a second. So he's at 4 podiums here. Cole Gamma letting everybody know that, I'm not too far off here of the pace of those front guys.
Yeah, so again, Leach, Gamma, Radman, Hamilton, Forsberg, your top 5. For those that don't know, the Rush Stig is the factory driver, so sometimes he stays on the road, sometimes he does not, but that'll conclude GRIDLIFE Rush SR race number 4. That was a fun one, Greg, and we're going to have a very short drift session, about 10 minutes worth, that will lead us into our final on-track action of the day. It's been a fun one, and drift is up next.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
High performance, year-round traction, long tread life. It's one tire with multiple personalities. Introducing the Azenas FK460, Falcon's all-new ultra-high-performance all-season tire. With an advanced rubber compound that delivers confidence through every curve, in any condition, all year long, making the seemingly impossible possible. Learn more about the Azenas FK460 at falcontire.com.
And GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, a celebration of modern tuning culture and cars from the 1980s, the late 1980s to now. And it's been a beautiful weekend so far. Friday and Saturday on-track action with Cars and Coffee tomorrow. The car concourse loaded in at 9 o'clock this morning and had some of the best cars in North America and from across the world on display. But this is our last few on-track sessions of the weekend here. Up next, a short drift session before we head to Model 3 Challenge to wrap up the on-track. Kyle and I are joined by Owen Horst. And Owen, it's been a busy weekend on and off track. There's tons of fans and camping in the infield, but we get to go drifting one last time.
I am so excited. It's kind of a great thing it's a great way to have a culmination of the event, really. We have such a great time. Everybody involved, like track staff, the staff of GRIDLIFE, all the fans are here, and then we get to cap it off with a nice, fun, lighthearted exhibition drift session.
Absolutely, and it's been fun to watch the drifters go, but I think all at once here with such a short amount of time, it's going to make things pretty entertaining to watch, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
With cars like the first-gen Cayenne that FCP Euro brought out. We've got Pickle Rick there at the back. Hurt Life is out here. Pete Collins, Michael Hersian is out here, and so many more that have been a part of this weekend.
Yeah, Kyle, I got a chance to speak with Nick Swan, our lead of drift, after that third session, and he was absolutely pumped. He was so excited watching all these cars out here. It was a fantastic session, and I'm really excited. I hope we see another one.
Yeah, and it looks like the first car that would roll out would be Justin Pollack, I think, in the Mustang. So he's the first car out. But we're still waiting for the go-ahead here. I think maybe just finishing a tow and making sure the track is good to send cars before we kick them out onto the racetrack. And I see lots of drivers with passengers with helmets on and ready to experience Lime Rock Park at speed, which this is a cool place to go drifting.
That is awesome.
And here we go. Pollack, first car out with Larry Chen chasing him.
I got a chance to ask Larry Chen, actually, Kyle. I wanted to know if he has a shutter button, and he does. He does a shutter button for the one camera, and then he's just shooting video for the other one.
Super cool.
Right?
Oh, that was tight. See the rubber particles ripping across the screen there. Pollack getting after it. Huge angle through 3.
Again, never seen that car drive straight before. Oh, my goodness.
Big commit there. And the rest of the field is out on course.
Oh, I think we're gonna
get a drift train going.
Yeah,
here?
I think we're gonna get a little bit of a 3-car tandem. Yep.
Kaufman leading this one. No touchy. No touchy in the tandems.
I watched the in-car footage provided by one of our GRIDLIFE photographers, Matt Marcoux. He got the chance to ride along with Matt Kaufman, and just the obscene amount of power in that car. Like going around turn 6, he checks up, he grabs the handbrake a little bit, and then he downshifts into second, just mashes the throttle, and it's insane to see.
Through the smoke, car is coming back down into the pit lane. Swan going out to pick some up, but I think I see Pickle Rick and Hurt Life in there. There they are, through the smoke.
You can see the green lights.
Ooh, it is foggy out there. There's Pete Collins.
They're letting it all hang out. They're letting it all hang out. It's the last event, last session of the event.
There goes Hurt, man. Tell you what.
Hurt Life, dude.
Man, Pickle Rick's been outdoing him here this weekend. T-Pain has been out drifting the Hurt, dude.
Dude, that's a Hurt Life right there. Are you gonna tell him that?
Well.
There you are, Kyle. That's you in your 8.6.
Yeah, someday. Chase Bays, 86, followed by, who was the right behind him?
Well, I'm sure Chase Bays would be happy to help you source plenty of parts for drifting.
I would love that. Instagram, right in tow. Is that Kaufman?
Matt Kaufman.
If you see a black car in full send, it's usually Matt Kaufman.
If you see a car that's sideways yet still looks like it's on rails, that's Matt Kaufman.
Huge sends through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, Matt Marcoux, again, he said that when he was going down the Paul Newman straight, he just grabs 4th gear and just immediately grips up and just, again, launches the car to the uphill.
Doesn't hold back at all.
None.
Hurt and T-Pain are back at... Whoa! Speaking of...
No, I don't think that's Hurt.
No, it's not. You're right. Hurt's behind T-Pain, who's coming into shot right here as T-Pain kicks up some grass.
He didn't want him to feel bad. He wanted to drop dirt, too.
Well, maybe Hurt's going to win this round here.
Hurt's coming for him.
There he is.
Get up on that door. Oh, he's going for the door.
Look at that transition back to the right.
I'd honestly say that one of the most impressive things about T-Pain in his drifting and his driving ability is not only like being able to show up here with all these professionals and these other drivers, but his ability to actually tandem with these other drivers so like new to drifting is very impressive. It's something that shouldn't go unnoticed.
Absolutely, and for him just to hop in. You know, a lot of these, as you mentioned, are professionals that do this all the time, every week. And for T-Pain to have it as a hobby that he cares a lot about, but you know, doesn't get to drift Lime Rock every week, and he just jumps right in and does it. It's impressive.
He's got some great hobbies,
man. It's all about the hobby life, man. Everyone here at GRIDLIFE wants to be here. That's what makes it so fun and different from a pro racing paddock. Is, you know, I think everyone that is in the GRIDLIFE paddock would not be here unless they absolutely wanted to be, right? And
yeah.
I think that's the best part about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, GRIDLIFE FOMO is a fatal illness. You should definitely get that checked out. If you have GRIDLIFE FOMO, rush to your most near doctor, urgent care, get in there, you need help, get yourself some tickets for the next GRIDLIFE event.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll feed the addiction, I promise.
Yeah.
We go through Big Bend here. As some big sends into the left-hander again.
Looks like Larry Chen's waiting for his next model.
Hurt and T-Pain once again through turn 4.
Wow, those guys are just laying it down, lap after lap after lap.
Absolutely, the FCP Euro Cayenne and the S5.
Oh, is Larry gonna?
Whoop, and meatball flag for the FCP Euro Cayenne.
I think we got an engine blown.
Uh-oh.
I think we might have a blown engine on the Cayenne. He's
well,
still going. Oh, that just
maybe not. Finish it off this last session today, I guess, right?
That rear left tire is dancing around.
Well, the bodywork is optional at this stage.
Yeah, like
Whoa,
we said last
see the ball of flame that shot out of the back of that thing? You know what I say about cars that shoot fire? Cars that shoot fire are always better than cars that don't shoot fire. All other things equal.
Yeah. I don't think that's a theory. I think that's straight law.
Yeah, that's fact for sure.
It's right. It's right under Murphy's law, and then I think it's right. Yeah.
Well, there is only one true fact to life, but
what is? Can you share that?
No.
Right. Yeah. It's a real place. Oh my goodness! There he is, Nate Hamilton. Again, doing double duty, just like Chris Forsberg is. He got a P4, right, in the last race.
Hamilton fourth, Forsberg fifth. Wow. And right into their drift cars.
Yeah, yep, Chris Forsberg just went across Kyle and I at the tower.
Not even, I mean, they're still sweating.
Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. I got a chance to speak with Chris Forsberg, and he was talking about yesterday after his second drift session, he finishes his drift session and then immediately gets out of his car and then walked to the rush car, still helmet on, it's already idling, and I was like, man, that's like Batman.
Just teleports from
Seriously.
paddock to paddock as they're going to get the point to head into the pit lane. As the smoke clears here at Lime Rock Park and Circuit Legends, might get one or two more runs, maybe. Looks like, is that Hamilton coming on through?
Yeah.
Yeah, one more.
So.
One more run. Well, got the point by. And GRIDLIFE Drift, what a fun time it's been this weekend. And they're going to get turned back in. So with that, at 6 p.m., the engine's got to shut down, but that's the end of GRIDLIFE Drift and all the combustion power here for the weekend. But we're not quite done. We've got one more show for you. It's Model 3 Challenge. The final heat, the final on-track action of the weekend is up right after this.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500.
You spend thousands of hours on the road.
Can he do it again?
Feel hundreds of horses under the hood. But every race, lap, and victory you get starts at zero. New NOS, zero sugar. Zero sugar, 100% NOS, get after it.
Falcon Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance, engineered for predictable handling and stability. The RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenas RT660.
The final session on track here this weekend at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is Model 3 Challenge, a brand new championship that takes Model 3s from the Tesla organization of a variety of makes, models, and trims and brings them out on the racetrack in not quite wheel-to-wheel, but not quite time attack action on course. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Creamer for this last session of the day. And Greg, Model 3 Challenge, we had a pretty interesting fight earlier with the drivers coming from fairly deep in the field advancing to the front.
Yeah, they did. It was some really good stuff, and looking forward to it playing out here. This is their final heat out there. The nice thing is there's a loud car curfew here at 6 p.m. here at Lime Rock Park, but fortunately the cars coming out here have the Caterpillar drive. Right? That runs silent, runs deep. And it's really going to be cool here because they're going to get out there, put on a show. And it's a unique format where they have a detection zone, if you will. And if the car behind you is within that detection zone, when you come down the hill, there's a blue flag that flies, and you have to point that car through. And then you have to try and stay with that car if you've let him go through so that you can get that benefit back here. And it's going to be interesting to see. But, the guy who just has been showing really, really solid pace here is David Schlechman. And we'll see where it's going to go. He's going to once again be starting back in the 5th spot with their little inverts here. So, but he's shown the pace. We'll see if he's going to be able to come through again.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. GridLife Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falcon, the official tire of GridLife Track Battle, and NOS Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of GridLife, the title partner of NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack. And see Adam Jabay in his rental car pulling back into the pit lane here. So that should mean we're getting cars on course here in just a moment's time. We will pace the field around for one lap. They will start in a single file formation. And Greg, you pointed out the detection zone and the passing zone. The detection zone is between the corner stations at the uphill turn and the West Bend corner. And if they're within that distance, they will get that blue flag, and they'll get that right here on the front straightaway, effectively from where the pit lane begins to where the pit lane ends. And that point by is a requirement. If there is a group of cars that are all in the detection zone, the rearmost car goes all the way to the front, and that continues until the race is over.
So you could make up a big chunk and get around 2-3 cars, and we saw that happen in the second heat, and that's what these are called. These are actually heats, and it was pretty remarkable because to see that car just go out and just go by everybody. But then it's the responsibility of those other cars. Stay close, get back around.
Yeah, and what makes this so interesting here is you talk about the dynamics of racing EVs. They don't have fuel in them, but they do have a battery charge. And, they're limited to about 300 horsepower in this configuration, a variety of model years and trims represented here today. Some of the newest Tesla Model 3s from 2024 and some of the slightly older ones from prior years. But with this rule set, you can run cars that are pretty different from the Tesla spectrum altogether. Some with aero, some without. There's optional suspension you can add, but you can keep it in relatively stock form and compete, and you don't have to commit to a roll cage, which is sort of why we have these passing rules versus just turning them loose.
Right, and the other aspect of it, yes, these cars are heavy, but because of the batteries, but there's our Ayrton Grimm. God, I was so hated to see what happened with him here. But anyway, getting back to it, they're heavy with the batteries, but the batteries are designed and put so low in the car that the center of gravity is way low. So these cars, even with the weight, handle really well.
They handle fantastic for what they are. They're kind of overbuilt in the suspension area as well.
Yeah.
They're very strong cars. There's a look at the arcade tent, by the way. Plenty of gaming happening there pretty late into the night. Karaoke this evening as well. And
you said it's going to be gamey in there?
Gaming.
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna have simulators and karaoke, and there's arcade cabinets and food vendors and things all up in the mix up there. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We also got the camping crawl, which will be all the GridLife staff kind of bringing people around to visit Toyo and FCP Euro and Lime Rock Park at their stations around the campgrounds. And there's our friend Eric Boyer, that's so instrumental behind the scenes. There he is. Thanks, buddy. Giving us a quick turn as he heads back to the trailer.
I've always wondered what his step count is for one of these.
Oh, it's give all the entire stream team. After this,
totally, yeah.
They're going to have a night after this because it's all tear down after this and send it all the way back home to Michigan. But what a stream it's been this weekend. We have to give a huge thank you. You mentioned the corner workers and the track staff, but also to the live stream staff. This has been an unbelievable production here this weekend, and it's been a long day with not a lot of breaks in between. So they've really pushed through it and put on a great show.
Not only pushed through it, but the coverage they've been giving has been absolutely stellar. And I've sort of taken to calling them the Dream Stream Team because what they do with the mix of the hard cameras, the remote cameras, and the drones is really, in a lot of ways, second to none.
It's unbelievable, and I cannot wait for our next broadcast, which will be at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, September 27th to 29th. If you're watching live now and you're not subscribed to the GridLife YouTube channel, make sure that you are. Follow us on Twitch. That's GridLife Official on Twitch. Do not miss WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. In some ways, it is a finale event. In others, we've got some more competition that runs even deeper in the year. But very excited about heading back out to another one of America's best racetracks.
Oh, it's legendary out there as well. It's been around for a long time as well. Has gone through a few different iterations, but it is absolutely spectacular. And the scenery there is equally as beautiful as here, just of a different type. right? Right there on the Monterey Peninsula. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, if you can't get out there, make sure you tune in. The racing there is always great. Plus, you get to see some action in the legendary corkscrew, and we're getting ready to go green.
Time to go racing in Model 3 Challenge, the final heat, the final on-track action for the weekend. It's Jesse Tong out front as we wait for the cross of the start line to bring us the green as the Model 3s wait in line. Green flag, and we're underway in Model 3 Challenge.
And it's Jesse Tong starting out front of Josh Hatch, Rudolph Zhu, Alex Vonge, who was really quick in that second heat and really kind of gave Schlesman all he could handle. And we'll see what he's going to be able to do here. This time starting in front of Schlesman. Can he fend him off? It's going to be interesting to see just where everything plays out. And Jesse Tong's going to do everything he possibly can to stay up front here.
Racing on 200 treadwear tires, a max width of 285 millimeters here. So you can get more on these cars. Still, it's not a narrow tire by any stretch, but there still is quite a bit of meat on these cars as they head up towards the uphill for the first time in tow. Tong leads the way, but the detection zone here between the corner station at the uphill and the corner station at West Bend, there's a whole bunch of cars in that mix.
Boy, there sure is, and depending upon how many of them get through here, and this detection zone opens up immediately lap 1, right?
Yeah, so next time we come around, we are going to see some blue flags here. It's up to the drivers to know who they have to pass and who to get around. But as we come onto the front straightaway here, blue flags being displayed and being pointed and shifting and shuffling here the first time through.
And that was a big double move moving up here. We got a number of cars making the move and up into that third spot right now. And this is what we were talking about. You get one of those big multiple jumps here, and it can play big dividends for you, and that's Vonge, who has gone now all the way from 5th into the 3rd spot, and he's got another car between himself and Schlesman, and that's what he wants.
Yeah, Vonge's in that blue Model 3 right there as they head on to the Paul Newman straight once again, and we talk about the past of motorsport. Well, this is a glimpse of part of the future. I think there's lots of unique aspects to the future of motor racing, but EVs in some way will be a part of it, and this is kind of a gateway to it without having to fully commit to caging a car that you could use on the street very normally. Yep. This is sort of a great way to get your feet wet here and trying something different.
It really is, and I mean these cars, the performance that they offer is pretty spectacular. And being electric, it's just instant torque. The minute you push the throttle, they just go. And here we go. We're going to see Vonge here now pick up one more spot, but so does Schlesman. And so, really, it's not much of a net gain for Vonge. He still has one car between himself and Schlesman, but the longer he can maintain this, and he's closing up now on the back of Tong, so he may be able on this next lap to actually make the move for the lead.
Yeah, Tong fell down through the order in the prior race as well, so he's definitely feeling the pressure at the moment as they head into turn 4. Big cloud of the curb for the 119 of Tong as he tries to keep the distance between himself and Vonge.
Yeah, he's done a nice job where he hasn't dropped down the order as fast as he did. Did I just see somebody make a pass?
I think someone would pull off to the right.
Ah, okay.
But into the detection zone, Vonge's there, so he will be close enough next time by to get that advancing. Schlesman moving forward as well. A couple of those newer 2024 facelifted Model 3s moving their way through the field as well. But we should see a pass for the lead. Here comes Vonge in the 312 past Jesse Tong for the lead.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Schlesman, somebody ran wide or something and let him kind of get a freebie done there. And Vonge puts together a really good lap, jumps as he goes to the lead, puts up the fastest lap of the race right now at a 1 minute 2.89.
Yeah, and I think Andrew DeKoning is in one of the few rear-wheel drive cars alongside Jesse Tong, while all the other cars on course are the all-wheel drive variant. So DeKoning's up to 5th place, actually, so advancing forward against maybe all odds. You'd think that the all-wheel drive configuration would be better, but again, they're a little heavier, a couple of 100 pounds heavier, in fact.
And on this track, that makes a difference because what do you have to do with extra 200 pounds? You got to accelerate it, you got to slow it, you got to corner it, and that can really take a toll, obviously. And so right now, really, really good for Vonge that he's been able to keep a car between himself and Schlesman here as we're coming up on about 7.5 minutes to go in this one. And down the hill, and what I love about this is you get to hear the tires working. You might hear a little bit of diff hum, but you get to hear those tires working and protesting. And is it a just a little chirp, which means you're right on, the limit of the tire where you want to be, or are they screaming at you, which means you've exceeded like that what you should be doing, and that just robs speed. It just scrubs speed. So this really, it's interesting as a study here.
That Speed Academy car up to 5th place, and Schlesman to 2nd, and now Schlesman has 2.5 seconds to run down to Vange. There's the differential, about 25 car lengths. And then on top of that, De Koning in that 232 is in the mix as well. So we're going to get to see some spicy racing here in the final few minutes of this. And also should note that this battle here for position down the order, that's in the detection zone between Tong and De Koning. Here he is.
Yeah, absolutely. And De Koning, what a job he's doing here. Up into 4th now, and maybe looking up at a potential 3rd here, and here he comes.
De Koning
doing a really nice job.
Past Jesse Tong, he'll take 3rd place away. And Schlesman just ran his personal best lap, pulls the gap to 3 seconds. As the Speed Academy car goes P5. And now we'll see if Schlesman can continue to reel in Vange 3.1 seconds. That is quite a big gap. You only need to get within about 1.5 to be within that detection zone. So he just needs another 1.5, but that's easier said than done.
Well, it is, considering that Vange he's got the fast lap that he just set at a 101.9, and the best lap for Schlesman, even though it was his best, was a 102.2. So it's still 0.3 off of what Vange has been able to do here. And Vange just has to keep this alive here. He's got a shot at this right now.
The other thing to consider also is the power management. They don't use all their charge in this 15-minute sprint here, but they do use some of it. Mm-hmm. And these cars make more power when they're on a fuller charge. They all start around 90% by the rule, but as you burn that power out, it starts to drop horsepower just a little bit. So if you're more efficient with your power usage, you can have more power longer. But that's kind of the ebb and push. Do you want to push harder or use up more power now and potentially have less horsepower at the end of this thing?
Well, and that's one of the great strategy things about esports, and I'm talking about electrical sports on the racetrack, is the fact that you not just have to conserve tire, right? You've got to conserve energy. And in a race car, you've got fuel until you don't. And you got full power until you're out of fuel. Here, it just drains a little bit. And as you said, if you can be really smooth and not have friction that robs speed, which then requires more acceleration, which eats power, by the end of the race, if you've managed your tires and all of that as well, you can have a significant power advantage over your competition.
Now the 348s, that's Galinas behind the Speed Academy, number 160. That looked pretty close to me. No changes here up in the front 3, and Schlesman has not been able to eat in to Vange's lead, interestingly enough. But we could see, and we will see, a pass for position here. The Speed Academy car is going to drop a spot to the 348 of Galinas.
Schlesman just set fast lap, but it was only a 10th quicker than Vange. So Vange's doing the job here. And on one level, it's not a surprise because in the lone actual qualifying session that they had, it was Vange on pole. So, he's got the speed here, and he's doing a really nice job now, being able to. And if he gives up a 10th or 2 a lap now, he's going to be fine. And he just has to not make a mistake. That's the key at this stage.
Yeah, so now the 348, the red car, is past the Speed Academy Model 3. We'll see if it can distance itself. We're still within about a half a second of each other. But I think Galinas has been able to distance, not quite.
Well, I don't think so, yeah. He may have to give this right back again.
And Schlesman still trying to run down. Well, he didn't that time. 4/10 slower than Vange.
Yeah, it was a great lap. Vange going a 101.6, Schlesman a 102 flat. And that's your 4/10 right there.
And here's our pass again. This should be the Galinas car giving it back to the Speed Academy Model 3 into turn 1. The gray car goes back through to P5.
Boy, and he waited a long time to do it, and it ended up, he really didn't have the optimum angle turning into Big Bend here, and that's brought everybody behind him right back onto his 6. Zoo, Hatch, not that far off either.
Into turn 4 here. Now, you got to get out of Dodge. This is the kind of the ebb and flow of this. If you stay close enough, you can just keep flipping these spots forever. You have to drive away as well, and that's hard to do when the cars behind you are so closely matched.
Yeah, it really is. Watch him here on the uphill.
That's still
That's
pretty
still
close.
close, yeah. So Galinas might have an opportunity to just, what was it John Malkovich said in red? Switch the flip.
Yeah, how the turntables, Greg.
Exactly.
No changes up front. Vange continues to establish a 3.5 plus second lead.
Wow.
But no blue flags at the stripe this time. They'll stay in order.
Yeah, Vange's doing a brilliant job. That's another 2/10 he's padded on top of Schlesman.
Running out of laps here, I think, as well. So got to get it done. If you want a podium here, DeKoning has put distance on Jesse Tong. I don't think he's got any stress where he is, but maybe 4th or 5th is where the fight. Actually, Jesse's also dispatched himself, so it's a battle for 5th now, as we do have I believe it's a white flag up at the front straight. Nope, that's a blue.
Okay.
And it's a bit deeper in the field for position. That's Turney and Racha that have changed spots.
Well, I'll tell you, these 3 cars that you were just talking about, the 160 Speed Academy car, Galinas and Zhu, they are really, really close right now. And certainly I think Galinas is going to get the push by.
And we'll see down the hill, turn 7 here. And Vange in the 312 continues to make its way around, and no blue flag this time. Not quite close enough to take it, but I don't notice the 16 of Zhu is back in the mix here as well,
Sure
behind
is.
Galinas. So
look at that, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, all turning their personal bests here late in the race here.
And into the left-hander. I tell you, Galinas, if he's wasn't close enough last time, he should be this.
Sure is now.
Remove all doubts. Hear the tires at work.
Yeah, that's protesting big time, and I'm mightily impressed now. Vange has given back about a half a second, but he's got plenty of time here. But I'm really impressed with what DeKoning is doing in that rear drive version of this, sitting in a podium spot here.
White flag for Vange, the race leader, as, for sure, Galinas is close enough there as they head down the hill. And there is Vange, or Schlesman in the mix, and then DeKoning, and then Tong, and then here comes Galinas. And blue flag, and here comes the pass. So this will move Galinas back by the Speed Academy 160, and through comes Zhu as well, past the 160. That's the rule. If it's a group of cars, you go all the way to the front. A big moment there for the 348, all the way out to the grass.
Boy, nice catch though, wasn't it? And he is obviously now this is last lap, so I don't think that's going to, the wave by doesn't, I would think, not happen now. It's just a race to the flag.
He grabbed the turn signal stalk he was driving so hard. So turned it back off.
I hate when that happens.
But Vange on the front straightaway is going to pick up the checkered flag in Model 3 Challenge Heat number 3. After running from Schlesman, he gets it done in the final heat of the weekend. Schlesman, DeKoning, Tong, and the Speed Academy car. Actually, it'll be Galinas that will get that through with Zhu, and then Speed Academy in 7th place after they exchange spots. But they're coming down the hill the final time here, and it is the red Model 3 that is out in front. And of course, as you mentioned, Greg, no blues on the last lap, and Galinas will grab that top 5.
Well, he drove a really, really stout race. Didn't need to get that top 5 spot. And I'll tell you what, Vange, I think after getting pole and then having Schlesman beat him twice, he came through, and that fist pump was absolutely intense as he came through and got a win here to back up that pole. It's just a nice job here. And for Galinas, he was relentless, had that big save that you were talking about, and made it all work and ended up in the top 5.
Well, that was a fun little battle we got to see, and we'll see more of this at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as well as the last cars come across the stripe. But GridLife Circuit Legends, Greg Kramer, what a fun weekend this was. Your final thoughts on this amazing event?
Oh, it was just incredible. Just all of the variants, types of machines that we saw in the different categories, the concours, how everybody has just packed this place. Look at it. It's spectacular. And the setting is almost magical here. And it's really difficult to think of a better place to have an event called Circuit Legends, where you honor the legends. And also, we see perhaps in a number of these vehicles, potential legends of the future as well. And I think it's a nice full circle. And I'll tell you what, to go from Lime Rock, Road America, to Lime Rock, to Laguna Seca for the festival tour. Spectacular.
What a treat, and a big thanks to everybody who helps put this production on, and GridLife side on the SFP side in the background making this all happen, the track staff to Lime Rock Park. We love coming here to Dickie Regal and his entire crew that is assembled to make this event possible. We thank you so much. For those watching on the live stream, we appreciate you joining us. Make sure you like and subscribe. Join us again in the future, and check grid.life for more information and for tickets for the GridLife Laguna Festival, September 27th to 29th. For Greg Kramer, for Kyle Hire, thanks so much for watching here. GridLife Circuit Legends from Lime Rock Park. We'll see you in California.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
How'd I do?
Great if you're not looking at the clock.
Sure you got that? I had to be faster than that, right? 100% NOS, zero sugarcoat. New NOS, zero sugar. Get after it.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.